Dong, you don't want your little sister-in-law left with nothing, do you? I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling. My wife, Zhang Yu, was rattling on in my ear like a machine gun. So what if I'm asking you to take care of her too? Do you look down on Xiaoqin, or are you just fed up with my sister? I didn't say a word. The more she talked, the more worked up she got. Let me lay it out plain. On Xiaoqin's wedding night, that no-good Zhao Lei got so drunk he stepped in a pit and crippled himself. To this day, he hasn't laid a single finger on my sister. If you weren't a decent man, would I even open my mouth and ask you to help her get through life? Taking care of 2 households. 1 woman, 2 husbands. Out here in the northeast villages back in those days, when a man was crippled or a family's world had caved in, finding a reliable fellow to help hold things together wasn't anything strange. My head buzzed, and it all came flooding back. I'd been reborn. I still had my memories, and I was back at age 20, in Taiping Village, in the Lin family home. I remembered everything from my past life, clear as day. Zhang Yu and Zhang Qin were twin sisters, educated youth sent down to the countryside, assigned to Taiping Village. Life there was too hard to bear. The village party secretary urged them to marry local men who could lend a hand. Zhang Yu married me. Zhang Qin married our neighbor, Zhao Lei. Then Zhao Lei's bad luck hit. On their wedding day, it snowed hard. He drank himself into a blackout, fell, and ended up paralyzed on one side. He was no longer a man in the full sense. That same year, his parents went into the mountains to hunt, hoping to bring back a couple of wild boars to improve their meals. They ran into 2 bears instead and never came home. After that, the village gossips never shut their mouths. Bad luck woman. Husband killer. Curse on her in-laws. They tore Zhang Qin's reputation to shreds. And me, in my past life, I cared too much about saving face. Terrified of people talking behind my back, I flat out refused to take my sister-in-law under my wing. In the end, it led to something that could never be undone. In this life, if I still clung to that worthless pride, then I really would have lived for nothing. I know you're anxious, I said, sitting up. I didn't say I wouldn't do it. Zhang Yu froze for a second, then her face lit right up. You mean, you're agreeing to it? What else can we do? I said, pulling on my clothes. But this isn't only up to you. I need to ask Xiaoqin face to face, and Mom and Dad deserve a proper word too. I paused and glanced at her. Besides, even if Xiaoqin's willing, is Zhao Lei? What's he got to be unwilling about? Zhang Yu's voice shot up. Xiaoqin waited on him for half a year. She's done more than enough. If he dares say no, I'll smother him with a blanket in the dark. Don't you go doing anything crazy, I said, alarmed. You can't mess with a person's life. Zhang Yu and Zhang Qin, one fierce and one gentle, had tempers at opposite ends. If anyone wagged their tongue about Zhang Yu, she'd sit in their doorway and curse them out all morning without repeating a single insult. Zhang Qin, though, could swallow the worst wrong and never let it out. But the 2 sisters had one thing in common. They were both delicate, stunning beauties. I'm just talking, Zhang Yu said, pinching me hard enough to make me suck in a breath. I'm warning you, Lindong. Once Xiaoqin is with you, if you dare treat her badly, I won't let it slide. I know. I'm not the kind of man who shirks his duty. That's right. If you weren't halfway decent, would I hand you this heaven-sent bargain? She spat to the side. Better it goes to you, you rascal, than to some stranger. You don't want your sister-in-law bullied by some wild man out there, do you? Ahem. Right, of course. I gave a dry laugh. Thinking about certain scenes down the road, my chest did warm up a little. But something else had me even more excited. Back in the 1980s, I could handle a gun again. In my past life, I started going into the mountains with my old man at 15, and I became the best young marksman in the village. Wolves, leopards, wild boars, bears. I'd brought them all down, and life was good. Then in 97 the gun ban came, and the hunters who lived off the mountains all headed south for factory work. Now, everything was still here. I'll go talk to Xiaoqin later, Zhang Yu said, getting out of bed. How about I go tell her myself? What nonsense, she said, giving me a push. Xiaoqin's so shy that if you stand in front of her, she won't get 2 words out straight. Didn't you make plans with Wang Er to go into the mountains today? Go on, go. I'll have it all sorted out by the time you're back. Wang Er asked me into the mountains. In my past life, at this exact time, did I make plans with him? I couldn't quite remember. Dong, get up already. A shout came from outside the yard, loud enough that there was no chance I'd miss it. You calling for a ghost? I'm coming. I went out and opened the gate. The autumn air was crisp and clear. That big kid Wang Er stood in the yard, tall and broad. He put on muscle just from drinking water, and his stacked build made me a little envious. The 3 dogs in the yard started barking. What are you barking at? He's one of us. One scold from me and all 3 dogs shut up, went back to their pens, and started gnawing on the cornmeal mix my mother, Zhou Hong, had made. Dong, out of your 3 dogs, White Dragon is still the best, Wang Er said, eyeing him with envy. Your old man got him from who knows where back in the day. I want to get one just like him. I looked over at White Dragon, a chassis hound, a top hunting dog, all white fur, a pink nose, ears standing straight up, eyes hidden under the fur. He looked scruffy, but on a hunt he was a real hand. Let's go, I said. White Dragon was one my grandfather had gone to great trouble to bring in from the southwest all those years ago. 5 years old, with a record you could look up, sitting firmly at the top spot in the village. Plenty of folks wanted to breed him with their own farm dogs. We had 2 more at home, Yellow Dragon and Black Dragon, each one a fine dog. What are you hoping to bag today? I asked. Wang Er scratched his head. Haha, I want to get a black bear. Or a wild boar would do. You've got a death wish, I said sour. We go into the mountains, we bag some wild ducks, hazel grouse, a few rabbits, and that's plenty. A black bear? Careful it doesn't turn you into a blind man. Sure, we've hunted boar with the elders, but don't go taking chances on your own. Run into a real big tusker with your aim being what it is, and you'll just be waiting to get gored. A big tusker, that's a full-grown male boar over 3 years old. As they age, they grow tusks, sharp enough to run a man straight through and toss him in the air. They spend the whole year rolling in mud and rubbing against pines, so the caked-on mud shell gets hard as armor. Go in with a knife and you can't find the spot. One strike won't break through, and you end up hung on a tree instead. Even a bullet in that armored crust might not finish it. This kind of thing attacks people on sight. Wang Er had no experience. There was no way I'd take him to face one. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the invincible hunting system. Your newcomer's gift package has been issued. Please check your system warehouse. I paused, then it clicked. Standard issue for a reborn man, and it had landed on me. I opened the warehouse right away. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 special attribute points. There was a manual attached. Special attribute points could be added to my own body to strengthen my constitution, with a cap of 5 points a month, and the limits got tighter the further along I went. No dreaming of shooting straight to godhood. They could also go to any dog that recognized me as its master, boosting speed, stamina, and bite force, though it cost more than strengthening myself. And they could repair and enhance guns, adding durability, power, and sharpness. Add points to someone else's gun, and the cost doubled. The shop wouldn't open until I'd saved up 10 points. 5 points. I didn't hesitate. I dumped 3 of them straight into myself. In an instant, my whole body felt like it had been poured full of iron. As solid as Wang Er looked, I figured I could pin him down one-handed now. Before, my constitution was that of an ordinary grown man at best. Now I was at the peak of youth and strength. I kept the last 2, waiting to see whether to spend them on a gun or a dog. So what are we going to go get? Wang Er looked disappointed. Today his dad, Wang Dashi, and my dad, Lin Xingshan, had both gone to work at the logging camp. With no grown-ups home to keep him in line, he'd worked up the nerve for this. We'll just hunt some small stuff, I said with a grin. We were both in our early 20s, no real jobs yet, and we'd been going into the mountains with our families since we were teens. We knew the outer edges of the old forest inside out, knew where everything was. As long as we didn't push into the dangerous parts and had the dogs along, we'd basically come out fine. So we're off. Yeah, let me get my things. I grabbed flatbread, water, a knife, and rope, slung on the Type 56 semi-automatic my old man had handed down, and tied on my leg wraps. Wang Er's family had a 16 gauge, but his dad wouldn't let him touch it, kept it locked in a cabinet. He shot my gun an envious look. Dong, we bringing the dogs. I looked at White Dragon, Yellow Dragon, and Black Dragon, thought it over. Yeah, bring them. If we ran into the right big game, with 3 dogs along, I'd have a mind to take a shot. And if nothing else, the dogs would keep us alert. Safer. My mother, Zhou Hong, walked over. Dong, take it easy up there. Without your dad along, don't you dare touch anything you shouldn't, you hear me? Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Her lips moved. As long as you know. Come home early. Something stirred in me. It seemed Zhang Yu had already told Mom about Xiaoqin. Deep down they'd accepted it. I'd just have to talk it through when I got back. Let's go. The 2 of us led the 3 dogs toward the mountains. With their master holding the leash, White Dragon and the others stayed calm and didn't make a sound. Just as we were about to leave the village, we ran into second Uncle Lin Changlong coming back with a few snares in hand, a sour look on his face. He was second uncle by seniority. In a village this size, everyone was kin in some way. Second uncle, what brings you back? I said, tugging the dogs to a stop. He spat. Rotten luck. A few days back I set some snares over on Guai Mountain. Went to check them today, caught a wild boar, but the spot was bad and it broke loose. I chased it 2 miles and never even saw its shadow. Then he noticed our gear. Dong, you two heading into the mountains. Just messing around, gonna bag some roe deer and rabbits. Bringing the dogs for protection. Fair enough. You two are young, short on experience. The dogs keep you safe. Just don't do anything foolish. He sighed. All right, these old bones are heading in. Second uncle shuffled into his house. Wang Er and I traded a look. A wild boar that had broken free of a snare, wounded, was right there on Guai Mountain. Guai Mountain. Guai Mountain. Let's do it. Let's do it. Dong, that boar tore loose from a snare, so its legs probably wrecked. It can't have gone far, right? Wang Er got more excited by the second. In those days, you might go 10 days or half a month without a bite of meat. Anyone who could bring down a wild boar, that was like celebrating New Year. And in Pinyin Village, the two of us would make a name overnight. Hard to say. We'll try our luck. Whether we find it is up to White Dragon. Guai Mountain was a relatively safe stretch. No problem going there. Come on, it's over 10 miles, let's step it up. We led the dogs straight for Guai Mountain and walked a good 2 hours before we arrived. Towering trees, wide open sightlines. Worried White Dragon's nose might not catch the boar, I went ahead and added a special attribute point to him. Ding. Congratulations, host. The point has been successfully added to the hunting dog White Dragon. For a young, strong chassis hound like White Dragon, 1 point spread across his whole body made a solid difference. I couldn't see it yet, but sharpening the axe never delays the woodcutting. Dogs and guns were the two most important things in hunting. Whatever else you skimped on, never those two. The nose, plainly put, is the dog's sense of smell. There's the low nose and the high nose. The low nose can only track the scent a quarry leaves on the ground. The high nose is the real thing, picking a quarry's direction straight out of the air. Dogs like that are rare, and no end of hunters dream of owning one. White Dragon had the high nose. He was the lead dog. Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon both deferred to him. The 3 dogs hadn't been into the mountains for days. Now they were itching to go. White Dragon, it's on you. Air, let Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon loose. Got it. I unclipped the leash. White Dragon sniffed the air a few times, then suddenly started barking, glanced back at us, and bolted off in one direction. Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon barked and took off after him. Whoa, he picked up the trail this fast. White Dragon's something else. Wang Er stood there stunned. When a dog gives voice, it means it's found the quarry's trail and is calling with its barks for the master to catch up. Quit yapping and keep up. Haha. Dong, your stamina's worse than mine. I should be the one telling you to keep up. I couldn't be bothered to answer. I just chased toward the barking, gripping my long, thrusting knife steady as I went. The terrain here was open, which was why I dared to bring the long knife from home. In dense brush, a blade that long would just get in the way. We hadn't gone far when we saw 3 or 4 wild boars running uphill along a ridge. The last one, huge, hobbled along, falling farther and farther behind. Holy dong, that's a big tusker, isn't it? What do we do? Wang Er was thrilled and terrified at once. A big tusker, a full-grown male boar, over 300 pounds. Any other time, even with 3 dogs, I couldn't take one down while looking after him, and I'd have turned and left. But this one had one hind leg clearly ruined, plus I had 3 good dogs in White Dragon's crew and a Type 56 semi-auto. I had the confidence to try. A half-crippled tusker, what's there to fear? You keep your wits about you. If it goes for broke, you find a tree and climb it. Keep your knife ready, got it? I was in no rush to move in. It couldn't run, and the 3 dogs had already caught up. All the boar could do was keep whipping its head around, trying to fling the dogs off with its tusks. But White Dragon, Black Dragon, and Yellow Dragon were none of them easy marks. It turned, the dogs dodged. It tried to run, the dogs latched on and bit. Black Dragon was the sneakiest, staying right on its tail, going for the 2 big testicles. Blood streamed, and the boar squealed in agony, a sound that rang across the whole mountain. Hearing it, even I felt a chill down below. I'd honestly never noticed before that Black Dragon had a taste for exactly that. Seeing that I wasn't backing off, Wang Er relaxed. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I know how to save my own skin. We pressed after the tusker. But then my eye caught something, and I turned toward the ridge. Tens of meters off, a young yellow-haired boar was scrambling uphill, about to run past 100 meters out. A yellow hare is a boar that's just reached adulthood, 100 pounds or so, the most tender meat, no rank taste, wonderful flavor. Not taking that shot would be a real shame. Air, take my knife, back off a bit, and watch our surroundings. You got it. I raised the gun. A little rusty, but no hesitation. First, I added a point to the gun. In that instant, even the feel of it in my hands changed. I brought the gun up, took aim, cheeked the stock, drew a deep breath. For a moment, it was like being back in my past life. With the point added, I was at the peak of the peak. I ran the young boar's running path and distance through my head. It had already crested the ridge, about to vanish from sight. Bang! The instant the bullet flew, the young boar crested the ridge and disappeared. I was sure the shot had hit. I just didn't know where. If it caught a vital spot, we might come home with 2 boars today. Dong, did it hit? Wang looked let down. Forget it. Over 100 meters is too far, probably missed. Let's deal with this tusker first. He was still half doubtful about my aim. No surprise there. Before, the two of us hunted roe deer and rabbits at 30 or 40 meters at most. Over 100 was something he wouldn't have dared even imagine. Yeah, the tusker first. I put the young boar out of mind, kept my gun ready, knife in one hand, and closed in fast. White Dragon and the others had dragged the boar out over another half-mile. If not for its ruined leg, we really wouldn't have cut it off. Wang chased along, panting hard. Me, not a flush in my face, not short of breath. With the point-boosted body, mountain paths felt like flat ground. By now, that big male boar had been pinned in place. Pinned in place means the boar's strength is spent, it can't run anymore, and the dogs hold it there for the final standoff. Once it's fully pinned, it's the hunter's turn to move in. This tusker had its back against a small slope. Its ruined hind leg couldn't hold its weight, so it couldn't climb up. It sat down hard, guarding its 2 testicles, baring its tusks in warning, afraid Black Dragon would come biting again. Wang and I closed in. White Dragon kept barking, like he was directing the whole thing. Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon took turns harassing it, darting in for a bite or 2 at the tusker to split its attention so it wouldn't charge straight at us. Damn, Dong, I've never seen these 3 dogs go so hard. Sure, the tusker's half crippled, but they've got it pinned all the same. Wang looked envious. White Dragon's the lead dog, but the way I see it, Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon have the makings of lead dogs too. Talk less. Shut it and stay sharp. A tusker's no joke. All right, got it. He tensed up at once. White Dragon, Black Dragon, Yellow Dragon. The moment I spoke, White Dragon barked twice, like sounding the charge. Yellow Dragon and Black Dragon lunged in from left and right, each clamping down on an ear, bodies pressed flat, hauling in opposite directions. That's called clamping the pincers. Too bad we only had 3 dogs. With a few more piling on, the boar couldn't have moved at all, only waited to die. The boar let out a deafening squeal, struggling up with all it had, twisting its rump aside. White Dragon seized the opening, streaking in from the flank and biting into the tendon at the boar's hind elbow, jaws snapping shut hard. The boar shrieked in agony, all strength gone, its huge body toppling sideways to the ground. Black Dragon sprang in to take White Dragon's spot, latching onto the tusker and ripping backward with everything he had. Wang grimaced. Holy, it hurts just watching. Where'd that little devil Black Dragon learn such a nasty trick? Cut the chatter. Air, go for the neck, drive it toward the heart, don't hit the dogs. Now, I didn't hesitate a bit. I set my feet, lined the thrusting knife up with the boar's neck, and drove it hard toward the heart. Wang didn't know how, so he copied me and jabbed his in 2. Both knives slid in as if we'd hit the vital point. When I pulled the blade free, the neck wound gaped open, the heart convulsed, and blood sprayed like a fountain. The boar's squealing weakened all at once, fading softer and softer. Same principle as slaughtering a hog in the village, always aiming for this spot. It kills fast and bleeds clean. But hunting a boar out in the wild takes the right timing, good dogs, and men working as one. If White Dragon hadn't dropped it with that last bite, I'd never have gotten the chance. Normally, to hunt a boar you have to go in under the foreleg, below the ribs, for a clean kill. This time the opening was too good, and with Yellow Dragon clamping the ear, I dared to stand right in front of it. In 10 seconds or so, the tusker went completely still, breathing out far more than it took in. Holy, 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 Dong, we really killed a wild boar. I swear I feel like I'm dreaming. Wang panted hard, so excited his face went red. Don't mistake luck for skill. In hunting you always give it everything you've got, or sooner or later you'll take a fall. I smacked him on the head. You're on watch. I'll open it up and bleed it. Keep an eye out and learn how it's done. Haha, okay. Wang was obedient enough. He stood up and scanned all around, not daring to get distracted. I was pleased. If this guy weren't dependable, I never would have brought him along. To fight a tiger, you want your own brother. To march to war, you want father and son. Hunting's the same. Only people you trust go into the mountains together. Otherwise, you're out of sync, and you won't even know how you died. I had Wang Er flip the boar over, belly up, the only good position for gutting. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have killed a 360-pound adult wild boar and received 4 special attribute points. I sighed. A whole tusker for only 4 points. The system went by weight, 1 point per 100 pounds, rounding up over 50 and down under 50. Time to gut it. I stopped mid-sentence, stunned. Wait, I don't think we brought a hatchet. How are we supposed to open it up? We'd only planned on small game today. Who'd have guessed we'd run into this? A boar's breastbone is no easy thing to chop through. Wang Er gave a foolish grin and pulled a hatchet out of his pack. Dong, I brought one, haha. I just knew this trip we'd land something big. The hatchet was small, easy to carry, just a chore to chop with. You sly dog. How'd you know we'd get something big today? I said with a laughing curse. Better safe than sorry. I shook my head, grinning. Then let's gut it. Wang Er steadied the boar. I ran the knife lightly in a straight line from the neck toward the rump, and with the hatchet's help, the breastbone opened too. A rank stench drifted up from the belly. Luckily, the knife to the neck earlier had drained plenty of blood, so not much was left inside. I lifted out the whole set of intestines in one piece, not a single one broken. That's all technique. Wang Er looked at me with admiration. Dong, this skill of yours. You've been learning on the sly behind my back. You go learn some behind my back then. He gave a dry laugh. He'd never even hunted a boar, so what was there to learn? Going into the mountains with the elders before, all he'd done was assist, never the real work. All right, enough talk, get moving. Don't linger where the blood smell is strong. I hung the entire set of innards high in the branches of a big tree. There's a reason. Innards rot easily, they're hard to carry, and the smell is heavy, which draws wild animals. Hanging them high lures the animals to eat the innards and buys us time to leave. There's also a more mystical saying, that it's an offering to the mountain god. True or not, I don't know. Either way, I do it the old way. Once the innards were dealt with, I cut off some pork to feed the dogs. White dragon, black dragon, and yellow dragon earned the top credit this time. Without them, even with a ruined leg, that boar could have outrun the two of us. Easy now, I won't shortchange you. I glanced at White Dragon, more pleased than ever. The Chassis Hound really was a fine dog, and after the attribute point, he was smarter and fiercer. I'd have to find a chance to bring in 2 more from the southwest. Then again, maybe there was no need to go to that trouble. I had attribute points. As long as a dog's stock wasn't bad, a few more points and I could raise one just as good. White Dragon was the lead dog, so I cut off a pig's heart just for him. He didn't touch it, back to the gentle house dog in front of me. I couldn't help but laugh, set the heart on the ground, and only then did he start chomping away, tail wagging like a propeller. Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon didn't dare fight for it. They stood beside him wagging their tails, waiting for their share, drool nearly pooling on the ground. I wasn't stingy. I cut up the liver and lungs and tossed the pieces to them. In those days, a house dog getting to eat organs was a New Year's feast of nourishment. Seeing they hadn't had enough, I cut off more pork and threw it their way. Dong, aren't you too good to them? You're feeding them pork. Wang Er watched with envy. He hadn't had meat in a while. The last time was when someone in the village hunted a boar and his dad went to help out and traded back a little. Fool. I'll be counting on them from here on. How can I not feed them well? If you want a dog to work hard, you've got to reward it properly. Otherwise, why would it lay its life down for you? I was just thinking, damn, even I don't eat this well. Wang Er scratched his head. Enough talk. Hurry and get it handled. We've got more to do. With the point-boosted body, I'd finished off a whole boar and hardly felt tired. The system really was strong. A boar over 300 pounds, once you take out the blood, organs, innards, and hide, leaves only 200 or so. Boars don't dress out high, around 60%. But we were in the mountains, and hauling 200 plus pounds back was a big job even for us. No time to roast any meat. I had Wang Er cut 2 thick, springy branches for carrying poles, then twisted off some vines to lash the meat on. Split between us, each carried only about 100 pounds. For people like us who'd run these mountains since childhood, that was nothing, especially me. With the points added, hauling 200 pounds felt like play. Carrying loads in the mountains is a whole different thing from flat ground. Forget carrying, even walking doesn't compare. As for stuffing it in a burlap sack and lugging it home, that's even less realistic. The two of us wolfed down a few cornmeal cakes to line our stomachs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have killed a 164-pound adult wild boar and received 2 special attribute points. For a moment, it didn't register. Then it hit me. Damn, the young yellow hare had died too. That shot hadn't killed it on the spot, but it had all but finished it, and it had held on for nearly an hour before dying. Don't just stand there. Haul the meat up the ridge. That young boar should be dead by now. I was a little thrilled. I hadn't expected that shot to really take its life. Another 100-some pounds of meat. Painful and joyful at once. Dong, you're getting more unbelievable by the minute. Why don't you fire a shot at the sky and tell me you killed a bear up there? Wang Er said, grinning. Enough talk. In autumn, if the meat sits a little longer, it'll spoil. TCH, you make it sound so real. Waste of you not to be a storyteller. Cut it out. Let's go take a look. I packed up, shouldered over 100 pounds of pork, and set off without even breathing hard. Dong, you take something today? This is the mountains, and you're walking this fast. Brother Dong, damn it, wait for me. This isn't right. Your body's not as good as mine. So how are you so fierce today? Seeing me stride off so fast, Wang Er glanced nervously at the intestines hanging in the tree, gritted his teeth, hoisted his load, and hurried after. At the ridge, White Dragon sniffed lightly a couple of times, then barked and took off toward where the young boar had vanished, Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon right behind. I smiled. Looked like the young boar hadn't died far off. I set the pork on a clean patch of ground below the ridge and called to Wang Er. You stay here and watch the meat, right under this tree. If a predator comes, run when you should, got it? I'll be right back. The young boar was under 200 pounds. I could carry it back on my shoulder later. Leaving Wang Er here alone was what worried me. Dong, don't scare me, damn it. I'm a little afraid on my own. Afraid of what? Big brother'll be right back. Wang Er gripped his knife tight, not daring to leave. I followed White Dragons barking up the ridge. Over 100 meters from where I'd fired, the young boar lay there. Seeing it dead, and having eaten their fill, the 3 dogs had stopped tearing at it and waited quietly for me. White Dragon showed no reaction, which meant there was no danger nearby. I let out a breath, looked at the young boar on the ground, and finally smiled. My aim had improved. One shot at over 100 meters, hitting the young boar in the belly. The bullet entered through the abdomen, punched into the lung, quickly leaving it unable to move, and grazed an artery, letting out a wave of blood. Staring at the carcass, I added 2 more points to myself. That used up my 5 for the month. What little weariness I'd had was swept clean away, and looking down, I saw clear muscle lines on my body, like someone who'd trained for years, frighteningly strong. Carrying the young boar, under 200 pounds, was absolutely no problem. I'll just haul it down the ridge and gut it there. I set my stance, waist and legs as one, wrapped my arms around the boar's belly, heaved, and hoisted it straight onto my shoulder. To my astonishment, it hardly took any effort. I strode down the ridge carrying the nearly 200-pound boar, the 3 dogs trotting happily behind, tails wagging to the sky. Down below, Wang Er, guarding the meat, saw me striding over with a whole boar on my shoulder. He rubbed his eyes, utterly dumbstruck, mouth hanging open, eyes bulging like brass bells. No way, brother, I thought you were joking. You actually did it. Fierce, seriously fierce. I hereby name you the strongest hunter in all of Taiping Village. Wang Er was only a year younger than me, and he'd always treated me as a close buddy, never once calling me big brother. What I pulled off today won him over completely. Convinced heart and soul, he blurted out, Brother Dong. Enough talk. You saw how I gutted the boar earlier. Now it's your turn. I'd be going into the mountains often from now on, and my dad certainly wouldn't play second to me, so grooming a trusted right-hand man mattered all the more. Wang Er fit the bill. That's why, handling the game earlier, I'd explained all the reasons and details to him. I dropped the young boar on the ground and caught my breath. With these 2 boars, I could rest a bit. But even resting, I kept alert to my surroundings. Sure, White Dragon and the others were here, but no matter how good a dog is, you can't trust it 100%. Everyone stumbles, even a horse trips. A little extra caution might save your life at the crucial moment. All right, Brother Dong, you rest. This time it's my turn. Wang Er laid the young boar down my way, rump high, head low, and drove the knife in through the neck, tipped to the heart, to bleed it. But the young boar's heart had long stopped, so not much blood came out. A dead boar's heart doesn't beat, so it won't bleed. Hurry and open it up, get the blood out of the belly while it's still warm. This young one. Oh, it's a little sow. Good. No rank taste, the meat's a real treat. Got it. I assisted while Wang Er quickly gutted and bled it, handling the intestines and organs the way I'd shown him. Being a mountain man, he did this at home too, so he was fairly practiced. In an hour or so, the young boar was squared away. We didn't separate the meat from the bone. That made it harder to carry. We just cut it into a few big pieces, easy to lash onto our shoulders. The hide we threw away again. In those days it wasn't worth much and was a pain to handle, with pine resin, mud, and grit stuck all over it, and it stank. For making pork skin jelly, you need a farm hog anyway. Not even worth feeding to the dogs. Boar bristles are too stiff, and a dog that eats them can't pass them, which harms it. Hang the intestines in the tree the usual way. Get some innards into the dogs and stuff them full, or we can't haul all this back either. I hadn't fully fed the 3 dogs before. Now that there was a chance, I didn't mind letting them eat till their bellies were round. The 3 dogs plunged straight into the joy of eating meat. White Dragon ate, but his ears still twitched now and then, watching the surroundings. Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon were a notch below, focused only on eating. All 3 were covered in blood, all of it the boars, without a single wound on their own bodies. That's quite rare. Any other family going out for a big tusker, the dogs would surely be marked up, even one with a ruined leg. It just showed how fine these 3 dogs were, each and every one. After the point, White Dragon was fiercer still, improved across the board in build, endurance, and reflexes. A top chassis hound brought in from the southwest to begin with, he now had the potential of a super hunting dog. Brother, these 2 boars come to about 400 pounds together. There's no way the 2 of us can haul it all back. On flat ground, with Wang Er's stacked muscle, he could force his way through 200-some pounds with a few more rest stops. But this mountain road went up ridges and down slopes, hard the whole way. It's fine. You carry 100-some pounds, and put the rest all on my load. The poles we'd cut were plenty springy, so 200 plus was no problem for me. Hold on, brother, you sure you can haul over 200 pounds? Wang Er was shocked. He knew that before. Dong had only about 100-some pounds of strength, not even up to his own. Or we could leave the young boar's meat in the mountains and make another run this afternoon. That was actually the best option. In autumn, meat left too long either gets eaten by animals or spoils in the heat. Enough talk. I said I can handle it. Didn't you just see me carry the young boar down? Quit dawdling. Got it. Wang Er worked at it a while and lashed up the young boar's meat. The load on my pole alone was pushing over 250 pounds. Brother, since we came out to hunt, I figure the meat needs a way to be split, Wang Er said suddenly. Oh, then you must know how to split it. Let's hear it. My gaze fell on him with a measuring look. Splitting meat after a hunt follows a whole set of local customs. Not just the people get shares, the dogs do too, since a dog is labor as well. In a big drive with many dogs helping, the ordinary ones usually don't count, but the lead dog always takes a share. Searching and running down the quarry all rests on the lead dog. Like this time, White Dragon found the Tusker's trail. Without him, we'd have been lucky to bring home a couple of rabbits. And what the dogs ate doesn't count against the shares. That's their hardship pay, separate from the split. Besides the lead dog's share, whoever fires the shot that hits the quarry takes another share as the gun's owner. This time my family provided the dog, brought the gun, and made the shot, plus my labor, so I took 3 shares outright. Wang Er would grin ear to ear just to get 1 share, since all he'd really done was the grunt work. Haha, brother, listen to you. Clear accounts between brothers. If I'm going to run with you from here on, I've got to keep it straight and not take advantage of you. Wang Er said at once. Brother, you brought the gun, that's 1 share. You put in your labor, that's another. White Dragon's the lead dog, that's another. Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon pitched in today too, so I'll count the 2 of them as 1 share. I'll just take 1 share for myself. 4 shares to you, 1 to me. I'll take a fifth. 400-some pounds of meat, and even a fifth came to 80 or 90 pounds. With this split, brother, you're actually getting the short end. All I did was put in some sweat, nothing else. And this young boar was entirely your doing. Wang Er gave a dry laugh. Even taking just 1 share, I'm already coming out way ahead. I shot Wang Er a glance, and seeing he truly meant it, I let a satisfied look show. Clear accounts between brothers. If he'd traded on how close we were and asked for a 50-50 split right off, I'd have agreed. But then I wouldn't have taken him into the mountains again. People with no self-awareness, even if the split goes fine this time, will sooner or later stir up trouble once we bag something big. Luckily, Wang Er knew his place. Your split's right, but how exactly to divide it, there's more to say. I smiled. Wang Er blinked. There's more to it. Did you forget how we found out about this tusker? Huh? Brother, you mean, since second Uncle Snare crippled it, does he get a share too? Wang Er scratched his head. Why should he? He didn't even come with us. That's one way to look at it. But once folks ask around and learn where we hunted, and hear how big this tusker was, they'll piece most of it together. If he goes around grumbling, our reputation takes a hit. So this share has to be given, and given willingly, brought right to his door. I smiled. Besides, if his snare hadn't ruined one of the boar's legs, we wouldn't have taken it down today. For the sake of our name, second uncle gets a share of this meat, understand? Wang Er turned it over in his mind. He just couldn't bear to part with the meat. But once I laid it out, he caught on quick. On top of that, carrying meat back through the village, anyone who sees us, don't we owe them a pound or so? You can't hoard mountain fortune all to yourself, you haven't forgotten? Years back, when folks in the village hunted a boar, they split meat with us too. We can't very well bag one and keep it all to ourselves. Wang Er gave a bitter smile. Then after all that splitting, how much do we have left? Just take a quiet back road home. If we do run into people, give when we should, but don't be stingy over this little meat. Cross someone petty, and they'll trip us up down the line. Then we're the ones in trouble. Huh? What? Wang Er sat on the ground, idly yanking tufts of white dragon's fur, glumly not getting it. You fool. We're going to be running these mountains all the time from now on. My face went grave. Do that long enough, and there's no telling when you'll hit trouble. And if something happens and you can't call for help, that's when running into someone petty, someone you never shared meat with. Well, what do you think happens then? Wang Er swallowed hard, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Since childhood, they'd heard of plenty of men who died in the old forest and who knew how. Even if it was human doing, you could always pin it on a black bear or wolves and tigers. By then, you wouldn't even know how you died in the mountains. I said coldly, sharing meat is a bet on the future. Even if you can't hope for a helping hand, at least they won't kick you when you're down. Anyone with a shred of goodness, if we run into trouble in the mountains, they'll remember the old kindness and lend a hand, and that's a life saved. Or did you think sharing meat was just sharing meat? The reasoning's buried in all these little matters. Nobody spells it out. Shame crossed Wang Er's face. Brother, there's this much to it? I really wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. Good that you understand now. Don't go making enemies over a little meat from here on. I said calmly. And if someone truly becomes a mortal enemy, well, given the chance, kill them when they should be killed. A chill ran down Wang Er's back. Aha, I was just talking. How could I kill anyone? Your big brother here is timid, not that kind of man. I laughed. Sharing meat isn't only about guarding against the petty. You've got to understand, our two families have lived in this village for decades. What household doesn't have its hard times? When we were struggling, other families sent over pork and vegetables. Plenty of folks here get by leaning on each other. Sharing food has long been tradition, and it's not something to break carelessly. If others break it, that's their business. We won't. Of course, I had my own read on it. Few people in a village can hunt a boar, and sometimes months pass without one. So when someone bags a big one, everyone comes eagerly to help and get a taste of meat. But if I start bringing down boars and black bears at every turn, any family with a shred of face won't keep coming for a share. That wouldn't be leaning on each other to get by. That'd be beasts coming purely to freeload. Brother, I get it. Wang Er had never thought about any of this, and his folks hadn't taught him. With a word of guidance from me, he naturally had no complaints. Also, this boar, just split it 50-50. We're brothers, no need to fuss over that. It wasn't that I was being generous. Our two families really were close. If I remembered right, a few years back my dad was gored by a boar in the mountains and nearly died there. It was Wang Er's dad, Wang Dashi, who risked his own life to knife that boar dead. Both men lay in bed for days after. Our families shared a life and death bond. Besides, Wang Er's family had 3 grown men, and mine relied on his help from time to time. What was a little meat next to that? Brother, 50-50 this. Wang Er still wanted to refuse. Enough. One more word, and I won't take you into the mountains next time. All right. You're my big brother. I'll do as you say. I laughed and stroked White Dragon, who was dozing at my side, then gave the 3 dogs some water. White Dragon, Black Dragon, Yellow Dragon, home. The 3 dogs scrambled up at once and trotted off toward Pingan village with light, brisk steps. We were over 10 miles out. Hauling loads, it'd take several hours, and we'd likely reach home by dusk. I shouldered the boar meat, waist and legs as one, and set off with ease. Oh my, Dong must be possessed by the mountain god. It doesn't even look heavy on him. Wang Er gritted his teeth and hoisted his 100 pounds too. Ow damn. Too much force, and he nearly threw out his back. Over 10 miles of mountain road, 3 or 4 hours just to walk back, let alone with 100 or 200 pounds of meat on each of us. We'd be home around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. In winter, with snow, a sled would be faster. As it was, we had only our shoulders, and Wang Er was so tired his tongue was nearly hanging out. Ping'an Village, the Lin home. Zhou Hong had heard her son say he was just going to catch a rabbit, and with him still not back at this hour, she was sick with worry. Zhang Yu said, "Mom, why isn't Dong back yet?" Zhou Hong's brow was knit tight enough to crush a fly. She shook her head. "Don't know. Those two boys, Dong and Wang Er, are getting bolder by the day." Zhang Yu put on a light tone. "Should be fine. They took dogs up the mountain, and it's not their first time. As long as they don't run head-on into a black bear, there's no real trouble." Only then did Zhou Hong let out a breath. "Let's hope so, those two rascals." Just as she spoke, White Dragon came racing back at the head, barking, covered in blood. Both women went pale. Zhou Hong's face fell, near tears. "Xiao Yu, this isn't trouble, is it? Catching a rabbit couldn't leave him like this." Zhang Yu's heart clenched, but she knew this was no time to cry alongside her mother-in-law. If both women broke down, that'd be the end of it. As the daughter-in-law, she had to hold steady. Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon came back too, all bloody, a chilling sight. Zhou Hong's tears spilled over, her body trembling, beyond her control. Zhang Yu's heart shattered, and she hurried to steady her mother-in-law. Hong, what's the matter?" Wang Er's mother, Wu Lan, was just coming over, and seeing the yard in disorder, quickly asked, "Sister, look at these 3 dogs, White Dragon and the rest. Dong and Wang Er took them up the mountain, and they're covered in blood. This has to be trouble." They didn't hunt, but they still knew the old forest of the greater Xing'an range had big tuskers, black bears, even tigers. If 2 young men ran into any one of them, coming back safe was a long shot. "Sister, don't worry. Look, White Dragon and the others don't have a single wound. Not one. Dong and them must have bagged something big. They're probably almost home." Wu Lan's heart was pounding too, and all she could do was talk tough to comfort herself. Huh. Zhou Hong and Zhang Yu looked closer, and sure enough the dogs had no wounds. They let out a breath. Those 3 dogs guarded their master. If something had happened to him, they basically wouldn't have come back at all. "You little rascals, wait till you're home and see how I deal with you." Zhou Hong instinctively snatched up a broom. By now, Lin Dong and the others had entered the village. Seeing them hauling so much pork, folks swarmed over in a rush. "Hey Dong, you bagged a big boar." "Incredible. Dong, that shoulder load's got to be 300 pounds. Being young is really something. You've got it, you really do. You gonna dress it at home?" A crowd trailed after. Meat wasn't easy to come by in those days. The village had plenty of hunters, but usually they only bagged rabbits and such small things, which weren't shared out. But boars and black bears were big, with lots of meat, so those had to be shared. Anyone on decent terms who came to the yard to help got a portion. "Of course we're dressing it. Uncles and brothers, all of you come into the yard. Once it's dressed, we'll split the meat. Since it had to be shared anyway, better to be generous than stingy, and earn a name for decency besides. Want second uncle to give you a hand?" A middle-aged man, dragging on a cigarette, saw Wang Er's legs shaking and asked with a grin. "No need, second uncle, I've got it." Wang Er clenched his jaw, as if he wanted to haul the meat into the village and bask in the glory. Let someone help carry it, and what glory was left? I led the way, walking steady. Wang Er, trailing behind, was numb all over. Dong had hauled nearly 300 pounds. He had only 100-some. No comparison, truly embarrassing. Before long, the crowd arrived at the Lin home like a parade with gongs and drums. White Dragon and the others caught our scent, and without a bark, they meekly crawled into their pens to lick their wounds, ears deaf to the world. Seeing so many people, Zhou Hong panicked. "Xiao Yu, this many people, it can't really be trouble, can it?" "Mom, should be fine, right?" Zhang Yu was startled for a moment too. Sister-in-law, congratulations. Your Dong's come into his own. He hunted a big tusker, and it looks like there's a young yellow hair too." Just as she spoke, I came into the yard carrying the meat. I told the others to see to it, and dropped down onto a stool. "Wife, pour me a bowl of water." I didn't feel all that tired, just terribly thirsty. Turning my head, I saw Wang Er practically stumble in on jelly legs with his load, and nearly laughed out loud. This guy probably wouldn't get out of bed for the next 2 or 3 days. "Still want water? Why don't you go drink pig piss?" Zhang Yu stormed over and landed a hard punch on my back. "You're capable now, so very capable, daring to hunt a big tusker. Give it a while, and you'll be flying up to the sky. Why don't you go hunt a black bear too?" Her voice caught as she spoke, laced with grievance. Fierce as she seemed, Ever since watching her brother-in-law Zhao Lei get paralyzed from one careless slip, she'd felt how fragile a person was, terrified I'd meet with disaster in the mountains. When I did small-time things up there before, she didn't dwell on it. But a big tusker, even a seasoned hunter could slip up, let alone me, who'd never hunted one. See, I'm fine. All right, I won't dare next time, okay? I smiled and took her hand, coaxing, my eyes full of tenderness. You'll be the death of me. Held by the hand like this in front of everyone, Zhang Yu's face flushed crimson. The crowd, seeing it, broke into good-natured laughter. A crowd in the yard helped unload the meat. Ribs, legs, head, tenderloin, all had to be separated out, of course. Mom, help everyone split the meat, right? Give them the tuskers meat as much as you can, and keep more of the young boars. I found Zhou Hong and quietly told her. Sharing meat was decency, but there was no letting people pick whatever cut they wanted, no such thing. It all came down to how the host arranged it. The tuskers meat was a bit rank, but under 400 pounds it was still edible. And in an age starved for fat and oil, having any meat at all was already good. Don't worry, as if I wouldn't know that. Zhou Hong gave me a look that said to relax. The crowd worked for an hour or so and finally finished dressing it. Of the 400-some pounds, about 100 was given away, leaving 300 or so. Only a token amount of the young boar's meat was shared, most of it kept. Wang Er and his mother Wulan were helping in the yard too. Mom, Wang Er and I went out together this time. So this meat, us brothers split 50-50. I raised my voice on purpose. Wulan spoke up. Dong, that won't do. You provided the gun, the dogs, and the meat. Split it that way, and you're taking a big loss. Auntie, do our two families really fuss over this? I settled it in a word. It's decided. Zhou Hong urged too. That's right. Do our families draw lines between us? If he says split it this way, then split it this way. Say more and you're not treating us as your own. She still remembered how Wang Dashi had saved my dad back then, and besides, over the years the two families had helped each other so much they were long since like one. Against a life-saving debt, what was a little meat? The Wang family were truly decent folk, worth this kind of giving. Zhang Yu stood by, no objection, just aching for me. I'd provided the dogs and the gun and still had to split even. But Auntie, Mom, there's one more thing to say. This big tusker, my second uncle Lin Changlong's snare wounded its hind leg, which is how we came by the good fortune. Otherwise we couldn't have pinned it. So this meat, second uncle gets a share too. I called him second uncle, though the kinship was long past 5 degrees. But everyone lived in one village, and by seniority, the older folks were all either uncles or grandfathers. Just take second uncle a hind leg. I'll bring it over now. I made the decision. After dressing, the tusker left about 200 pounds, and the village took 100 or so, leaving just over 100. All right. Zhou Hong quickly picked out a hind leg for me. Xiao Yu, you and Auntie Wu finish splitting the meat, then start cooking. We'll eat once Dad's home. Okay, you go on. I picked up the hind leg, easily over 20 pounds, and soon reached second Uncle Lin's house, reaching out to knock. Who is it? Second uncle, it's me, Dong. Lin Changlong opened the door, and seeing me holding a pork leg, was surprised. Dong, what are you up to, bringing over a pork leg? I told him the reason, that we'd hunted 2 boars, but only this tusker's meat could be shared with him, to head off any resentment once he found out. I should have gotten a share of this boar anyway, and you bring me a whole leg. I'm more than content. Lin Changlong rubbed his hands and laughed. Dong, you boy, that's decency. Come in and sit, have some water. Nobody had anything fine in those days, but once you'd come to the door, a drink of water was a must, or there'd be muttering behind your back. Second uncle, I won't sit. It's late, I've got to get home and cook. You boy. Lin Changlong held the pork leg, chuckling. Taking leave of Lin Changlong, I was in high spirits and soon got home. The meat for both families was all split. After a full day's work, I was hungry now. Mom, chop up a rack of ribs today, do a leg of the young boar too, and braise the ribs with potatoes. I'm dying for it. Zhou Hong grumbled a curse. All day long you only know how to eat, and you haven't done much work. Speechless, I muttered. You'd think I wasn't the one who hunted this boar meat back. Zhou Hong turned her head. What? I gave a sheepish grin and denied it at once. I didn't say anything. Curses aside, Zhou Hong still cut a rack of ribs, chopped 2 legs, and added a big piece of the young boar's pork belly. Don't just stand there. Take the young boar's leg and this lean belly over to your sister-in-law. Only then did I remember my sister-in-law Zhang Qin was right next door. With all this liveliness over here, she hadn't come by at all. Was she embarrassed, keeping her distance, or afraid to face me. I pulled Zhang Yu aside. What's with Xiaoqin? She won't even come over for the meet. Zhang Yu pursed her lips. Can't you be a little more thoughtful? I already told her today that you'd come find her later. With how thin-skinned she is, do you think she'd come over on her own? All right, quit dawdling. Take the meat over. I'm staying out of it. Feeling a little awkward, I still steeled myself and carried the meat over, calling out from beyond the yard gate. Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin. Coming. Zhang Qin wore an apron, her bangs a little mussed, though they couldn't hide that weary, delicate face. Probably from long malnourishment, her complexion had a sallow tinge. She truly was a born beauty. With just slightly better conditions to fill her out, she'd hardly lose to the stars of the 80s and 90s. She opened the yard gate, cheeks faintly red, and asked though she knew the answer. Brother-in-law, what brings you here? I gave her a look. Everyone's come to my yard to split the meat, so why not you? Are you being a stranger with me? Zhang Qin was a little nervous, two fingers twisting together, hesitating. I've been busy at home. As if I don't know you. Not even worth scolding. I handed the meat over. Don't skimp on eating it. In a couple of days I'll go hunting in the mountains again, and there'll be no shortage of meat for you, understand? You've got to fill out and look pretty. Life's hard, but it'll get better and better. As she took the meat, our palms touched, and it was like a jolt of electricity, a shiver running through us both. Zhang Qin lifted her head, those eyes moist and limpid, on the verge of tears, and answered softly, I understand, brother-in-law. That one brother-in-law hit like a buff. My gaze turned hot, and I could barely resist gathering her into me. If we'd been inside, I'd have taken my sister-in-law's hand right then. But Zhang Qin was thin-skinned, and I couldn't push my luck. This had to go slow. Besides, Zhao Lei wasn't dead yet, still lying inside. I couldn't very well cross the line right in front of a husband. That'd be too much like a beast. How's Zhao Lei doing? I still cared about this. Taking on a second man was normal enough, but it was shameful all the same, and word getting out was no good for anyone's name. Still bedridden. Zhang Qin gave a bitter smile. He probably won't make it through the winter. I nodded quietly. Made sense. Half his body paralyzed, his parents lost in the mountains, dealt that double blow to body and spirit. Holding on this long was no small thing. I was about to leave when a voice came from inside. Is that Dong? Zhao Lei's voice was somewhat weak. It's me, coming in now. I told Zhang Qin to go cook and treat herself well, then walked inside. Zhao Lei lay on the Kong, gaunt now, little flesh left on his face. We'd never been close growing up, but we got along. Seeing him like this, I sighed. Lei. Zhao Lei gripped my hand. Dong, having you take on the second man arrangement. I'm the one who had Xiaoqin bring it up. My luck's just bad. It's not on Xiaoqin. Don't mind the things folks in the village say. It's my family that's dragged her down. Dong, I don't think I've got much longer. Can I ask something of you? He looked at me, pleading. Go on. My heart was heavy. You and Xiaoqin, could you wait until after I'm gone? I know it's selfish, but if you two do it now, I really can't take it. Zhao Lei's face was full of pain. This, I promise you. Put that way, how could I refuse? Thank you, Dong. Zhao Lei sank weakly back onto the Kong, staring at the ceiling. Seeing he wasn't up for talking more, I walked out into the yard. The moment I stepped out, I saw Zhang Qin leaning by the window, listening. Seeing me come out, her face went panicked. Sis, brother-in-law. Her tone stammered a little. I went over and took her hand, comforting her. You've had it hard. Zhang Qin's eyes reddened at once, tears falling, her voice catching. Seeing no one around, I lightly kissed her tear-streaked cheek, my heart pounding. She was struck as if by lightning, staring at me dumbly. Live on, try hard, and come stroll over to my place when you've got nothing to do. In a couple of days I'll go hunting in the mountains again. Look at you, such a pretty face gone thin from hunger. I've got to bring you more meat to build you back up. I'm off. I didn't linger. Zhao Lei wasn't dead yet, and if I stayed too long I feared he might get twisted up and end himself. Back home, my old man Lin Qingshan had already returned, sitting inside smoking his dry pipe. Seeing me come in, he spoke coldly, laced with sarcasm. Oh, aren't you capable, going and hunting a big tusker? The moment he opened his mouth, no one else in the house, Zhang Yu included, dared make a sound. They knew the old man was about to lecture his son. It's just that second uncle's snare wounded the tusker's leg, so I lucked into it. I gave a dry laugh, not daring to talk back. Don't be fooled that my old man just worked at the forestry station. His skill at hunting was famous far and wide. Otherwise the family couldn't have kept dogs all these years, or kept a Type 56 semi-automatic around. You. Lin Qingshan stared at me. If it weren't for you being married already, I'd have made you understand today exactly why the flowers bloom so red. In the Northeast, a father beating his son is only right and proper, especially someone like me, barely 20 and hunting a tusker on my own. If I weren't married, breaking my legs would have been fair. But once you're married, he couldn't lash out carelessly. That'd shame the son before his wife and cost him the future head of household's authority. All he could do was reason with me. Cough. Well, I'm married already, aren't I? And today was pure coincidence. Any other time, if you told me to go hunt one, I wouldn't dare. Without you and Uncle Dashi leading the way, where would I get the nerve? I laid on all the sweet words. Living a life over, seeing my old man again, my eyes went faintly damp. In my last life, after the state confiscated the guns, hunters couldn't go into the mountains, and to feed the family, I had to head south for work, never making anything of myself for years. My wife and kids were mostly raised by my parents, and year after year, I couldn't save much money. I'd failed my wife and kids, and failed my parents too. Back then, the family leaned entirely on the Wongs and other folks in the village. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so generous sharing meat. Later, I got into a spat with someone out there, got hit on the head with a brick, and then woke into this era all over again. I secretly swore that in this life I'd give my family a good life, never wanting for food or clothes. On what? On the endless Shingon range behind us, of course. In those days, whether bear gall or fine pelts, the state-run store paid well. Fine pelt meant sable. Decent quality fetched 1,000 some yuan easily. Bear gall went without saying. Even grass gall was worth several hundred. Bear gall split into grass gall and copper gall, differing in color but worlds apart in price. And the great mountains held ginseng and deer antler too, all waiting for me to unearth. Hearing my sweet talk, Lin Qingshan finally gave his pipe a light tap. Good that you've got sense. It's autumn already, won't be long till winter, and you're likely to run into black bears in the mountains. Don't go reckless. He paused, then added, remember this, always take dogs into the mountains, understand? He knew I'd had big ideas since I was small, and with no job now, idle all day between the busy farming seasons, there was no reining me in. Even if he locked up the gun, I could run off and borrow one from another family. Better to let me take our own Type 56 semi-automatic, at least it was safer. I know, don't worry, I've got sense. Zhou Hong had long since finished the meat, and the whole family ate in warm, happy spirits. Right, where's that Xiaoqing girl? You didn't call her over together? What? Are you all so short on this bit of meat? Lin Qingshan stared coldly at this good-for-nothing of a son. Doesn't even know to look after his sister-in-law. What use is he? Dad, Dong already took some meat over to Xiaoqing. Even if we called her, she probably wouldn't come. Zhang Yu hurried to cover for me. Find that girl. Lin Qingshan shot me another look, exasperated that I wouldn't shape up. Married for how long now? And the daughter-in-law's belly still showed no signs. If that didn't work out, well, let that Xiaoqing girl come try too. In the countryside, a family without a thriving line of descendants gets bullied. Zhou Hong and Lin Qingshan traded a glance and said no more. The second-man arrangement didn't sound good spoken aloud, but luckily Zhang Qin and Zhang Yu were sisters, which made it fitting, and outsiders wouldn't have much to yap about. After the meal, someone knocked at the yard gate. My little sister Lin Han, 12 years old, ran out to open it. There were 5 in my household, Mom and Dad, me, Lin Han, and my elder sister Lin Hui, who was already married off. All told, the family was short on menfolk, but with the Wongs to lean on, no one in the village dared look down on us. Dad, Mom, it's Uncle Wu Changjiang. Lin Han hollered. We quickly rose to greet him. Uncle, what brings you here? Wu Changjiang wasn't kin to us, but the old man had been close with my grandfather back in the day, sworn brothers, the kind unrelated by blood who pledge brotherhood. Heard you bagged 2 boars today, so I came for a chat, that's all. Wu Changjiang didn't stand on ceremony, coming in and settling right onto the Kong. Uncle, which cuts do you want? I'll bring you a few pieces. I made to head for the cellar. No need. I came to find you because I want you to go into the mountains with me tomorrow. Uncle, what's this about? Lin Qingshan didn't understand. Wu Changjiang told the story. A few days back, he'd run into several boars in the mountains. He'd had a few dogs with him then, and 2 got gored by the boars, one dying on the spot beyond saving. Later, the dogs went chasing after the boars, but old as he was, he couldn't keep up, fell too far behind, and couldn't call them back. In the end, 3 of his 4 dogs died, leaving only one big blue-gray dog named Blue Dragon. The dogs Uncle Wu had raised so carefully were mostly lost on that mountain. Unwilling to let it go, he wanted to go back up and take revenge for his dogs. But with no dogs left in hand and his stamina failing, when he heard today that the Lin family's boy had gone out and bagged a tusker, come into his own, he figured he'd take me up the mountain. Uncle, you mean to take this boy on a drive hunt? Hunting boar. Lin Qingshan knit his brow, his gaze flickering. That's right, Qingshan, don't worry. With me watching over him, and your family's few fine dogs, there won't be any trouble. If I weren't so old, I'd have just taken dogs up myself. Besides, your boy's been going up the mountain with you since he was 14 or 15, been handling a gun 2 or 3 years now, and today's business already shows he's come into his own. The old man urged. A good hunter has to be trained. Dong's got talent. It shouldn't go to waste. Lin Qingshan thought it over seriously and could only agree. All right then, old man, be careful up there. He added, son, take that Wang heir along tomorrow too, so you can look out for each other. Will do. I let out a breath, having feared he wouldn't let me go up the mountain. If this trip brought another big haul, my old man probably wouldn't stop me from hunting big game after that. Then, Lin boy, come early tomorrow. Your 3 dogs aren't hurt, are they? If not, bring them all along. Not hurt, I'll bring them all tomorrow. Wu Changjiang left soon after. I ran over to the Wang household too and called on Wang heir to head into the mountains together in the morning. Enduring the ache all over his body, he quickly agreed. Hunting the boars today had given him a boost of pride, and he figured if he succeeded again tomorrow, he'd ask his old man to let him practice with a gun. That night, Zhang Yu and I lay together on the Kong, chatting, and only then got around to today's events. What did Xiaoqin say? Zhang Yu hadn't gone over to ask that evening. She didn't say much, but Zhao Lei talked to me. I told her what Zhao Lei had said. Humph, at least he's got some conscience, knowing to worry about Xiaoqin getting through life. Zhang Yu looked at me, her gaze like water. You brought back 2 boars today, that's really amazing. Full of admiration, she rested her head on my chest. It's all right. I'll hunt more game from now on, and there's no telling when I might bag a black bear. When that happens, I'll use the bear gall money to buy you a few bolts of cloth to make new clothes. I felt Zhang Yu had lived a hard life following me. No need. So long as you come home safe and sound, I'm more than content. Zhang Yu shook her head, eyes like autumn water. That won't do. New clothes are still worth wearing. Isn't hunting in the mountains all for you? I smiled. Since when did you get so smooth-tongued? Zhang Yu rolled her eyes at me, her palm running over my abs. Why do I remember your abs not being this defined before? Maybe I just trained them up all at once today? I laughed it off. You wretch, not a word of truth out of your mouth. No truth on my mouth, but there's truth in my body. I kissed her once and rolled over on top of her. Tonight I'd let her know just what an enhanced constitution beast felt like. A full 2 hours and more later, Zhang Yu lay there like a puddle of mud. Did you eat mountain ginseng up in the hills today, this fierce? Her voice trembled, her legs weak. Mountain ginseng, the great tonic, with some special curative effects too. It took me 2 hours before she thought I'd eaten ginseng. Some other day I'll dig up a few roots and bring them back, let you experience it again. If she hadn't been so utterly worn out, I'd have gone for another 100 rounds. What nonsense, you'll be the death of me. Zhang Yu was used to reserve and could hardly bear such talk. Haha. I grinned foolishly. All right, hurry and sleep. I've got the mountain tomorrow. You know you've got the mountain and still carry on like this, shameless. Early the next morning, Zhang Yu got up and fed the dogs. By the time I rose, she'd already gathered everything I'd need for the mountains, ready for me to just grab. I made you some sticky bean buns too. They keep hunger off well. Zhang Yu said thoughtfully. Sticky bean buns are a northeastern snack, also called yellow bean buns. They do keep hunger away, but eaten on an empty stomach, they're rather hard on it. Thank you, wife. With a good wife like this, I figured I must have saved the world 2 lifetimes ago. I kissed her, bound up my leggings, and called on Wang heir. Wang heir came to the gate holding his gear, walking a little unsteadily. What happened to you? I asked, knowing full well. Brother, quit it, as if you don't know what's wrong with me. Wang heir's face was practically green. Little brother, didn't you used to boast you were more capable than me? Doesn't look like it to me. I laughed heartily. That's for sure. You're capable, all right? Who told you to be my big brother? Wang heir completely gave in. Fine. Quit yapping. Into the mountains. As I bound my leggings, White Dragon sensed his master was headed for the mountains and circled restlessly in his pen. Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon were the same, thrilled. Silly dogs, don't rush. I'm taking you all along. The mountains are your battlefield. Wife, we're off. Be careful. Don't worry. Wait for your man's triumphant return. At the village entrance, the two of us saw Uncle Wu waiting with a big blue-gray dog. Day had just broken, and Uncle Wu smiled, surprised. Didn't expect you young fellows to be up so early. Any later, and I'd have gone to your homes to call you. Blue Dragon, in Uncle Wu's hand, had worked with White Dragon and the others before and wasn't skittish. None of the dogs made to fight, just sniffed each other over. White Dragon sniffed Blue Dragon's rump now and then, and Blue Dragon sniffed at White Dragon and Yellow Dragon's rumps too. That counted as saying hello. Uncle, this Blue Dragon of yours is a pincer dog, isn't he? I'd worked with Uncle Wu when I went up the mountain with my dad before, and had seen how Blue Dragon performed, fierce indeed, a fine pincer dog, though I couldn't recall exactly what year it was. Right, a pincer dog. Just a shame his nose isn't great, he's a low-nosed one. If he were a high-nosed dog, he might have made a lead dog, though still no match for your White Dragon. Uncle Wu smiled. Your White Dragon's name rings loud in our village, and even in our whole forestry region, no dog compares. Your grandfather went to special trouble to have someone bring him from the southwest. I asked, could someone still be asked to fetch one now? Uncle Wu shook his head. No chance. That fellow left our forestry region long ago, moved away. Pity. I truly felt it was a shame. Chassis hounds were this fierce. Fetch a male to pair with White Dragon, and the bloodline could stay pure. Add in the northeastern forest environment, and in 2 generations at most, the chassis hound would be absolutely ferocious. All right, from here to Blue Dragon Gully is over 2 hours yet. Let's hustle. Then let's go. Leading the dogs, I asked, Uncle, we're going to Blue Dragon Gully this time? Right. Uncle Wu's tone was stern. Right up on the ridge of Blue Dragon Gully, those boars gored 3 of my dogs. Dong, I'm old. I might not keep up later. You seize your chances and shoot when you should shoot. He turned to look at Wang Er. You young fellow, why are you walking with a limp? Wang Er's face was all bitterness. Worn out like that yesterday. Of course he'd limp today, but once he shook it off he'd be fine. I explained, and Uncle Wu nodded with a laugh. Wang Er, how come your family still hasn't let you handle a gun? Guess my dad's worried I'll cause an accident. Wang Er sulked. He sure envied Dong's shooting. Haha, you behave yourself today, stay steady. If nothing goes wrong, I'll pay your family a visit later myself and have a word with your dad. Get him to agree to let you handle a gun. Uncle Wu said, a man with a gun in the mountains has more nerve. How does the saying go? Hold a sharp weapon and the urge to kill rises on its own. But going into the mountains without a gun, when you hit danger, that's when it's truly dangerous. It's my uncle who talks sense. Wang Er agreed heartily. The 3 of us took over 2 hours to reach Blue Dragon Gully. Uncle Wu was old indeed, and by the time we arrived he was faintly winded. Uncle, want to rest a bit? I suggested. No need. Hunting's about starting early, not late. We're about to climb the ridge, so take it easy up there. That family of boars is 4 or 5 head, probably somewhere near the ridge line. What's a ridge line? The mountain spine. Following the spine into the mountains saves effort. Otherwise, climbing up gullies and down slopes wears you out, and standing on the spine gives a wide view too. All right. Seeing Uncle Wu could still hold up, I said no more. Otherwise, the old man would think we were tired of him dragging us down. His admitting his age was one thing. Others couldn't actually call him old. And he was an elder, deserving respect. At the ridge line, Uncle Wu swept his eyes around. This hour, those boars should be out foraging. Lately, they've been circling this stretch. The words had barely left him when the 4 dogs suddenly stirred. But the wind was against us now, and Blue Dragon, Yellow Dragon, and Black Dragon turned this way and that, unable to fix a direction. White Dragon gave a sniff, then rooted toward a hollow below the ridge line, wanting to run. Uncle Wu marveled. Hunting really does call for a good nose. White Dragons caught the boar's trail. Boy, let the rope go. We'll go by your word. I was excited too, leaning on White Dragon more and more. With a dog like this, why fear not finding game? Wang Er was thrilled too. His legs no longer sore, his back no longer aching. Release the dogs. Will do. The 4 dogs were let loose together. White Dragon barked twice to signal the others to follow, and the dogs bolted toward the low hollow. Before long, the barking changed, clearly locked onto the boars, engaged in the fight. Uncle Wu said quickly, you 2 get over there fast, I'll follow. Strike when you should strike. The 2 of us rushed toward the barking. Let's work up along the ridge line. The boars, chased by the dogs, will most likely run for high ground, so we'll head up front to cut them off. Wang Er blinked. Brother, if there's a whole bunch of them and we block them out front, won't that be trouble? Fool, we set up an ambush, and if the boars charge over in a frenzy, we climb a tree. Climbing a tree is a fine choice against a boar's charge. But run into a black bear and climbing a tree is pure suicide. You've got to circle and run. With the means, you build up a fire and circle around it, then find a chance to finish it. Without the means, and unable to kill it, then you can only be killed by it. The two of us worked up along the ridge line and saw a total of 5 boars. One of them a young yellow hare around 200 pounds already locked down by the 4 dogs. White Dragon and the 3 others, chasing and fighting at once. The other boars bolted up the ridge without a backward glance. But the slope was a bit steep, so their pace slowed. Brother, damn, they look like they're coming our way. Wang'er was scared stiff. Aside from the young yellow hare pinned by the 4 dogs, of the remaining 4 there was another tusker, roughly 400 pounds and more, frighteningly huge. It charged head down with 3 young yellow hares in tow. Running up the ridge, the lead tusker gave a sniff and made a snorting, huffing sound, seeming to hesitate about climbing the ridge line. The boars were now over 200 meters from me. Get your thrusting knife ready and climb a tree the moment you need to. I hid behind a big tree, raised my gun, and took distant aim at one of the young yellow hares. Over 200 meters was actually fine. A true master could hit at 300 or 400. But past 300, the boar's about the size of the front sight, and whether a shot lands comes down to skill as much as luck. I'd handled guns for years in my past life, and after the last rehab training plus the attribute point boost, I had confidence even beyond 300 meters. The Type 56 semi-automatic had an effective range of 400 to 600 meters. Just then the tusker seemed to notice something. Its snorting grew abruptly louder, and it actually wheeled and ran toward the slope to the front left, no longer heading our way. The other 3 young yellow hares blindly followed it. Wang'er panicked, regretting he had no gun in hand just then. Otherwise, he could have helped bring down one. Now all 4 were fleeing, and even with a semi-automatic, Dong couldn't possibly keep them all at once. Damn, a boar's nose really is sharp. Seeing the boars had already run to about 300 meters, I didn't hesitate. Already aimed, I drew a deep breath and abruptly squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang. 3 shots cracked out almost in the same instant. I fired twice, both trained on the 3 young yellow hares. The third shot, I whipped my head around, was fired by Uncle Wu, who'd finally caught up. His number 16 hooded barrel gun was planted but to the ground, his gaze fixed on the direction of the boars. 3 young yellow hares dropped at the reports. I was stunned. One shot had actually punched clean through a young yellow hare's neck and struck a second. The other had gone in through the flank of the abdomen, hitting a third roughly through the lung. 2 shots, 3 boars. Uncle Wu's shot had been aimed at the tusker, the very culprit that had wounded his 3 dogs. Of course he hated it to the bone. A hunter of several decades, his marksmanship went without saying. The number 16 hooded barrel gun was single shot, but its power was greater. At about 300 meters, one shot went in at an angle through the tusker's ear, the bullet bursting inside its head. That boar's skull was probably beyond saving. Damn, brother, a double kill in 1 shot. Your marksmanship is out of this world. You're the gun god in my heart. Wang'er admired me to the depths of his being, his reverence like a great flowing river without end. I knew perfectly well this was pure luck. The young yellow hares had fled in a panic, and at the instant I fired, 2 happened to run into a straight line, which was what made this 2-with-1 coincidence possible. The waves behind push the waves before, and the waves before die on the shore. The younger generation is to be feared, to be feared. Uncle Wu came over, his face full of feeling. Uncle, don't praise me too hard. I just got lucky. I was endlessly modest. Wu Changjiang shook his head. Firing a shot is a thing that comes from a flash of the spirit. Luck is part of ability too. You bagged the boars, so that's your ability. Still, good thing I came in time. That tusker finally died by my hand, avenging those few dogs. He caught his breath slightly and glared at Wang'er. You boy, what are you standing around for? Go gut them. Waiting for the boars to turn rank? Watch yourself while gutting. The moment anything's off, come toward us right away. Don't throw yourself heart and soul into the gutting, understand? Wang'er's face was full of grievance, but he could only answer honestly, I understand, and headed off toward the boars with his tools. Dong, let's go. The 2 of us will finish off the young yellow hare down below. Wu Changjiang smiled. Good thing I brought 4 dogs today, otherwise we might not have held that one. Following the barking, the 2 of us went down off the ridge into the hollow. The young yellow hare was indeed pinned, tingling with the 4 dogs. Its body was bitten with many wounds, a wretched sight. Around 200 pounds, it truly couldn't stand against 4 dogs. The dogs could have worn it down to death eventually, but that would take too long, and the dogs risked getting hurt, so I didn't mean to wait. I picked up the thrusting knife I'd set out before climbing the mountain and approached the young yellow hare. Wu Changjiang smiled. Boy, you shouldn't need my hand with this young yellow hare, eh? I shook my head. No need. As I spoke, I'd already reached the dogs. Seeing his master step up, White Dragon immediately barked twice, meaning to launch the all-out attack. Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon switched from surrounding it to pouncing onto the young yellow hare, set to bite the ears and clamp the pincers. Once those two clamped on and pulled it steady, Blue Dragon would grab hold anywhere, White Dragon would bite a hind leg, and the young yellow hare would go down, giving me the chance to drive a knife into its neck and bleed it. But this young yellow hare seemed to have gone mad. Seizing that moment, it suddenly charged at me, as if feeling no pain, bent on dragging me down to hell with it. And it actually made the charge stick. Hunting's like that, an accident possible at any moment. A boar of over 200 pounds plus those razor tusks, once it pounced and gored me, would surely mean death or grave injury. Especially at such close range, my thrusting knife was too long to bring to bear in time. Uncle Wu's face changed sharply. This is bad, he shouted wildly. Dong, careful. Up on the ridge, Wang Er saw it too, eyes flung wide. Brother Dong. I was utterly calm just then, but furious too. I wanted to give you a clean death, and you refused. Why force my hand? The instant the young yellow hare pounced, I sidestepped and slipped its attack. Too close for the 2-meter-handled thrusting knife to be any use. I gritted my teeth and simply flung it aside. My two palms were like iron hoops, actually clamping straight onto the young yellow hare's neck. A terrifying strength seemed to burst through my whole body, and with one heave I forcibly wrestled it down and pinned it to the ground, legs up in the air. The young yellow hare actually couldn't move, couldn't break free, guarding their master. The 4 dogs came racing over like they'd gone mad, biting down hard on every vital spot, hauling from several directions, and the young yellow hare had even less chance to resist. I reached out and snatched up the 2-meter and more thrusting knife, veins bulging along my arm. Gripping the handle, my face still calm, I knelt on one knee, my left hand clamping the boar's head, veins standing out one by one along my arm and the back of my hand, and drove the thrusting knife hard into the neck. The tip went straight into the heart. The knife went in white, came out red. The boar squealed, a jet of blood spurting from its neck. With each heartbeat it ebbed, and within seconds it went still, the blood gradually lessening, then motionless. Young yellow hare. Dead. Wu Changjiang hurried over, and after seeing what I'd done, his face went slack. You boy, you've truly gone mad. Wrestling a boar down with human strength alone and killing it with one thrust. Nobody in our Pingan village has done such a thing in decades. You've made a legend. Even a 200-pound farm hog takes 3 or 4 people heaving together to put it down, let alone a boar. Yet I'd killed this one here practically by my own strength alone. Wang Er scrambled over, tumbling as he ran, adrenaline surging, and dropped to one knee, gasping. Oh mama, brother, you scared me to death. I thought you were a goner. I glanced at him and laughed helplessly. Get moving, hurry and gut those boars. Uncle, you go too, or they'll turn rank soon. Save the talk for later. Wu Changjiang nodded, gave Wang Er a pat, and led him off to gut the others. I finished my end quickly, gutting as usual, feeding the dogs, hanging the intestines in a tree, honoring the mountain god. One young yellow hare's innards weren't enough for 4 dogs, and they were still eager for more. I hoisted the 100 and many tens of pounds young yellow hare and headed straight toward them. Seeing this display of mine, Uncle Wu smiled wryly. That Qingshan boy still worried it wasn't safe for you to go into the mountains alone. The way I see it, when you go into the mountains, it's the animals up here who aren't safe. Your brute strength is greater than a boar's. Without a witness, nobody would believe you if you told them. Huh, Uncle, you mustn't tell anyone, or people will think I, Lin Dong, am bragging. Let's just keep this in our hearts. I quickly had him hold off. All right. The 3 of us kept gutting, dealing with the boar offal and intestines. The 4 dogs ate their fill, bellies round, all lying on the ground. Blue Dragon even started snoring, thoroughly content. Black Dragon and Yellow Dragon, though resting too, were more alert. I looked over the dogs. White Dragon, Blue Dragon, and Black Dragon were all fine. Yellow Dragon had been gored once, the skin torn, flesh and blood turned out, but no fundamental harm, and the bleeding had already stopped. Back home, some medicine rubbed on, an anti-inflammatory shot, and a week or so of rest, and it'd heal up. Ding. Congratulations, host, You have killed a 274-pound boar and received 3 special attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have killed a 232-pound boar and received 2 special attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have killed a 253-pound boar and received 3 special attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have killed a 185-pound boar and received 2 special attribute points. I started a little surprised. All 4 I'd killed were young yellow hares, adding up to right around 1,000 pounds, netting exactly 10 points. But this month's 5 were already maxed, and to keep adding I'd have to wait for next month. At least I finally had some reserve attribute points now, which was a comfort. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your special attribute points have accumulated to 10. The system store is now open. The host may use special attribute points to purchase special goods within the system. Purchased items are placed in the system warehouse and can be taken out at any time. My heart leapt with joy. I hadn't expected the store and warehouse to appear. I just didn't know whether the system could open up a space to hold game. Unfortunately, it couldn't. I checked the store. For now, only 3 items were listed. Special anti-inflammatory medicine. For both humans and animals, internal and external, use 1 special attribute point per bottle. Nutritional stamina serum. 2 bottles, 1 special attribute point. High precision. High burst rounds compatible with any firearm. 20 per belt. 2 special attribute points. Note: to use these rounds, the firearm must be enhanced with special attribute points. I was rather pleased. All 3 were fine things. The anti-inflammatory could save the lives of men and dogs. The nutritional stamina serum could replenish energy and calories, a lifesaver when there was nothing to eat in the wild. The rounds went without saying, boosting precision and damage. It was as if made to measure for me. The system meant for me to run wild out here. Just as I was rejoicing, White Dragon suddenly rose from the ground, looking toward the other side of the ridge line, and let out barks. The moment White Dragon barked, Blue Dragon, Black Dragon, and Yellow Dragon all stood up too, gazing warily up toward the ridge, barking away. But for the moment, they didn't dare go up, and something felt off. Brother, what's going on? White Dragon and the others don't dare go over. This might be the first time we've hit a situation like this. Calmly, I looked toward the old forest up on the high ridge. There seemed to be something behind those giant trees, dimly, oddly frightening. Faintly, I made out something that seemed to be hiding behind one of the big trees, watching me, even waving at me like a person. Its build was rather human too. From a distance, it was simply eerie. The distance was at least 600 meters, more, and there was no making out what was in there. That little shadow was smaller than the front sight. The gun had no scope, and in the old forest with poor light, all I could see was a vague small dot. The dogs barked more fiercely, even with a tendency to charge over. Tie all the dogs up for me, so they don't run off. If they do, there'll be trouble. Anything that could make even White Dragon sense danger was surely no good thing. Wang Er quickly tied up all 4 dogs, and after finishing was still full of confusion. What in the world could be up on that high ridge that leaves them both excited and afraid? If I'm not wrong, probably a black bear, and very possibly a bear king. But once the dogs barked, that bear king should have left. I'd looked from afar and could only make out a vague shadow, unable to be sure what it was. Bear King. Wang Er jumped in fright. Bear King, as the name suggests, is the overlord among bears. By weight, only a black bear of at least 1,000 pounds earns the title. There's another explanation too, that locals pronounce brown bear as Bear King, and over time it stuck. But either way, it means the same thing. Boy, are you really certain there's a Bear King up on the high ridge? If so, this whole area is likely to be dangerous from now on. Wu Changjiang's brow abruptly knit. Uncle, surely it won't come to that. We've got 4 dogs and 2 guns here. That Bear King shouldn't come charging down. Though I was a decent little hunting hand in my past life, I'd never killed a Bear King, let alone this overlord among bears. Come to that, surely not. We don't provoke it, and it'll withdraw on its own. Wu Changjiang thought a moment, then fired a shot straight toward the high ridge. You two quit dawdling. Hurry and see to the boar meat. Carry back as much as you can. In this autumn, leave a boar here one night and it'll spoil. He was old and hadn't hunted in a while, so out of practice and on in years, his last trip leading a few dogs up the mountain had ended with all of them wrecked by boars. If I were 10 years younger, I'd lead you two to go kill that bear thing. Wu Changjiang wore the look of a hero past his prime, forced to yield to his age. Woof woof, woof woof. Just then barking came from the other side of the ridge line. Somebody there? Along with the barking, A person's questioning voice carried over. Someone's there. As we spoke, we saw a person coming up over the mountain saddle from the other side. It's third brother Yuan. Seeing who it was, I gave a greeting, my expression somewhat cold. The newcomer was called Yuan Kuei. By relation, he was the son of a distant relative on Zhou maternal side, so we could count as cousins of a sort, though the connection was about as remote as it gets. He was from Pingan village too. My dislike for him came entirely from my past life. Back then I was 27 or 28, already fairly well known for hunting in Pingan village, and Yuan Kuei was 35 or 36. That winter he came to me saying he'd take me to kill a bear in its den, a tree den at that. A tree den is when a black bear holes up in a tree hollow for the winter. A ground den is one hidden in a stone cave or a burrow. There were 3 of us that time, plus another from Pingan village called Jiang Ping, Yuan Kuei's brother-in-law. We agreed to kill the bear in its den, cut out the gall, sell it, and split 3 ways. At first the cooperation went fine. Building the fire, poking the pole into the tree hollow, no problems. The trouble came when the bear came out of the den. The plan had me standing above the tree hollow with a hatchet. When the bear climbed out, it'd be blocked by the pole jammed in the hollow, exposing only its head. With one foot on a tree fork and the other pressed on Jiang Ping's shoulder for leverage, I only had to bring the hatchet down fast, sure, and hard, and it'd be done. But before the bear's head even poked out, the moment it saw me up there, it suddenly let out an explosive roar. A bear's roar is no small thing. Someone who hasn't weathered it a few times, hearing it for the first time, is guaranteed to freeze up, their blood circulation choked. The timid ones wet themselves on the spot and go home sick for 3 days. I wasn't scared and was set to give it a hatchet blow, but that coward Jiang Ping shuddered in fright and jostled me off. Before I could land the strike, I went tumbling down. The bear went mad, and with a few rams the pole jammed crosswise in the hollow was forced snapping apart. Jiang Ping and Yuan Kuei were terrified, and without a thought for me, they turned and ran. Winter wasn't far along yet, and the bear's body fat hadn't been much consumed. This one was at least 700 pounds, plenty menacing. Once the bear hit the ground, I just scrambled up and hidden behind a tree, feeling for the gun I'd left there. It charged straight for Jiang Ping and Yuan Kuei, and with a few bounds scooped Jiang Ping into its embrace with one paw, dragged him over, and sat down on him. Jiang Ping screamed, "Brother-in-law, save me." Yuan Kuei couldn't very well abandon his brother-in-law there, and just then spotting me behind the tree, he shouted at me, "Dong, how can you stand by and watch a man die? Where's your decency?" I'm a decent sort, or you could say back then I was a bit foolish, so I really did raise the gun and fire a shot over. But that shout of Yuan Kuei's made the bear turn, and the shot hit its shoulder. Enraged, the bear came running my way. I circled the fire, trying to give Yuan Kuei and them a chance to finish it. At its closest to me, it was truly 2 or 3 meters off, and I didn't dare even turn to shoot. And then, damn it, my tongue was nearly hanging out from running. But what I saw was Yuan Kuei helping his brother-in-law down the mountain. I was half dead with rage. Who the hell was the one without decency here? Luckily, there was a pit in the ground just then, and the bear tripped over it. I hadn't dropped the gun, so I feinted a shot, shifted position, and blew its head open with 1 round. Even so, back home I was so shaken I fell sick for 3 days. After I blew the Bear King's head open with 1 shot back then, I was so shaken that I picked up the gun and fired a shot at Yuan Kuei and Jiang Ping from afar. It was too far then, the 2 of them already helping each other along 800 meters off, and with me rattled and my hands still trembling, that shot didn't graze even skin. They ran off faster. That time I came away with a big copper gall, that bear gall nearly the size of a child's head. Of the money it later sold for, I didn't split them a single cent, and gave them not 1 pound of the bear meat. That night, once Lin Qingshan found out, he said nothing, just took up the Type 56 semi-automatic and headed straight for Yuan Kuei's house. If folks along the way hadn't seen something was wrong and followed, forcibly wrapping their arms around Lin Qingshan, that night would have roused even the village chief. Even so, Lin Qingshan emptied a magazine and blew Yuan Kuei's front gate to splinters. Not a soul in the Yuan house dared make a sound, all scared witless. That day Lin Qingshan truly meant to kill. Afterward, Yuan Kuei and Jiang Ping's names were ruined too. In any case, nobody dared go up the mountain with them again. And today these 2 enemies had gathered together. Yuan Kuei and Jiang Ping were both here, leading 5 dogs. Grandpa Wu's here too. Seeing my cold attitude, Yuan Kuei found it baffling, and didn't care to press a warm face against a cold rump. "Oh, Grandpa Wu, you all did well today. These boars together must net near 1,000 pounds, and there are some young yellow hairs too. Did you avenge those dogs of yours? Yuan Kuei had heard about Grandpa Wu's affair, living close by. Avenged them. Wu Changjiang nodded, then glanced again at the old forest up on the high ridge. Grandpa Wu, you fired just now. What were you shooting at? Yuan Kuei was curious. He'd come today also for the boars Grandpa Wu had mentioned, but the boars had already been taken by Lin Dong and the others, so it was a wasted trip. He'd have to bag some roe deer, pheasants, and hares later to make do. Shooting at a bear king. I suddenly spoke up. Up on that high ridge, a big bear king flashed by just now, but we'd only just finished up, so we didn't dare chase. I'm a man who repays every grudge. Killing someone outright, that's going too far, but with the pit dug here, if Yuan Kuei jumps in himself, he can't blame me for being ruthless. And even if Yuan Kuei didn't fall in the pit, if it really was a bear king, at least it could wreck those few dogs in his hands and vent some of my spite. Bear king. Yuan Kuei's expression turned excited. There's really a bear king? To them, a bear king was cold hard cash in stacks. Bear gall sold for at least 1,000 some, and even grass gall for several hundred. In an era when a worker's monthly wage was commonly a few tens to 100, it was worth 2 or 3 years of work. Bagging boars, hares, and foolish roe deer was a good thing for the table, adding meat, but the state-run store didn't buy them, so you could only eat them yourself. Bear gall and fine pelts, though, could be sold for money. How could someone who ran the mountains year-round not be tempted? I nodded with certainty. There really is. I saw a shadow way off, at least 700 pounds more. This autumn, packing on more fat, it'll surely go past 1,000 pounds. Then this chance can't be missed. Brother, Grandpa Wu, how about we go together? If we bag that bear king, we split the gall money among us, and everyone gets a good share. Yuan Kuei had only meant to call on Lin Dong, but Wang Er and Grandpa Wu were both here, and they'd spotted it first, so not calling them in would have seemed indecent. Grandpa Wu glanced at me and gave a slight shake of his head. I'm old. This trip into the mountains was just for revenge, no mind for hunting a bear king. If you two have it, then go on ahead. He was certain these two brothers wouldn't go with Yuan Kuei. Wang Er, though, looked at me excitedly, all but ready to grab a gun and charge up right then. If we go, what about the boar meat here? Just leave it? I gave Yuan Kuei an apologetic glance and shook my head. Third brother, we've got to see to these boars of ours. Leaving them here would be a waste. You go take that bear king yourselves. If you bag it, no need to split us a single cent. I reminded him. Third brother, if you're going to hunt it, you'd better hurry. I don't know where that bear king ran off to either. You'll have to search on your own. No matter, we'll go ourselves then. You've all worked hard, brother. The two of them, Yuan Kuei and Jiang Ping, couldn't wait, and with that headed straight up the high ridge. Brother, didn't you say before you couldn't see clearly? How come now you say you saw it was a bear king? Wang Er wasn't stupid, but having been with me the whole time, he had no idea of the grudge between me and Yuan Kuei, so there was no question of me deliberately deceiving him. I did see there was a bear king. I'm just certain of it now. I said nothing more. I couldn't spell out the grudge. If Wang Er's mouth wasn't tight, and it leaked out, I'd make an enemy of someone. As for mentioning it just now, if Yuan Kuei came to grief in the old forest, it couldn't be blamed on us. Yuan Kuei would even have to thank me for the tip. There really is one. Wang Er muttered. Then why'd you tell them? We could just come hunt it ourselves another day. Quit yapping. These boars still can't stuff your mouth shut. Get moving. I gave Wang Er a smack on the back of the head. Load up about 300 pounds on my pole for me. 400's actually fine too, but these branches aren't treated, they can't take that much. Make up a few more loads. We'll first get the stuff down the mountain, then find people back in the village to carry it. Will do. Wang Er did his work without cutting corners, saying one and meaning one. The 5 boars killed this time were roughly 1,400 pounds live weight, yielding 800 or 900 pounds of meat, not quite 1,000. A boar's meat yield isn't as high as a farm hog's, and 60% is already decent. This much weight we could just barely haul back ourselves. Over 1,000 pounds, and we'd have to turn back to the village for an ox cart. Relying on man and ox alone, we'd be waiting till the year of the monkey. Especially since later I'd be killing black bears, which readily ran 700 or 800 pounds and more. Load one up for me too. 100 some pounds is fine. Mustn't make it too heavy. Will do. Wang Er understood the social graces and deliberately made Grandpa Wu's load a little light. Grandpa Wu saw it and said nothing. Dong, did you really see the bear king? Grandpa Wu hesitated, then asked. I saw it. I nodded. Even if they beat me to death now, I'd grit my teeth and say I saw it. In any case, whether there really was a bear king on the mountain, probably only White Dragon knew. Good that you saw it. I think I saw something too, up in the old forest on that high ridge just now. With one sentence, Grandpa Wu settled the matter. Wang Er's head was pure mush. What was going on? Did the two of them really see it? Why hadn't he seen so much as a hair? Had these two reached some silent understanding? I smiled and said nothing. The moment Grandpa Wu said that, it meant he was willing to back me up. There really was a bear king up on that high ridge, not a groundless rumor. If Yuan Kuei and them ran into trouble, it couldn't be blamed on us, since they'd been told in advance. It also showed Grandpa Wu had probably seen there was a grudge between me and Yuan Kuei, yet without knowing what the grudge was, he offered not a word of advice and simply stood on my side. Fitting for the old man's sworn brother, so steady. He counted as my adopted grandfather too. All right, quit hollering. Hurry and haul this boar meat back. Grandpa Wu gave the big blue-gray dog in his hand a tug, his lips parting as he looked at me. Dong. Uncle, what is it? I was bending to load meat. What do you think of this blue dragon? Grandpa Wu's expression as he looked at me was somewhat bitter and somewhat relieved. He's definitely a good dog. Blue Dragon's nose is only SOSO, but he's clever and knows what to do during a drive. Uncle, you've raised him well. To have survived from under those boars, Blue Dragon had some real skill. I also faintly guessed at Grandpa Wu's thinking and felt a stir in my heart. Then this dog, if I give him to you, will you take him? There was a good deal of reluctance in his words. I'm old. I won't get into the mountains many more times, at most to set snares and bag some game. At this rate, Blue Dragon will be ruined by my neglect. I know you're a man who loves dogs. If I sold Blue Dragon to someone else, I'd fear he'd be mistreated, unloved, and thinking it over, better to give him to you to raise. Grandpa Wu's eyes were sharp, as if to see whether I truly wanted him. With it put that way, what more is there to say? But uncle, are you giving him for free? A hunting dog trained and ready fetched no small price these days. Blue Dragon wasn't a lead dog, not a top high-nosed dog, but one like this couldn't go for less than 40 yuan. A top high-nosed lead dog like White Dragon, nobody would sell for under 100, and offering less than 100 was an insult. I'm free to you. I've only one request. Treat him well, and don't give him away later. If you stop hunting someday and your Grandpa Wu is still alive, then bring him back to me. Grandpa Wu stroked Blue Dragon, who was gazing off toward the big ridge. Blue Dragon lifted his head to enjoy his old master's touch, nudging his head into Grandpa Wu's hand to show his docility. He was no small dog, raised in the Northeast from a pup, already over 80 pounds. A small number of local hunting dogs with better living conditions could even top 100, hard to believe. Even White Dragon, after several good years living here, had grown quite different from the southwestern chassis hounds, clearly far more powerfully built. That was why ordinary hunters didn't keep too many dogs. A dog that ran the mountains year-round burned a lot and ate a lot. And in an era when many people couldn't eat their fill, what household had spare grain to raise so many? Only professional hunting families kept a lot. Bringing Blue Dragon home this time, I'd likely catch Zhou Hong's grumbling. But having bagged these boars again, Zhou Hong should hold her tongue once more. Dong, if you keep hunting, then never bring him back. A good dog should be allowed to die in the great mountains. That I agreed with. A dog that ran the mountains hunting year-round, if kept caged long-term and not allowed into the mountains, would die before long. Dying at home is torment for a hunting dog, but dying on the mountain is more like their true home. Hence the saying that a good dog should die on the mountain. Wu Changjiang finally smiled, pursed his lips, and picked up the tusker's head, near mangled by the shot. Leave this head to me. I'll bury it later where those 3 dogs died, as an offering to them. All right. With Yuan Kuei and them going up to stir the pot, I didn't worry about the suspected bear king on the big ridge coming out to cause trouble, and could honestly haul all the boar meat down the mountain. I hauled 2 round trips, about 300 pounds each. Wang Er hauled 2 as well, and with Wu Changjiang hauling 1 load down, it was finished. At the foot of the mountain, the 2 of us finally took out the sticky bean buns brought that morning and munched away, huffing. A trip into the mountains left us starving. The 4 dogs, though, had eaten till their bellies were round, full of vigor. Only after the bean buns went down did a sense of fullness gradually come. Grandpa Wu sipped his liquor slowly off to the side. Brother, want a swig? Wang Er, at some point, had brought a small flask too. A swig it is. Running the mountains year-round, you carried liquor most of the time. What hunter didn't carry liquor? At the crucial moment, it was life-saving medicine, essential for warming up and warding off the cold. If a man or dog got hurt, it could temporarily disinfect and clean the wound too. Refreshing. I took a big swig and broke into a smile. I already had an idea. After these 2 days of gun rehab training, plus the 3 items released in the system store, one of them being high precision, high burst, highly compatible rounds. Even loaded into the Type 56 semi-automatic, these rounds, with Lin Dong's hidden special attribute point enhancement, would have their penetration and damage boosted by a big margin, their power likely no small thing, probably beyond even an ordinary number 16 hooded barrel gun. White dragon, yellow dragon, black dragon, let's head home. I had no time now, so Blue Dragon still had to go home with Grandpa Wu for the moment. Only later, when Grandpa Wu handed Blue Dragon over into my hand himself, could I lead him home. Dogs like this are just so. If the master doesn't pass the rope into your hand, not only won't it follow you, but if you go to lead it yourself, you'll get bitten, and even if you force it away, it may not warm to you afterward, might even refuse food and water. But when the master hands the rope to the new master himself, the dog knows it's changing masters, that the master has told it to go. Let it home, and after a while it naturally warms up, no different from a dog you trained yourself. So here, neither Wu Changjiang nor Lin Dong made the handover on the spot. Over 10 miles of mountain road really is far, and this time I didn't hide my strength. White dragon, yellow dragon, and black dragon I'd already let loose, leaving them to run home on their own. Hunting dogs of this caliber know their way home. No fear of them getting lost. No worry of anyone catching them either. With no master or familiar person around, they wouldn't approach people, keeping ample wariness toward everything. I hauled one load of boar meat half the way, then turned back for the other and brought it along. And that guy Wang Er just barely kept up, his tongue nearly hanging out from exhaustion. It took a good while, but at last we got the near 1,000 pounds of boar meat home. I figured I'd have to find a way to solve the meat hauling problem in the future, worn out every time by this very thing. Since we'd just split boar meat yesterday, even if some who'd gotten a share yesterday saw along the road that I'd bagged more today, anyone with a shred of face wouldn't come around again today. Of course, run into the shameless sort, and cutting them a pound or 2 was no matter. Every village has a few families like that, and some really did live in hardship and had to steal themselves to grab a benefit. That was another story. The ancients said it. With full granaries one knows propriety. With the granary empty, to hell with face. In between, I told Wu Changjiang to come to my place for dinner that evening. Wu Changjiang was already connected to my family, so naturally he wouldn't stand on ceremony, and besides, the matter of Blue Dragon needed a bit of a handover. Even though we'd just split meat yesterday, some who hadn't come yesterday came today. After a round of work, of the near 1,000 pounds of boar meat, about 800 was left, which had my mom Zhou Hong aching enough to want to wail. Only after everyone had left did I speak to my mom. Mom, Grandpa Wu's coming to eat at our place today. You've got to make something good. Make me pork stewed with vermicelli noodles. I was truly craving it, and my body was reminding me it needed to take in energy. My hunger for meat could genuinely be called ravenous. All right, quit nagging. I've got sense. Zhou Hong glanced at me, a little tender-hearted. Rest a couple of days after this. You two are worn out. Look at that Wang Er. Went straight home and dropped into bed to sleep. Got it. Then of course I can't keep going into the mountains. White Dragon and the others need a couple days rest too. Going into the mountains back to back, they'd get unhappy. Leading dogs into the mountains had its rules. You couldn't work a dog to death just because it wasn't hurt. Even people can't take several days into the mountains in a row, let alone dogs. Too many trips in a row and the dogs would slack off, stop giving their all. Do it too often and you'd injure the dogs and ruin them. Mom, this leftover meat, I told Wang Er's side. Me, him, and Grandpa Wu split it even. I'll haul Grandpa Wu's meat over now and bring Grandpa and Grandma Wu along while I'm at it. It's been a while since they ate at our place. I promised there wasn't a crooked thought in this, and I absolutely wasn't scheming to go over and bring Blue Dragon back. Zhou Hong grew more and more pleased with me and smiled. Go on, come back early. Your dad should be back early today too. Have him cook you two a couple of his best dishes. Zhang Yu packed meat for Grandpa Wu, all choice cuts, ones the elderly Wu couple could chew. Of course, boar ribs and hind legs were a must. Many cuts they couldn't chew themselves, but those were fine for giving away to others. Having packed the 200-some pounds of split meat, I shouldered it and headed for Grandpa Wu's house. Right, wife? Have Xiaoqin come eat at our place tonight. Can't leave her alone in her yard, understand? I'd nearly forgotten this. Zhang Qin hadn't come during the meat splitting today again. The two sisters' temperaments truly were worlds apart. The thing was, Zhang Qin hadn't been so shy before either, quite poised and open. Ever since Zhang Yu brought up the second man arrangement with me, she'd been like a different person. Come back and call her yourself. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes at me and actually ignored me. Call her I will. I wasn't going to indulge her. The second man arrangement wasn't something I'd begged to do, and now she was throwing me a face. For whose benefit? I made my way to Grandpa Wu's house and knocked at the yard gate. Having fought side by side just today, Blue Dragon should have caught my scent, and indeed he didn't howl, cleverly, delightfully. Who is it? Wu Changjiang was already standing in the yard. Uncle, I've hauled the meat over for you. Where's the cellar? I'll put it in for you. It was near late autumn now, and pork keeping a few days in the cellar was no exaggeration. I owe you boy here so fast. Grandpa Wu, my mom had me haul the meat over and pick you up for dinner while I'm at it. I quickly put the meat in the cellar and conveyed my mom's sentiment, though some of it Zhou Hong hadn't even said. I was just about to head over. Since you've come at just the right time, then take Blue Dragon along. As he spoke, Grandpa Wu had already looped the rope over Blue Dragon. Blue Dragon didn't resist, whimpering as he looked at Wu Changjiang, those pitch-black eyes at a loss. Blue Dragon, you're getting a new master. Follow him well from now on. Grandpa Wu handed the rope to me, his face full of reluctance. All right, boy, Blue Dragon's your dog from now on. Uncle, I came over tonight without any thought of leading Blue Dragon away. It's a matter of sooner or later, no need to drag it out. Out of sight, out of mind. The Wu couple looked at Blue Dragon reluctantly, then ambled off toward my place. Helpless, I could only lead Blue Dragon home. Blue Dragon seemed to sense something too, and gave a whimper. Right, Dong. Do you know how Yuan Kuei and them turn out today? It was near dusk now, the sky darkening, and Yuan Kuei and them had probably come back. How'd it go? I was curious. This was something I'd steered on the spur of the moment. In my past life this never happened. Wu Changjiang glanced at me, then spoke. They took a fall. Yuan Kuei and that Jiang Ping went up the high ridge and really did find a bear king. Turned out the 5 dogs they'd brought weren't tied up, and Yuan Kuei thought a bear king was like an ordinary black bear, counting on the dogs to pin it at its den. In just one exchange, 3 of the 5 dogs were hurt, 2 dead on the spot, and another with its guts slashed open beyond saving. Yuan Kuei's rump was even swatted by the bear king, a good-sized gash cut into his backside. If not for the 2 dogs behind helping to pull it back, and Yuan Kuei happening to put a shot in that bear king's shoulder, neither of those 2 would have come back today. I listened, shaken. In just one exchange, 5 dogs were near enough all ruined, and Yuan Kuei, a hunter of many years, had almost stayed there forever. Hearing how it went at Yuan Kuei's, I asked, so Jiang Ping's all right. Dog's luck, good luck. You could say they traded a few dogs' lives to get their own back. Since when is a bear king so easy to hunt? You boy, you handed them a heavy lesson. Uncle, what are you talking about? How come I can't make heads or tails of what you're saying? Grandpa Wu's words left me no way to respond. Grandma Wu just smiled faintly, not joining in on the subject. Grandpa Wu came with me all the way home. By now the big yard had gathered a crowd. The 5 of the Wang Dashi household next door, the old Wu couple, my sister-in-law Zhang Qin, and my own 4. Only my elder sister Lin Hui wasn't here. Otherwise the 2 families gathering today would have hit 16. This was no different from a New Year's atmosphere, just that the day hadn't come yet. There was no empty dog pen at home, so I just tied Blue Dragon off in a corner. Once tied, Blue Dragon lay obediently on the ground, watching the yard bustle. Dad, want me to help? I glanced toward the kitchen and saw Lin Qingshan working the ladle, Zhou Hong and Wu Lan busy too, all in a blaze of activity. Lin Qingshan wore a look of distaste. Scram, no place for you here, off to the side. I instantly slipped out of the kitchen, chuckling. Just as well he wouldn't let me work. After a day's toil, I really didn't feel like it. 2 sets of tables, chairs, and benches were already set out in the yard, and the 2 Wang brothers came over to help. The Wang family's little girl and my little sister Lin Han ran back and forth in the yard, thrilled. Why aren't you talking with Xiaoqin? I'd only been idle a moment when Zhang Yu came over to hold me to account. Come on, with this many people, what do you want me to say? My head was pure mush. Surely she didn't want me flirting out in front of everyone. You wretch, someone like you actually got a wife? I must have been blind back then. Zhang Yu was cross. Xiaoqin's lived a hard life with Zhao Lei for so long. You, her brother-in-law, can't you help talk her round? Seems that way too. I gave my forehead a smack and went to find Zhang Qin, who was cleaning in the yard. Sister-in-law, just treat this as your own home. No need to stand on ceremony. Every time Zhang Qin came to my place, her eyes were on the chores, cleaning wherever she saw a mess of her own accord. It ached at me. My sister-in-law lived too humbly. Brother-in-law, it's just a little thing I do in passing. Those words of yours are the ones standing on ceremony. That left me nothing to say. I felt she was right. In any case, we'd all be family later, and what she did now were family chores. While I was chatting idly with Zhang Qin, the kitchen finally finished up. The young folks busied themselves bringing out dishes, and before long the two tables held several big ones. Potato stewed with pork stewed with vermicelli, braised boar hock, red cooked ribs, stir-fried potato shreds, and fried peanuts. Several basins of meat dishes steamed fragrantly, mouth-watering to behold. Zhou even brought out all the liquor left at home. In this corner of the Northeast, whether the dishes for guests were enough was one thing, but liquor had to be plentiful, or it was poor hosting. Of course, that was just a saying. In those days, grain wasn't even enough to eat. So where'd all this liquor come from to let you drink your fill? You might as well go drink horse piss. When Lin Qingshan came out of the kitchen, it meant the meal was formally on. The married menfolk, drinking and shooting the breeze, sat at one table. The women and children, not drinking and unmarried, sat at another. Being married, I was pulled by Wang Dashi to Lin Qingshan's table. Wang Er had wanted to sit up there and drink too, but got slapped back by Wang Dashi, thoroughly displeased. Don't just sit there, Uncle Changjiang. Get your chopsticks going. Lin Qingshan held Wu Changjiang in high regard. As Wu Changjiang, the most senior, moved his chopsticks, the table at once came alive. 5 flavors passed, 3 rounds of liquor down. Lin Qingshan signaled me for a toast. You're only 20, and I didn't want to let you into the mountains. But you're married now, and these 2 trips have proven you've got the ability. Son, all your dad can do is warn you. Don't underestimate this old forest of ours in the Northeast. Lin Qingshan spoke earnestly. No matter when, you've got to keep a heart of reverence for this old forest. Today's a happy day, come drink. Even in my past life, there were few scenes of drinking with my old man like this. I clinked cups with Lin Qingshan, feeling a stir in my heart. Fed and watered by evening, the crowd gradually dispersed, and I was pleasantly tipsy myself. Zhang Qin packed up some dishes to take back for Zhao Lei, then came back to help. Xiaoqin, if you're tired, go home early and rest. I looked at my sister-in-law's faintly flushed face and felt a stir. Zhang Qin didn't dare meet my burning, pressing gaze. It's no trouble. Everything's a mess. I'll help out. All right then. With our relationship not yet settled, I didn't dare act carelessly, or Lin Qingshan could beat me to death in this yard with a stick. I boiled some meat broth with corn and fed the dogs. Wang Er wasn't drunk, so I told him, bring over that useless old dog pen from your place. Blue Dragon needs a pen too. Once White Dragon's trained up Blue Dragon, Yellow Dragon, and Black Dragon, we can go hunt black bears later. Wang Er got excited. So, when do we go hunt black bears? Yuan Kuei and them had just failed today, and that black bear was wounded too. If they could seize the chance, they might bring down the Bear King. What's the rush? I'd already had the thought, but hadn't made up my mind. Though the family didn't lack for meat now, in the end, money you could grip in your hand mattered most. Cash was the hard currency. Wang Er was a little disappointed. So it's not settled when we make our move? I looked at the worked-up Wang Er, my voice a bit cold. During dinner, didn't you hear Grandpa Wu tell how Yuan Kuei and them ended up? 2 people, 5 dogs, and 2 guns. And the result was all 5 dogs dead, the 2 of them scared witless and scrambling back, having plucked their 2 lives from the jaws of death. Anyone who heard it would have to feel reverence for a Bear King. Wang Er's heart went cold. His excitement doused like a basin of cold water poured over him. Brother, I get it. No more wild thoughts. Seeing Wang Er sober up, I nodded. If this guy didn't take advice, I wouldn't bother cultivating him. All right, rest well. The day after tomorrow, we'll think about going up the mountain again. Later that night, I spent a bit of special attribute value and redeemed a bottle of special anti-inflammatory medicine from the system. This bottle was actually good-sized, about the size of an 4 drip, in powder form, usable both externally and internally, a miracle drug for both. I took a moment to apply the medicine to Yellow Dragon, then stored the drug back in the system warehouse. Tomorrow I plan to add more points to that Type 56 semi-automatic, then go on a light hunt to test the gun, so I could get a rough grasp of the enhanced gun and rounds power, range, and accuracy. A light hunt means a loose drive. No need to bring dogs, just bag some small game, needing only a gun taken up the mountain and 1 more person. Once everyone had left that evening, I spoke with Lin Qingshan about Blue Dragon again. Lin Qingshan had no objection, only told me to be careful in the mountains. With one more dog, my safety would improve a fair bit too. I also told Wang Er I'd go up the mountain alone early the next morning for a light hunt. Wang Er naturally had no problem with it. Worn out from hauling meat these days, he was only too glad to sleep in. I'd just used a bit of special attribute points to redeem the special anti-inflammatory medicine, so I had 9 left. I was torn over how to use these 9. Plenty needed points. Yellow Dragon, Black Dragon, and Blue Dragon all awaited them, and I could even make White Dragon smarter and stronger. On top of that, to kill a Bear King, I'd have to buy the high-precision compatible rounds. A system belt of 20 rounds needed 2 points to redeem, a bit pricey. But to kill a Bear King, I'd have to grit my teeth and redeem them later. Besides that, though this Type 56 semi-automatic had been enhanced once before, I felt the count still wasn't quite enough, that the strength could go higher. But damn it, I'm too poor. If the birds and hares on the mountain didn't weigh so little, I'd have set my sights on shooting them. But do that, and I probably wouldn't even earn back the cost of the rounds. I reckoned that to quickly accumulate special attribute points, the only way was to fix on boars and run light drives. A boar's at least 300 to 500 pounds, and if I could bag 8 or 10 at a go, that'd be dozens of special attribute points. For now, dozens of points would at least be enough to guarantee all my dogs got upgraded. I even suspected the special attribute points might improve a dog's nose. Like Blue Dragon, this dog was no problem in cleverness, but his nose was naturally poor, just a low-nosed one. If points could improve it, raising him from low-nosed to high-nosed, that would be terrifying. High-nosed plus lead dog, that's the finest among dogs. Pick out another 5 or 6 support dogs after that, and I could truly roam this old forest region of the Xing'an Range. Brother-in-law, what are you muttering about here? Zhang Qin, having just finished helping, came out from inside and heard me droning on and on. I turned to glance at Zhang Qin and saw she held no meat in her hands. Wait for me a sec. I fetched 2 pieces of pork belly from inside, and specially cut some fatty meat too. In an era short on grease, fatty meat was an excellent thing. Brother-in-law, you just gave me meat yesterday, why more today? How could I finish it all? Zhang Qin quickly stepped back a few paces, not meaning to take it. You're too thin. Some other day I'll get you a couple of bear paws, build you up properly. I felt for my sister-in-law. She really did have it hard, caring for Zhao Lei day and night, and no telling if Zhao Lei might even take his temper out on her. Though with my family to lean on, Zhao Lei probably wouldn't dare. Ah, brother-in-law, bear paws. No, you have to promise me. You mustn't go digging out black bears. Zhang Qin jumped in fright and quickly grabbed my wrist. I'm big and tall, over 1.90 meters, my features steady and even, about like Su Lingjun in The Herdsman. Lately I'd trained up a build of firm muscle too, full of masculine appeal. Zhang Qin liked me, so naturally she didn't want her brother-in-law risking himself for her. Black bears were too dangerous. Just today Grandpa Wu had said that Yuan Kuei and his brother-in-law led 5 dogs up the mountain, and losing the 5 dogs aside, the 2 of them nearly hadn't come back either. How could she not fear it? Every time I went into the mountains her heart was in her throat, dreading trouble, and only when she saw me home each day did her heart settle back into her belly. She truly envied her own sister, finding such a fine husband. Don't worry, I'll only make my move with full certainty in hand, and I'll be careful and then some. I clasped Zhang Qin's wrist back, my gaze tender. Especially that pitiable look of hers stoked my urge to protect her. Brother-in-law, don't be like this. Zhang Qin's face flushed crimson at once, like a ripe apple, making one instinctively want to bite. Just then Zhang Yu came out, looking at the 2 of us with a half-smile, no offense on her face. Zhang Qin hurriedly pried my hand open, her face bright red. Sis, all right, your brother-in-law gave it to you, so take it back. We're all family, don't be so distant. Holding the meat I'd given her, Zhang Qin hurried off toward her own yard. Before, when I urged you, you wouldn't agree, and now you're near staring your eyes out. What? Zhao Lei's not even dead, and you can't hold back. Zhang Yu reached out and gave me a pinch that had me sucking in cold air from the pain. Nonsense, am I that kind of man? You saw wrong just now. I refused to admit it to the death. In any case, this era had no surveillance. Besides, I just confirmed something rather important. In the way my sister-in-law looked at me, there was liking and there was love. That being so, I could accept the second man arrangement. Though that side of things hadn't happened yet, delivering meat every day was already helping her out. Heh, even if you were dead, your mouth would still be stubborn. I took a shower in the yard, then got under the covers with Zhang Yu. Right, I think I heard just now. You said you're going to hunt black bears? Though Zhang Yu was shrewish to outsiders, that was only her protective coloring. On matters touching her own man's safety, her face instinctively tensed. She'd never been into the mountains, but a bit of thought made it clear. Was a black bear something you could just go and bag? In the latter half of this year, no one in Pingan village had been seen to bag a black bear yet. Don't worry, I've got sense. I won't go doing reckless things carelessly. I offered a bit of comfort and pulled the covers over the two of us. You wretch, into the mountains every day and still carrying on like this. Are you up to it? I'm wrong. I'm wrong. You're strong. You can take it. This lady can't take any more. I'll go call your sister over, all right? Don't. I don't want a child yet. Early the next morning I got up bright and early. First I glanced at Big Yellow and was instantly astonished. After Big Yellow's special anti-inflammatory medicine was applied yesterday, the wound had actually scabbed over today. A few more days of rest, and it'd heal outright. Miracle drug. I first let the dogs out to relieve themselves, then cut some meat and fixed them something to eat. Fed and watered, the dogs went back into their pens. I slung the gun and headed for the Guire Mountain area. Guire Mountain covered a wide range, with several special spots, any of which might hold game. Man, headed into the mountains. Just out of the village, I was called to. Turning to look, it was Lin Dongxiang, son of the village hunter Lin Xingli, and a young man from the village called Su Yi. Su Yi had come to the northeast from inside the pass to make a living, with a house, but no land. I stated my aim. I'm just going on a light hunt. Man, want to consider it, come with us to hunt a black bear. That Su Yi seemed a bit unwilling, but since Lin Dongxiang had already spoken, he couldn't say anything. Lin Dongxiang shot him a glance, though. This fool, truly blinded by greed. They could go hunt a black bear, sure, but with me leading, safety would be more than a cut above. My doings in the village these past days had made quite a stir. A black bear? I wouldn't dare hunt that. My words were a cover. It wasn't that I didn't dare hunt a black bear. It was really because Lin Dongxiang and Su Yi were a pair of hot-headed fools. The two of them had zero bear hunting experience, and where they got the nerve I had no idea. Hunting a black bear was no joke. Yuan Kuei and his companion had just gotten lucky, swapping someone else, and by now they might have ended up in a bear's belly. A newborn calf fears no tiger, but I wasn't about to go along with their recklessness. Won't come? Then don't. Gave you the chance and you're no good. Seeing me walk off, Lin Dongxiang sneered. His dad Lin Xingli was a famous big-time hunter in the village, keeping 7 or 8 dogs. If not for the two of them being clear on their target and thinking this time, they'd surely have brought a couple more dogs before going up. Su Yi said, the way I see it, this guy's got a bit of an arrogant attitude. A capable man being arrogant is normal, just ignore him. But his skill hasn't reached the point of making me, Lin Dongxiang, concede yet. Lin Dongxiang wasn't ill-intentioned at heart, just too confident in himself. Let's go. That black bear's been hanging around the Shirtang area of Guire Mountain lately. The two took up their tools and headed off toward Guire Mountain in high spirits. Our entry points into the mountains weren't the same, and besides, before entering I'd wandered around the outer edge to see if there were hares or the like to bag. But I saw no game at all, so I'd have to go a bit deeper later. Just then, I added another special attribute point to this Type 56 semi-automatic. It boosted the gun's durability, accuracy, burst, and range, an all-around enhancement. Then I spent 2 more special attribute points to redeem a belt of 20 compatible rounds from the system. 3 points gone in an instant. Only 6 left now, my heart practically bleeding. Hunt. Hunt. I must hunt. See a boar and hunt the boar. See a bear and kill the bear. The special attribute points were about to drive me mad. I didn't go deep into the mountains, only tested the gun on the outskirts. Testing a gun has to be done outside, or the shots would scare the game off. I took out 1 system round and chambered it, then took a normal round and chambered that too. I stood 400 meters off, using a tree as thick as a man's waist as my reference. Bang, bang, 2 shots. I instantly noticed the difference. When the system round fired, the sound was actually a bit quieter. I hurried over to the tree to observe how the gouges from the 2 rounds differed. The original 7.62 round, at 400 meters, had gone completely off, near enough grazing past the tree. By contrast, the system-compatible 7.62 round had actually hit the tree dead center. And not only that, beyond the center hit, it had blown a gouge in the middle of the tree, spreading out in an explosive shape. I was thoroughly satisfied. If these rounds were used to hunt black bears, then it'd be kill 1 on sight, and with the boost, 10 on sight. Especially with the gun enhanced, Its durability was raised too. This Type 56 semi-automatic looked like an old gun, but inside it was newer than a new gun. Gun testing done, I went into Guire Mountain. Guire Mountain was a broad general name, a dozen-odd miles around. I walked a good while and found no trace of game. Only then did I feel how useful White Dragon was. But White Dragon had gone up the mountain 3 days running and needed a day or two to recover. As I was pondering, I saw a family of 4 or 5 roe deer feeding together. They were about 300 meters off now, and the foolish roe deer hadn't spotted me, while I only made out their rough shapes. Chambering all normal rounds, I crept within 200 meters. With trees and brush for cover, the foolish roe deer didn't notice me. But I stopped at the 200-meter range. Any closer, and the foolish roe deer might catch on. One of the foolish roe deer suddenly raised its head, ears pricked, seeming to listen for something. And in a moment, this foolish roe deer actually came ambling toward me. Roe deer run fast, but they've got a fatal trait: heavy curiosity. Even if other roe deer are shot, after running some distance they might stop to observe what happened. If the hunter keeps up the pursuit, then there's a chance for a second shot, a third shot. At 200 meters, the foolish roe deer was simply a gift. I squeezed the trigger. With a bang, the nearing foolish roe deer dropped at the report, the others bolting frantically up the slope. Roe deer are commonly called grass skimmers, thanks to that extraordinary speed. Luckily, I was prepared and fired another shot, dropping a second roe deer. It was autumn now, and both roe deer were fat, each about 40 pounds, 80 for the two. I didn't pursue further, and happily dragged the 2 roe deer together and gutted them right there. Slinging the gun on my back, I gathered up the 2 roe deer and made to head back. But then I heard a bang, a very faint sound. Yet with my 5 added special attribute points, I made it out. This hour, this time, could it be those 2 fools Lin Dongxiang? I didn't want to meddle and was about to head back. Then suddenly I remembered something. If memory served, in my past life Lin Dongxiang seemed to have gone up the mountain with Su Yi, and the result was Lin Dongxiang getting swiped by a black bear, and Su Yi ending up dead on the mountain outright. Damn, could it be this very time? Lin Dongxiang and I had no quarrel, and this was a matter of life and death, so how could I dawdle? I found a spot to stash the gutted roe deer, raised my gun, loaded 5 system rounds, and rushed toward where the shot had come from. On the way I heard another shot, and then nothing. Before long, I reached the wild grape grove. As for Lin Dongxiang's side, after he and Su Yi went up, they'd headed straight for the wild grape grove on Guire Mountain. Su Yi had seen the black bear right here before. This black bear usually picked grapes to eat here, treating the place as its territory. But when they went up this morning, they didn't see the black bear. Puzzled, the 2 circled the wild grape grove a while, then made to head back. They had no experience. On the way back, they actually dared to leave their undefended backs fully exposed. Lin Dongxiang needed to pee, and turned to relieve himself. But the moment he turned, 200 meters off a black shadow came roaring in. Bear, black bear. In that instant, Lin Dongxiang's need to pee retreated back inside, the words near stuck in his throat. What about a black bear? Su Yi had no gun, holding only some tools, and thought Lin Dongxiang was just chatting. Damn it, the black bear's coming. Lin Dongxiang fired off a shot at once, but missed, only scaring the black bear aside. He aimed at the bear and fired again, but it actually dodged. It's granny's, this damn bear knows how to dodge a gun. Damn it, Su Yi was numb all over. Some black bears, having encountered hunters many times, gradually develop a kind of experience facing them. And precisely because it wasn't hit, that black bear seemed enraged and came bounding over mountain and ridge toward the 2 of them again. Lin Dongxiang had fired on reflex just now, and by this point the black bear had charged within 100 meters, about to hit their faces. The 2 felt their whole bodies rigid, numb, utterly unable to move. Run, run. Lin Dongxiang forced out with difficulty. I can't run, my legs won't obey me. Su Yi's voice carried a sob. They had no bear hunting experience at all, and seeing a bear charge the face for the first time, of course they panicked. The critical moment, a hair's breadth from death. Bang. A crisp shot suddenly rang through the forest, and that black bear, having nearly bounded within 20 meters of the 2, dropped at the report. The 2 whipped their heads around and looked up toward the ridge. A man stood there holding a gun, blazing with radiance. It was me. In my past life, I had no quarrel with Lin Dongxiang and them. If you really traced it, there was even a bit of distant kinship between us, only too remote, and we barely had any dealings day to day. But since I'd thought of this matter, there was no way I'd truly watch them go to their deaths. Of course, More importantly, I also wanted to see how the enhanced gun performed. After the test, it was indeed extraordinary. I walked closer and marveled at the black bear. However you sized it up, this bear had to be around 700 pounds, and its gall was probably no small thing. Lin Dongxiang's tone was a bit strained, and he said hoarsely, "Man, thanks. Without me today, the two of them would have been finished here. This was a life-saving grace, and they'd have to bring gifts and call at my door to thank me later." I gave a non-committal smile. "Helping you comes with a condition." I looked at the black bear. "I'll take the gall, and the rest is left to you. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Really, when you counted it, this black bear was killed by me. Lin Dongxiang and Su Yi had been driven to scramble in terror, with no power to resist at all. One slip and the bear would have charged their faces and torn them to shreds. "Man, how can you say that? This black bear was killed by you to begin with. If not for you, the two of us wouldn't even have whole corpses today, never mind the gall. If you dragged the whole bear carcass off, I, Lin Dongxiang, wouldn't have a word of complaint, wouldn't say one more word." Lin Dongxiang was iron-boned, his expression quite firm, no joke. Su Yi, beside him, gave a slightly bitter smile and forced out, "Man, I've got no objection either. This is your due." "No need. The bear meat's yours. I only want the gall." Not waiting for them to act, I took out my knife on my own, cut away the gall, and tied off the bile duct with something along the way, so the bile wouldn't leak out and go to waste. A top-quality copper gall. I was pleased from the heart. With this copper gall, I could exchange it for money and improve our life. Otherwise, at 20 years old, the family still hadn't arranged a job for me. I was at least married, but my wife Zhang Yu had little money in her pocket, relying on the money from my old man's job, which left me restless. Now this one bear gall was worth 800 yuan and up. Wasn't that better than my old man toiling at the forestry station for half a year? Especially with autumn ending in a month or so, winter being the good hunting season, I decided to go all out come winter. But then again, I glanced at the two of them. I was just hunting here at Guire Mountain by chance and bagged 2 foolish roe deer. I didn't come following you. Those 2 roe deer, I've still left them on the ridge over there. The reason I explained was that I feared these 2 might misunderstand and think I trailed them here for the sake of getting word of this black bear. Seeing the game gutting blood on me, the 2 accepted this account. "You misunderstand, man. How could I think that?" Lin Dongxiang smiled wryly. "If you'd really trailed us here, waited for the bear to kill us, and then shot it dead, wouldn't the gain be even greater?" Seeing Lin Dongxiang hadn't misunderstood, I gave a slight nod and a smile. "Since that's so, then let's leave it here. I said the bear meat's yours, so it's yours." I offered a reminder. "Man, with no hunting experience, better not play around recklessly. It's just that I ran into you today. Otherwise tomorrow, I'd have been going to your house for a funeral feast. But the ones who die violent deaths can't enter the village, so I probably couldn't even attend your feast." Lin Dongxiang smiled stiffly. That way of putting it was truly convincing. "All right, man. I'm off. Take it easy yourselves." Without the slightest hesitation, I turned and headed up the ridge. Watching my retreating back, Su Yi instinctively let out a breath. "Dongxiang, this man, he's decent. The whole bear should have been mine by rights, but in the end I took only the gall, though the gall was worth far more than all this bear meat." "You said it." A trace of admiration finally flashed in Lin Dongxiang's eyes. "This man's marksmanship is something. That distance just now must have been over 200 meters, huh? And he hit this black bear's neck with one shot, near broke its head off." Su Yi nodded. "Man, quit standing around. Hurry and gut it. Don't let the bear meat spoil." Lin Dongxiang quickly said, Right. Spoiling it would be a shame." By this time, I'd shouldered the 2 roe deer with both hands and strode back to the village. This was my 3rd straight day of hunting, and even if people saw me on the road, they didn't have the nerve to press me for a few pounds of meat. Roe deer have little meat to begin with, and 2 together weren't even 100 pounds. If others came to split it, my own family would have jack squat to eat. When I got home, seeing her son had bagged 2 more roe deer in a single trip, Zhou Hong smiled from ear to ear. "My son's had a breakthrough. He's made something of himself, truly the mountain god's blessing." As she spoke, Zhou Hong called to Zhang Yu. "Xiao Yu, your husband's bagged game again. We'll eat roe deer dumplings today." Mom. Coming. I'll need the dough in a bit." Zhang Yu looked at me beaming, her eyes like autumn water, near dripping. "Husband, you're amazing." I approached her with a grin and murmured, "The daytime me is amazing. The nighttime me is even more amazing. You'll be the death of me, talking nonsense." Zhang Yu's face flushed red at once, and she gave me a hard pinch. I laughed heartily and, like a magician, produced a bear gall from my satchel. Wife, take a look, what's this? Zhang Yu had never seen a bear gall and stared at the thing blankly. Zhou Hong, though, came over, glanced around, and murmured, "You reckless thing, where'd you get a bear gall?" Hearing this, Zhang Yu's face changed again, and she gave my arm a hard twist, her voice carrying a note of feeling. "Yulin fellow, I've told you several times, don't take risks in the mountains, don't take risks, and you treated my words as wind past your ears, didn't you? Whether you can hunt game to sell, whether you can bag a bear gall, none of that matters." Zhang Yu's eyes reddened. "I only want you safe and sound, healthy and well, all right." And seeing her daughter-in-law had started scolding, Zhou Hong swallowed her own words back into her belly. Moved inside, my face wore a helpless look as I nodded and gave a brief account of what happened. Zhou Hong couldn't help shaking her head. What a great deal of gall. And Lin Shengli's an old hand with a gun too. How's his boy so bold? What you don't know you don't fear. Maybe he saw my uncle Shengli hunt so easily, so he figured he could do it too. I smiled and handed the gall to Zhou Hong. Mom, process this bear gall, and once it's done, of the money it sells for, you keep half and split half to Xiaoyu. Zhou Hong waved her hand grandly. Listen to you. The gall's yours, so of course the money should go to my daughter-in-law to manage. Zhang Yu said, Mom, just split me half when the time comes. Day to day I'll use this money to keep an eye on Dong's spending. Zhou Hong gave a slight smile and said no more, thoroughly pleased with this daughter-in-law. Xiaoyu, that this clueless thing could find you is his good fortune. All right, you two chat. I'll go process the bear gall. Mom, I'll come too. I'll learn how to process a bear gall. The two got along like real sisters. Seeing this, a knowing smile came to my face too. In my past life, the family had always been harmonious, supporting one another through the days. So I firmly believed that with the insight of my past life, this life I could surely give my family a better one. As for processing the bear gall, mountain folk had their own method. Once the gall was brought home, you tied off the bile duct, held it up by a rope, and scalded it in boiling water. Once the boiling water fully submerged the gall, the high heat naturally made it shrivel. After scalding it once, you hung it in a cool shaded spot indoors, usually in the cellar. After hanging a while, the gall, from the bile's physical reaction, would swell up again. In that case, you had to repeat the earlier steps over. Once the gall no longer swelled, no matter how long it was left afterward, that meant it was truly processed. Then you could take it to the state-run store to sell. The whole process took about a week to half a month. All I could do was wait quietly. Hunting was like that. It wasn't like later times, when you could just haul your game to the street to sell. People had little spare money now, and boar meat, unless it was a young yellow hare, otherwise a tusker or some heavier sow, didn't taste good and couldn't fetch a price at all. Deer meat and roe deer meat tasted decent, but those two were hard to come by. I figured it was better to make time for fine pelts and bear gall. Failing that, making time to gather some ginseng root on the mountain would do. The family didn't lack for food now, and with a bit more accumulation, I figured we wouldn't lack for spending money either. Brother-in-law. As I was zoning out in the yard, my sister-in-law Zhang Qin stood at the yard gate holding a big bowl. In the bowl was potatoes stewed with boar leg, its fragrant scent spreading, drawing out my gluttony. My body still lacked nutrition, and even eating meat every day wasn't enough. If not for the attribute points, how could I have my current toughness? What are you up to? I asked, knowing full well. We stewed boar leg at home today, brought some over for you. Zhang Qin still spoke a bit timidly, a matter of temperament, and of the living environment of this past half year to a year. Great, then I'm in for a treat today too, getting to taste my sister-in-law's cooking. Looking at that round, jade-smooth face, I truly wished I could pull her into my arms sooner. Thinking of Zhao Lei, a trace of pity couldn't help showing in my eyes. As the two of us were talking, I saw several people heading our way. Looking closely, wasn't it Yuan Kuei and his brother-in-law's lot? I frowned, because Yuan Kuei was being carried over on a stretcher. Third brother, sister-in-law, coming over with such a fuss. What's this about? Though I knew they came with ill intent, this was the front gate of my own home. Back in my past life, I really would have been cowed by these people. But living again, and a married man now, I knew when trouble comes you can't retreat. You step forward, you hold up the household. That's what makes a man. Lindong, oh Lindong, you're a man in your 20s. How can you be so sinister? My old third and them clearly only went up to hunt boar, and you insisted on directing them to hunt a black bear on the high ridge. Aren't you deliberately trying to harm my man? How did my Yuan Kuei offend you? You instigated him to go hunt a black bear. Yuan Kuei's wife Jiang Yun stood with hands on hips, glaring at me like a shrew, cursing away. I hadn't expected this could actually be pinned on me. Oh, I say, sister-in-law, third brother's a hunter. I said there was a bear king on the ridge, and it was third brother and them who insisted on going. I looked coldly at Yuan Kuei lying on the stretcher. Third brother Yuan, you're a hunter too. You ought to know how things work in our trade. I pointed out where the bear king was. Even if you didn't bag it, seeing me you ought to say a word of thanks. And if you had bagged the bear king, you'd owe me at least a bear paw. No problem with that, right? I press step by step. You come with no gift and no thanks, and instead you interrogate me. Yuan Kuei was a hunter, and right now his eyes betrayed a guilty conscience. But his injury was a fact, and his wife had egged him into coming. Since he'd come, he had to leave having gotten some benefit, otherwise how would that look? Man, however you slice it, you're the one who directed them. You ought to bear some responsibility, no? My brother and my brother-in-law took all these injuries. Just give a few tens of yuan for nutrition, and we're square. Jiang Zheng, that is, Jiang Yun and Jiang Ping's eldest brother, was carrying Yuan Kuei just then and said mildly. Their nerve to come so publicly meant they were certain they were in the right. And my household had only Lin Qingshan and me, father and son. They had fewer people, but the Yuan family and the Jiang family had many, so they could talk about reason. In this era, a household with many menfolk meant not just more labor, but was one of the marks of standing in the village. A household with many men, many brothers, spoke with force, stood tall, and sometimes could argue 3 parts of a case even in the wrong. I looked at them with a calm face. You want money, is it? I'll go inside and get it for you. A savage grin came to my face as I made to turn into the house for the gun. But suddenly, bang bang, 2 shots cracked out. Want money, is it? Bullying my man. Today let's see whether you want money or your lives. You dog-bred thing. Bullying my brother, are you? Since you're already lying down, then go die. You can't bully my brother-in-law. I was stunned and couldn't help turning to look. My own wife Zhang Yu had taken that Type 56 semi-automatic out from inside and fired a shot into the air. That pretty face of hers wore a ferocity. Whoever dared bully her man, she'd fight them to the death. Back when I'd practiced with the gun, Zhang Yu had pestered me to teach her, so she knew how to fire a simple shot. Next door, Wang Er heard the commotion and smashed the lock off his family's cabinet, pulled his family's number 16 hooded barrel gun straight out, and fired a shot into the air. The Wang family's third son Wang Tong and their mother Wu Lan, on hearing the commotion, said not a word, hands holding either cleavers or hatchets. With the 2 families' relationship at this point, to hell with reason. You help your kin, not the right. My sister-in-law Zhang Qin, having earlier seen the ill-intentioned visitors, had turned into her yard and come out with a cleaver, her face frail, but her gaze ferocious as she glared at Yuan Kuei's lot. It seemed that at one word from me, this frail sister-in-law would truly dare to take up the cleaver and cut these visitors down. Lying on the plank, Yuan Kuei shuddered, a little regretful. Damn it, I just came to ask for a bit of nutrition money, and you're playing for real. 2 shots, plus people crowding in from all directions. That woman Jiang Yun suddenly panicked. Fighting in the Northeast is no joke. Folks here really will throw down, since on the street what are you looking at, and what if I can start a brawl. My family had the upper hand now, knives and guns out, and Jiang Yun panicked. We came to talk reason, and you're out here suppressing bandits. What are you doing? What are you doing? We're all one village, and you're pulling guns. Jiang Zheng, who'd been calm just now, was numb now. The shots shook all of Pingan village, and even the village chief couldn't sit still, so the chief came over too. In an instant, a crowd surrounded the outside of my home. Didn't you want to talk reason? Aren't I talking reason with you? I looked at Jiang Zheng. You're allowed to call people over to make trouble for me, but I'm not allowed to pull a gun? And besides, does my wife holding a gun mean shooting people? Can't she shoot some sparrows in the sky? Jiang Zheng's face sank, caught in a dilemma. He hadn't expected my family to react so strongly, nor that my family was actually so well-liked in the area. Dog-bred repaying grace with enmity. Why didn't the black bear claw you to death? Wang Er glared at Yuan Kuei, his face full of viciousness. My brother kindly told you there was a bear king on the high ridge. You insisted on going to hunt it, and when you didn't bring it down you blamed us. What kind of reasoning is that? As Wang Er cursed, he laid the whole thing out clearly. Grandpa Wu had heard the shots too and now came over, saying, I was there too. Saying there was a bear king. That's my old man's doing as well. Yuan family and Zhang family. Are you going to come make trouble for me too? Grandpa Wu had hunted for decades. who in the village hadn't received the grace of his meat sharing. And besides, these past 2 days, from my meat sharing, many households still hadn't finished the meat. Quite a few curled their lips looking at Yuan Kuei and the Jiang brothers. Yuan Kuei had no case to begin with, and coming to your door to make a scene was just asking for a beating. Bystanders spoke up one after another. Yuan Kuei, this business you handled without a shred of decency. Who does things this way? Hurry and apologize and be done with it. Man, your Yuan family really did wrong this time. You didn't have the skill yourself and blame it on Lin Dong. That's not like a man. Apologize where you should, or when the bullet lands on you. That's when you'll know pain. Everyone was from the village, and they didn't want it to turn too ugly either. When the Jiang family egged them on to come, each was bold, but now not one dared make a sound. All damn useless. Lying on the stretcher, Yuan Kuei could only steel himself and speak. Brother, I did wrong this time. When my injuries heal, I'll come to your door in person to apologize. This time, egged on by his wife's maternal family, he'd lost all face inside and out. What are you standing around for? Hurry and go. Yuan Kuei bellowed viciously at Jiang Yun. The Jiang family hurriedly carried him off. Bah, gutless cowards with no balls. Wang Er, holding the gun, spat contemptuously at their retreating backs. All right, forgive where you can. Watching Yuan Kuei's lot leave, my face went cold. We were all people who scraped by in the mountains, and if I wanted to fix someone later, there'd be plenty of chances. If the right chance came along, I wouldn't mind sending Yuan Kuei on his way. Even if I didn't act, I feared Yuan Kuei might pull something on me later. That being so, better to strike first. Seeing my expression, Wang Er caught on at once. Haha, you're right. Forgive where you can. I looked around and cupped my hands. Everybody, disperse now. Nothing's the matter. Seeing no spectacle to watch, the others all left. But they'd learned a lesson too. The Wu family and Lin family weren't to be provoked, and in these two families, man or woman, all fierce alike, ready to pull guns. Grandpa Wu nodded with a chuckle and turned to head home too. Dong, are you all right? Zhang Yu wasn't sure whether they'd come to blows just now either. In her anxiety, she'd carried the gun out, and now she was afraid in hindsight. I took the gun from her hands and couldn't help laughing. Nobody came to blows. What could be the matter? Zhang Yu let out a soft breath of relief. Good thing they didn't, or I'd have blasted them. I laughed heartily. Don't worry, your man's plenty tough. 3 or 5 ordinary folks can't get near me. Zhang Yu murmured. That's true. I verified it in person. My old face flushed. Xiao Yu had gotten bold lately. In broad daylight, actually saying such a thing. Seeing us 2 spouses whispering there, Zhang Qin felt a few pangs of loss after all, and turned to head into her own yard. Xiao Qin, I really didn't see you could be so fierce. Before she'd walked out of the yard, I caught her arm. Zhang Qin's face flushed, and she mumbled, I just didn't want to see anyone bully you, brother-in-law. I'm so scared now my legs are a bit weak. Zhang Yu shot me a look, as if to say, if you dare wrong my sister, I'll chop you up later. I gave her hand a light pat. Don't worry, from now on no one will dare bully us, and no one will dare bully you. No matter what happens, I'll stand in front of you. Zhang Qin looked at me with tender eyes, near dripping. Brother-in-law, I haven't given you that bowl of meat yet. I'll go bring it over again. Zhang Qin fled in something of a rout, her heart pounding away. She felt she was being far too unreserved. Her sister was right there. How could she be like this with her brother-in-law? Mom, Dong and his sister-in-law. How can they be like this? Wang Er didn't understand the extremely complex relationship here and looked at his own mother in confusion. A kid asking so many questions. Hurry and get lost. Wulon looked at Wang Er and sighed slightly. You're getting to be of age too. We ought to arrange a match for you. Wang Er quickly shook his head. No, marry a wife and I can't go up the mountain to hunt with my brother as I please anymore. Wulong glared. I'll beat you to death, you worthless brat. Not wanting a wife for the sake of hunting, this boy was reaching for the sky. All right, a family squabbling and carrying on. What's that like? Zhou Hong urged, and personally took an arm-thick stick and handed it to Wulong. When you can hit, don't squabble. That broom of yours just now doesn't hurt, only scares. Use this, one blow, and it works. Before Dong got married, this was what I used to talk reason with him. The corner of my mouth twitched, recalling the terror of once being ruled by the big stick. Wulong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't strike, only asked, This morning I heard you all hollering over here. What happened? Oh right, Dong, didn't you go up the mountain this morning, back so early? Bag 2 roe deer. Dong, you've truly made something of yourself. Never come back from the mountains empty-handed. I smiled and told the tale of what happened this morning. Wulan was utterly astonished. That Shunli family's boy, his nerve is too much. If not for you, they'd have been finished in the mountains today. Wang Er, though, looked at me with a face full of resentment and said grievously, "Brother, you went up the mountain to hunt a black bear and didn't even call me. Can we still have fun together or not?" Wang Er, having been fainted at twice with the stick by his mother, broke out in a cold sweat. "All you think about is hunting black bears." I chewed him out. "Yuan Kuei and that Jiang Ping's fate, didn't you see it? That's because their skills were poor. I'm different from them." After 2 hunts, Wang Er had a lot of confidence in himself. "Don't take Dong's achievements and drape them over yourself," Wulan said, displeased. "Of the game Dong bagged these times, what did you have to do with it? And you've the nerve to say others' skills are poor." My hunting ability had already won the 2 families' acceptance. Wang Er was just a helping laborer, so where'd he get the face to claim credit here? The game bagged. I was willing to split evenly with Wang Er. That was my decency. If I weren't willing, Wang Er would at most take a hired hand's share. Of course, my giving had its returns. The 2 families held nothing back from each other, their bond iron tight. Like this time when I quarreled with Yuan Kuei and them, Wulan and them said not a word. Those who held guns held guns. Those who held knives, and Yuan Kuei's lot near enough wet themselves in fright. I put in effort too. Wang Er argued, unconvinced. Right. You put in effort hauling the game back." As his mother, Wulan gave no quarter with her tongue. "Auntie, actually I've got something I'd like to talk to you about." I suddenly spoke up. We're all family, so formal, go ahead and say it." Wulan treated me even more warmly than Wang Er. "I'm thinking, from here on old air, and I will probably go into the mountains often. He's about of age too. He ought to take up a gun. And sometimes when I can't respond in time, if old air has a gun in hand, there's a backup, no? One person's hunting efficiency is limited after all. A Type 56 semi-automatic, at most, loads 9 to 10 rounds. If a hunter's aim is off and he can't make a one-shot kill, a single beast might take several shots, boars and black bears being just so. If Wang Er could shoot too, with even a bit of accuracy, then after the snows come in winter our take would grow by a big margin. Failing that, if some accident came up, at least Wang Er's gun would provide cover. Can he do it?" "Auntie, don't worry, I'll teach old Air to shoot. If he can use a gun, we can bag more game. No? Then all right. I'll talk it over with your Uncle Dashi tonight." "Great." Off to the side, Wang Er had near laughed himself silly, the corners of his mouth stretched almost to his ears. These past days he'd been going mad wanting to touch a gun. What man can resist the lure of a firearm? With no gun, even a bamboo switch could lay waste to everything around. That is a man. "Old Air, rest up well today. Tomorrow we go into the mountains." With Yuan Kuei's lot coming to make trouble today, I'd thought of that black bear they'd hunted. From folks' scattered talk, that black bear had already taken a shot and been wounded. Since Yuan Kuei and them hadn't brought it down, I didn't mind picking up this bargain. "Don't worry, brother, I'm already full of vim and vigor today." Wang Er shuddered all over and instantly perked up. He figured he'd have to have a good talk with his old man tonight. "Quit yapping. Help me process these 2 roe deer and cut some to take home to eat later." "Sure." Once the roe deer meat was done, I sent some over to my sister-in-law Zhangqin. Pushing open the gate into the yard, I saw my sister-in-law wiping her snow-white neck with a damp towel. Though clothed, she was still especially enticing. I have to say, these 2 days after eating meat, my sister-in-law's complexion was clearly much better than before. The sallowness faded a good deal from her face, the whole of her looking more vivid and alive. Brother-in-law. Seeing me push the gate open, Zhangqin gave a start and quickly tugged the clothing at her neck up. "Brought you some deer meat," I said with a smile. "These 2 days after eating meat, I feel your complexion's looking better and, prettier too." Zhao Lei had only said that before he died he hoped I wouldn't do that sort of thing. He hadn't said I couldn't take liberties with my mouth. Zhangqin, married to that dead wretch Zhao Lei for over half a year, had gotten only hardship for it. As her brother-in-law, I ought to give her some comfort of spirit at least. As the saying goes, half a sister-in-law's rump belongs to the brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, letting me eat meat every day like this, I'll get fat. These 2 days, having gotten my oh no, my meat-delivered nourishment, Zhangqin's whole spirit and vigor had clearly turned round from before, and her words carried a coy note that had my heart going soft. "You're too thin, getting a bit fatter is good. I like a fuller figure." I made myself speak with some restraint. Only my eyes still couldn't help sizing up my sweat-glistening sister-in-law. Her clothes were loose, but even so I could faintly make out that she was fruitful indeed. Zhang Qin's face flushed shyly, her red lips parting. Looking at her, and thinking again that Zhao Lei wasn't dead, I only got more excited. I spat at myself inwardly and handed the meat to Zhang Qin. In short, don't skimp, you've got to eat more meat. All right, I'm off. Tomorrow, old air, and I go into the mountains. What I promised you before, about getting you a bear paw, I still haven't made good on. Fearing I couldn't hold back and might do something bad, I fled the yard as if escaping. Tonight I'd have to have my sister-in-law's sister make it up to me properly. Whose fault was it that my sister-in-law was so alluring? Zhang Qin looked down at her body and gave a silent smile, discovering she actually couldn't see her own toes. No wonder her brother-in-law had kept sneaking looks at her just now. Do men all go for this? I got home and sorted through the family's remaining rounds. Only a dozen or so left. I sighed. I'd have to restock rounds. Those system rounds were handy. One belt cost 2 special attribute points. I was still rather poor now, so barring special circumstances I had to use normal rounds as much as possible. Luckily, with the gun enhanced, even normal rounds could unleash a different kind of power. I figured I'd go to the village chief's house and ask for some rounds. Village chief Lin Hongqi was a cousin of the husband of Grandpa Wu Changjiang's daughter, so the two sides counted as relatives. Besides, my own old man Lin Qingshan had been in the militia in the early years. Now asking the chief for some rounds was normal enough, right? As I was saying this, I spotted Lin Dongxiang and that Su Yi arriving together. Besides them, there was also the village's veteran hunter Lin Xingli. The three came in holding 2 bear paws and carried 2 packs of white sugar too. Man, what's this about? I hurried to greet them. Dong, a lifesaver is never forgotten. If you're a man, don't dither, take the things. Lin Dongxiang was of a hearty temperament and said so bluntly and firmly. I was taken aback, then gave a cheerful laugh, and right away called out my wife Zhang Yu to accept the things. Along the way, I had Zhang Yu pour each of them a cup of water and bring out chairs for them to sit. Lin Xingli came before me and gave my shoulder a hard clap. Heroes come from the young. Your marksmanship really is something. Dong, this time it was all thanks to you, or I'd truly have had to send off the young with white hair. Lin Xingli shot his own son a cold glance. 2 fools, seeing me hunt black bears easily, they thought they could do it too. We're all family. Saying such things is really too formal. I did decently in the ways of the world, handling it with ease. Lin Xingli looked me over with satisfaction. This Qingshan family's boy really was a talent. How had he not noticed before? My expression shifted and I asked, Uncle, do you still have a lot of 762 rounds at home? Lin Xingli was startled. What? You're out of rounds at home. I'll have that boy bring you 50 over later. Hunting these past years, I did get someone to fix me up with some. I was surprised. Seemed Lin Xingli's rounds weren't gotten from the village chief. I didn't ask where Lin Xingli got the rounds. I figured whenever I ran short, I'd just buy from him then. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll have Wang Er go along and fetch them later. Too lazy to make that trip, I smiled and added, Uncle Xingli, I bagged 2 roe deer today. Want me to cut you some to take back? No need. I bagged 2 roe deer a few days ago too. Haven't finished them yet. Give me more and it'll surely spoil. A veteran hunter's household basically never lacked meat. When luck was good, even the family's dogs ate better than some other households. Dong, this marksmanship of yours, how on earth did you train it? It was Lin Dongxiang who asked, a bit admiring. After today's business of the black bear charging in, he'd come to understand that his dad being capable didn't mean he was too. I gave a chuckle and said, fed out with rounds. Lin Xingli sneered. Fed out with rounds, that still takes talent. Son, you don't have this talent, forget it. Stung by his old man so, Lin Dongxiang gave a quiet sigh and finally lost his confidence in hunting. Zhou Hong and them chatted a bit with Lin Xingli too, making small talk about home life. Su Yi stayed quiet the whole time, only chiming in a few words now and then, just to have come along to thank me. But seeing Lin Xingli chatting away with gusto and not leaving, I got a bit puzzled. What? Did he want to scrounge a meal at my house? These days weren't like later times. No household had spare grain. So when a kid ran off to play at someone else's house, the elders would remind them. The moment you see them start firing the stove to cook, that's when you head home. Anyone who stubbornly stayed to mooch a meal would get a beating when they got home and be scolded for not knowing better. Dong, your uncle came over today, and I really do have a bit of business with you. After staying a good while, Lin Xingli finally made his purpose clear. Zhou Hong had already gone back inside to cook. Though of course, she hadn't fired the stove yet, only waiting for Lin Shengli and them outside to talk something out. It wasn't convenient for Zhang Yu to stay among a group of men either, so she'd likewise gone back in. Only Wang Er waited eagerly, hoping to hear what he wanted to hear. My expression shifted, as if I'd recalled something. If memory served, roughly around this time in my past life, Lin Xingli had been invited to hunt at some forestry station. And true to being a veteran hunter, an old gun hand, he'd led his own dog pack over and really did bag a black bear. Though that bear wasn't 1,000 pounds, it was around 900, just a step short of a bear king. But his family's dogs were near enough all lost too. That affair had shaken Pingan village for a while, and if not for that, I couldn't have remembered it. The term black bear here generally referred to the brown bear. A brown bear was usually 600 pounds and up, easily 700 or 800 with a bit of weight. In autumn, the good season for packing on fat, the heaviest could reach over 1,000 pounds. That thing on its hind legs looked bullier than an ox. The other kind referred to the Asiatic black bear, only 200 or 300 pounds, 500 at the heaviest. Compared to a brown bear, it was simply not the same tier of creature. Hence the common saying, the Asiatic black bear is easy to hunt, the brown bear is not to be provoked. Translation note. The original uses two colloquial terms that both translate as bear in English. To keep them distinct, I'll render the larger, more dangerous Shungshajic, brown bear, as bear king/brown bear per context and Hishajic as black bear, Asiatic. Where the text contrasts them, I mark which is meant. Uncle, go ahead and say it. We're all family. No need to be so formal. I was basically already certain of what Lin Xingli had come to say. It's over at the number 37 forestry station. You should know it, right next to our number 36 station. Lin Xingli thought a moment and explained, my brother-in-law is the chief of Shango village. Near their village, there's recently been a bear mauling incident. As Lin Xingli told it, I got the gist. Shango village was about 20-some miles from Pingan village. Somehow these days, a brown bear had wandered into the forest about 7 or 8 miles from their village. This brown bear hadn't just mauled people. It had killed people. It had all of Shango village on edge, going out only in groups and teams, terrified the bear might pop out. It scared the Shango folks witless, and the village put out a bounty on the spot. Whoever killed this bear would be rewarded not just 100 pounds of grain coupons, but 100 yuan cash. Shango village had gun hands, of course, but when several of their top hunters went out, not only did some get hurt, even the hunting dogs they brought were near enough all lost there. And even the dogs not fully lost were basically half ruined, unable to hunt afterward. Shango village couldn't solve it themselves, and only then sought help from the nearest Pingan village. As a Pingan village gun hand and the brother-in-law of Shango's chief, Lin Shengli naturally couldn't shirk it. And it just happened I was in the spotlight lately, and hearing his son describe today the godshot with which I saved them at the critical moment, that stirred Lin Shengli's thinking, and he meant to bring me along. One more helper, a bit less risk. Money or no money. He figured you had to be alive to collect it. Boy, are you interested? If so, say the word. Lin Shengli said, if we can bring that bear down this time, your uncle Shengli owes you a favor. He felt he couldn't take it alone, so inviting me over also counted as asking my help. As for Shango village's reward, that was theirs to take rightfully. And besides me, the other thing he prized was my family's white dragon. His family had a lead dog too, but its range was short, and if game ran a bit far, the dog couldn't tell direction and couldn't pin the position. Wang Er said excitedly, brother, what's there to hesitate over? With Uncle Shengli leading, and me added on, that bear's a done deal, isn't it? I glanced at him and nodded. Uncle, I'll take this job. A smile came to Lin Shengli's face at once. That's more like it. Uncle and nephew, the two of us, if we still can't take down one bear, wouldn't that be a waste? If we're going, we've got to set out tonight and hunt the bear first thing tomorrow. Go too late, and someone else might beat us to it. All right, Uncle, go home first and get ready. Wang Er and I will head over to meet up with you soon. Great. I'll go to the village office and phone my brother-in-law first. Sister Zhou, don't cook for us, we're off. Lin Xingli and the others left as soon as they'd said it, no dawdling at all. Once they'd gone, I told my mom what Lin Xingli had said. Zhou said with deep worry, son, this won't be dangerous, will it? I shook my head. Mom, don't worry. Uncle Shungli's a veteran gun hand. With him leading, what's there to worry about? Besides, I'll take all 4 of our dogs along. There's no danger. If not for the fact that I'd already brought down a black bear today, Zhou absolutely wouldn't have given me an inch of room to discuss it. I smiled and said, Mom, don't hesitate. I'm not a numbskull like Yuan Kuei and them. How would I take risks? Zhou huffed. Go, go. Your wings are hard now. You won't listen. I didn't much mind Zhou feelings. Sooner or later there'd be a scene like this, so letting her get used to it early was fine too. Even if I didn't go hunt that bear at Shango tomorrow, I'd take Wang Er up to the high ridge at Qinglong Gully to hunt the bear King Yuan Kuei and them had wounded. I just didn't know whether, once we got back from Shango, that Bear King would still be lingering on the high ridge at Qinglong Gully. But bears generally have their own sense of territory, roughly a dozen miles around. And a bear's territorial sense isn't actually that strong. Sometimes you'd even see 2 or 3 bears in one area. Zhang Yu didn't much agree with my going, felt it was too dangerous. I called her into the room and spent a full half hour and more before I talked her round to sleep. Before leaving, I also went to tell my sister-in-law Zhang Qin. Wang Er's mom Wulan naturally had no objection. With veteran gunhand Lin Shengli and me leading, and Wang Er being quick-witted, no way would we run into that kind of life-or-death crisis. I got the tools and such already, and along the way threw together some food and fed the dogs. These dogs were treasures, couldn't shortchange them. After resting a while more, Wang Er and I finally set off for Lin Shengli's with the 4 dogs. Brother, why won't you let me bring a gun? Wang Er grumbled a bit on the road. Bring a gun, my ass, you don't have the aim. Hit real danger, and you'd fire wild. And maybe the bear wouldn't get hit, but you'd blast me first. I still didn't trust Wang Er. When he'd taken the gun out of his house before, I'd been startled. Wang Er wasn't cross anymore, and nodded. True enough. Then when we get back, brother, you've got to teach me to shoot. Sure, if we bag this bear this time, your folks won't oppose you taking up a gun then either. Once I've got a gun, we'll be the twin heroes of Pingan Village, ruling this whole Xing'an forest region. I glanced at this fool and realized that when a person's speechless, they really do laugh. This guy probably didn't even know how big the Xing'an range is. Over 80,000 square kilometers, with jackals, bears, tigers, leopards, snakes, and all kinds of beasts inside. No telling how many. And he wanted to rule the whole forest region. Dream on. Let's go. 2 men, for dogs, headed for Lin Shengli's. And when we arrived, Lin Shengli had his things ready too. Just at the gate, White Dragon let off barking, and Black Dragon, Yellow Dragon, and Blue Dragon followed woofing. Lin Shengli's family's dogs all started up too, a great racket. But under my and Lin Shengli's scolding, the dogs shut their mouths. Lin Shengli was only 50-some, in his prime, and seeing Blue Dragon among my dogs, he was quite surprised. Oh, Grandpa Wu's Blue Dragon, given to you already? We were all from one village, and who could not know whose family had a good dog? Even more so since we all roamed the mountains and would run into each other now and then. A few days ago Grandpa Wu went to hunt a big tusker, lost several dogs there, and only Blue Dragon was left. Grandpa Wu and I avenged those dogs together, and he gave the dog to me. I honestly told the reason for it. Good dogs, they ought to be let die on the mountain. Your family's dogs are well kept, a dog-loving household, or Grandpa Wu wouldn't have given you the dog. Lin Shengli smiled. I'm not young anymore. In a few years I probably won't be able to get into the mountains either, but by then these dogs will be old too. I hope they can live out their years safely with me. I nodded. They surely will. I glanced at Lin Shengli's dogs. 2 colors, black and white. 4 black dogs, 1 white. I'd heard my old man say that of Lin Shengli's dogs, only the 1 white dog was a lead dog, called White Tiger. White Tiger had a short range, no match for White Dragon, but for ordinary hunting it was enough. The other 4 black dogs were all support dogs, ordinary in quality. Top hunting dogs aren't so easy to find, or White Dragon wouldn't be the #1 dog in Pingan Village. You boy, you really know how to talk. Lin Shengli smiled. Dongqiang here has to help me lead the dogs over today, but he won't go into the mountains with us tomorrow. Lin Dongqiang stood off to the side scratching his head and said awkwardly, though I'd like to go take a look. I got scared today. I promise I won't cause you trouble. Absolutely won't follow you into the mountains. After the daytime's business, Lin Dongqiang still had a lingering fright, so how would he dare go hunt a bear again? I gave him a look of approval. I like this kind of man who knows when to yield. That Lin Dongqiang was scared and didn't fall ill tonight was also beyond my expectation, showing the boy had a big heart. Let's go. If it's too late, by the time we reach Shango we'll be feeling our way in the dark. I've made the phone call too, and my brother-in-law's side has lodging ready. All right. On the way, the 9 dogs got to know one another too. Under both owners' guidance and White Dragon's suppression, the dogs had lost their mutual hostility and were basically able to run as a pack. White Dragon had even subdued White Tiger, becoming the boss of this temporary dog pack. That let me breathe easier. Just as well, or by the time we hadn't even started on the bear, the two packs of dogs would have fought, and that'd be a joke. By the time we reached Shango Village, the sky had gone pitch dark. Luckily, we'd been in touch ahead of time, and Lin Xingli's brother-in-law, Shango's chief Zhang Qingjiang, came to meet us as soon as he saw us. Zhang Qingjiang was about 50-some, looking capable, only with a knot of worry on his face that wouldn't ease at all. Lin Dongxiang immediately greeted his uncle. "Man, you've come." Zhang Qingjiang was warm, laughing heartily. "I've been wishing on the stars and the moon, and you're finally here. This must be that young brother Lin Dong you mentioned on the phone. So young and already able to hunt bear, impressive." Lin Xingli smiled. "Dong, just call him like Dongxiang does, call him uncle." Uncle." I wasn't standing on ceremony. A sweet-mouthed person out in the world, never mind how much advantage they gain, at the least they don't easily get shortchanged. Haha. Good, good. Tomorrow it's all on you all. Zhang Qingjiang had some doubt about my age, but before others he didn't show it. Go, go, go. Dinner's arranged for you. I'll have someone feed the dogs later and pin them in the woodshed for the night. That evening we ate a bit casually, and after settling the dogs, the four of us slept on one kong. Early the next morning, past 6, our body clocks woke everyone automatically. After getting up, Lin Xingli smiled. "Man, today it's all on you." I instantly said modestly, "Uncle, don't say that. You've hunted for years, and I've got to follow behind and learn from you properly." Lin Xingli gave a wry chuckle. "You slick thing, let's go. This morning we'll have to see whether your White Dragon can flush out that bear." Wang'er had meant to wake him, but I said he wasn't going up the mountain, so let him sleep in. Zhang Qingjiang was up very early, and when Lin Xingli and I came out of the room, we saw him feeding the 9 dogs. Other things aside, Zhang Qingjiang doing these little things was quite satisfying. Seeing the two of us up, Zhang Qingjiang clicked his tongue in wonder. Keeping this many dogs, the pressure's heavy too. They eat more than people. He didn't mean it as a complaint, just a simple remark. I said nothing. Lin Xingli smiled. "Brother, you can't put it that way, no? They eat a lot, but going into the mountains, they truly stake their dog lives. Dog doesn't die, man doesn't die, man dies, and the dog won't live either. Sometimes a beast is far more reliable than a person." That drew a helpless smile from Zhang Qingjiang. He didn't hunt and didn't understand just how deep the bond between hunters and dogs ran. But being able to make village chief, he had wisdom and naturally wouldn't rebut his own brother-in-law. Winning an argument had no meaning at all. I, though, deeply agreed. Only a hunter knows just how loyal a hunting dog is to its master. And when a hunter's dog dies, the hunter won't eat it. It dies on the mountain, and the hunter buries it on the mountain. If someone's nearby, the hunter will even give a verbal warning. Whoever dares dig up their dog to stew for meat, don't blame them for putting a bullet in you. Man, quit standing around. We've got to get into the mountains fast after breakfast. We went into the main room, where a young man was busy inside. "This is my nephew, Zhang Qing, of our village militia squad, handled a gun for a couple of years. He knows where that bear is, he'll lead you there. Qing, this is Lin Dong, of the same generation as you, call each other however you like." Zhang Qing smiled and greeted Lin Xingli and me. "Uncle, Dong, eat first, and I'll lead the way in a bit." Great. Breakfast was ordinary, but for filling the belly, it was no problem. Eating it up quickly, the group made ready to move into the mountains. Zhang Qingjiang even prepared them several white flour buns and some big cornflour flat cakes. "Brother-in-law, man, our household's just so, make do with it," I said with a smile. "Uncle, there's even white flour buns. How's that making do? Today we've simply got to bring that bear down and stew bear meat tonight." Zhang Qingjiang laughed heartily. "Then here's wishing the bear comes to the men. Da Qing, lead the way." Great. We went, familiar now, to lead the dogs. The bear's location was still a dozen-odd miles from Shango Village. In hunting you go early, not late, and by the time they reached the spot, it'd be around 8. For men, 9 dogs, 2 guns, marched out of Shango Village with fierce momentum. Zhang Qingjiang followed along the road, seeing them into the mountains. Some early rising villagers, seeing Lin Xingli's group, had both joy and worry on their faces. Someone asked, "Chief, that one leading, that's your brother-in-law, right, and your nephew Da Qing. But who are those 2 other youngsters? Our village's veteran gun hands couldn't bring that bear down, can they?" It wasn't that they looked down on us. It was really that Wang Er and I looked far too young. That youth just didn't seem reliable to people. How could Zhang Qingjiang deflate his own side? He shook his head. Man, you just watch. That youngster there is a gun hand from Pingan village. Hunted a bear just a couple days ago. These 2 gun hands, plus 9 dogs going together. It's a done deal, isn't it? The man said again. When our village's 2 gun hands went, they said it was a done deal too. And the result was they got done by that bear. Zhang Qingjiang flung his tobacco pipe straight at him. Damn it, ruining my mood first thing in the morning. Would it kill you to keep quiet? Scram, scram, scram. That said, Zhang Qingjiang watched with deep worry the direction Lin Shengli and them had left, praying in his heart. Please, nothing must go wrong. Otherwise he really couldn't answer to his own sister, and he'd be scolded to death. By 8, my group had now reached near the destination. But they hadn't gone in yet, and I looked up at the surrounding terrain. Uncle, another 3 miles or so in, that bear will show up. Zhang Qing shrank his head. Lately several people who went into the mountains got knocked about by this bear, and a few were lucky, ran into people, hurt, but not dead. But 3 days back, someone from our village figured the bear should have moved on and wanted to go find ginseng root, and got knocked over from behind by the bear. He was lucky, but not lucky enough. By the time he'd fully run out, he collapsed to the ground, gone for good, his back a bloody mess. Dead. Lin Shengli's face darkened. This bear has to die, I too said with a fierce air. Yes, it has to die. Zhang Qing was puzzled. I explained. Any beast, once it's eaten human flesh and drunk human blood, will instinctively think this is its prey. If this beast isn't removed, then there'll be more bear-mauling incidents to come. I knew that in fact, whether bear, tiger, or dog, once it's tasted human flesh and blood, it must be dealt with. Take tiger man-eating incidents, plenty of those in my past life. When such a vile incident occurred and the locale couldn't handle it, then the village and the relevant authorities would send people into the mountains to investigate and kill the beast. Even a domestic dog, if it maimed someone without cause, had to be dealt with. Of course, if a passerby got itchy hands and provoked it and then got bitten, that served them right, and they'd have to count it their own bad luck. Lin Shengli nodded. You boy, not bad, you know all this. It's still my dad and them who taught me well. I wore a modest look. Wang Er said with hesitation. Then this bear meat, can we still eat it later? Lin Shengli sneered. Plenty of people can't even afford meat now. That bear only mauled people, hasn't eaten them. So what can't we eat? All right, quit dawdling. Dong, now it's up to your white dragon. Facing a bear like this, the dog's role isn't actually that big. After all, a few swipes from the bear and a dog would be lost there. Its attack power stronger than a boar's by no small margin. But hunting dogs can serve to find the prey and draw its attention. I held white dragon, black dragon, and yellow dragon by their leads. I hesitated, worried these fellows might be lost to the bear. I quietly added 1 special attribute point each to yellow dragon, blue dragon, and black dragon. Ding, congratulations, host, you've added special attribute point ×1 to hunting dog black dragon. The addition is successful. Ding, congratulations, host, you've added special attribute point ×1 to hunting dog yellow dragon. The addition is successful. Ding, congratulations, host, you've added special attribute point ×1 to hunting dog blue dragon. The addition is successful. Lin Shengli's dogs I couldn't manage. First, I wasn't those dogs' master, couldn't add. Second, I didn't have that many special attribute points either. The 3 dogs, having gotten points, were a bit restless, clearly more vigorous than before, and fiercer too. I looked at Blue Dragon with some anticipation. Blue Dragon had the potential of a lead dog, not only big, over 70 pounds, but fierce as hell. And this size still had room to grow. This dog's only lack was his nose. If I could add points to make it a high nose, then he'd be a lead dog through and through. After reaching the spot, White Dragon's reaction was clearly stronger than the other dogs. He kept turning his head to look at me, as if signaling me. Old man, hurry and let me loose. Woof woof. White Dragon spoke up. Damn, Wang Er was shocked. No way, brother, we've barely started and White Dragon's already speaking. Lin Shengli too looked at White Dragon with a face of disbelief. Man, no way, we haven't even gone into the mountains, and your dog has a range of several miles. Range, literally, means how far a dog can run in a single stretch. In a hunting dog, it means how far its nose can smell the scent of prey. White Dragon speaking already, Blue Dragon was on alert too. By contrast, Black Dragon, Yellow Dragon, and White Tiger showed no reaction at all. Lin Shengli's support dogs, needless to say, showed no reaction whatsoever, like a pack of dumb dogs. Hey, What are you all talking about? Zhang Qing wore a dazed look, not grasping what everyone was on about. A non-hunter can't understand what a dog's reactions express. White dragons found a trace of prey, though we're not sure yet if it's that bear. Zhang Qing nodded blankly. This white dog, ugly handsome, was really this impressive? Let's go. We only loose the dogs when we're closer. I glanced at Lin Xingli's dogs. Actually, I didn't plan to loose them and they'd die. Man, hurry up. I'm only 50-some. I can keep up. The group of 4 pressed forward into the forest, following the dog's calls. After going about 2 miles, they finally halted. And by now, White Dragon's reaction had grown all the more intense, turning his head to look at me again and again, as if asking, "Why still won't you loose me?" I stroked White Dragon and said, "You take it easy, don't get yourself killed." That said, I led Blue Dragon over too, hoping he'd behave cleverly in a bit. Besides that, there was this quick-witted, crotch-going for Black Dragon. This fellow, after the points, I figured, shouldn't come to grief. Uncle, of your family's dogs, you can loose White Tiger first, but hold the rest for now. They're lacking a bit, and if they get near the bear, they'll be a matter of a single pass. A bear over 600 pounds, never mind just a few dogs, even a dozen going over would be a matter of a few passes. Anyone who's seen a bear of several hundred-odd pounds would think, how could a dog possibly pose a threat to a bear? Lin Xingli was a bit put out at being told so, but he knew in his heart it was fact. Yet a top hunting dog isn't so easy to find. To cultivate one, you not only need good dogs to help draw it out, but the hunter has to be able to bag good things often. Over time, the dog naturally gets drawn out. Man, what do you say? He was wondering what I had in mind. First send White Tiger, White Dragon, Black Dragon, and Blue Dragon up. If we confirm it's that thing, they'll harass the bear first. I took a deep breath. Then we'll play it by the situation. With things put this far, Lin Xingli could only agree. But in his heart, he was a bit displeased too, figuring that however impressive White Dragon and these dogs were, before that bear they surely couldn't gain any advantage. Giving White Dragon a light pat, I released the lead. White Dragon, it's on you. This was the enhanced White Dragon, making his first showing before a bear. Woof woof. The instant the lead was released, White Dragon started barking, glanced back at me to signal me to hurry and follow, then shot forward like an arrow. At the same time, Blue Dragon and Black Dragon frantically followed White Dragon. White Tiger was a touch slower, but still kept up. As for Yellow Dragon, he'd taken some injuries a couple days back, and though the wound was basically healed now, I still wanted to play it safe. Old Air, Da Qing, you two lead the dogs, Uncle Xingli, and I go on ahead. Go. As I walked, I began chambering the system rounds. Loaded full. 1 belt, 10 rounds. Nearing the destination, I heard the dog's barking had already changed. This was the sound of prey already found, tugging back and forth with it. Fast. I was near enough sprinting through the old forest, running Lin Xingli into big gasping breaths. By the time I reached about 100 meters off, I found the 4 dogs indeed tugging with a bear. This bear was very big, and with autumn being the fat-packing season, it was around 700 pounds. By what Shango's side had said, this bear had taken one of a hunter's shots, hit at the shoulder blade, and sure enough its movements weren't natural enough. However big a bear is, generally on seeing dogs or hearing dogs bark, it'll choose to head straight up the ridge. But this bear had a wounded shoulder blade, and one foreleg simply wouldn't set down well. No wonder the person it mauled could, gravely injured, still run out and die outside. This bear did want to run, but the 4 dogs, led by White Dragon, wouldn't go head-to-head with it. The moment it showed the posture of wanting to flee, White Dragon would circle in front and block it. When it got enraged and reached out a claw to swipe at White Dragon, that dog Black Dragon would suddenly dart over and bite at its rump. A pity a bear's balls aren't as prominent as a tusker's, or Black Dragon could have had the bear howling too. Blue Dragon, meanwhile, kept facing it head-on, barking straight at it. But he understood the gap between the two sides was too great, and several times when he wanted to bite down, seeing the bear turn and rear up, he'd shrink back with a yelp. White Dragon would seize the chance then, biting down hard and running. Gore, gore. This had the bear leaping in fury, staking its life to catch the dogs. But with its wounded shoulder blade, one move brought sharp pain. As for White Tiger, seeing this bear, it only dared bark from afar, not daring to approach at all. Or maybe it was because White Dragon kept directing, so it fought a mobile fight. Man, your family's dogs have turned into spirits. The dog's performance left Lin Xingli dumbstruck. Swap in any other hunting dog, and they'd have gone right up to the bear by now, And the moment you're in close, that's death. He raised his gun and took aim, then in the end shook his head. No good. The dogs keep circling around it, and if I fire, I might just hit a dog. A dog isn't big to begin with, and one shot, and it's gone. Even hunting boar, with a pack encircling, a hunter would probably choose to knife it. Once you use a gun, even if you don't hit a dog, the dog being too close to the prey might in an instant deafen it, or even kill it with the shock. It's fine, by the looks of it. Let them fight the mobile fight a while longer, gives them a chance to practice coordination. A chance to train dogs like this doesn't come often, especially with White Tiger obeying White Dragon too. Of course, mainly it was because this bear was wounded. Had it not been, and had White Dragon and them not been this clever, then never mind just 4 dogs, even a dozen would have had the same result. No match for it at all. The timing, the terrain, the harmony of men, truly rare. There might not be a chance like this again. Dong, let's loose my family's dogs together in a bit too. Lin Shengli sighed. With a chance like this, he wanted White Dragon to help draw out his support dogs too. All right, but if something goes wrong, Uncle, don't blame me. How could I blame you? Lin Shengli shook his head. With the chance, we should let them practice more, or up the mountain later, hit a truly vicious beast, and they're dead. It just happens this time there's a top-tier lead dog to lead them. Learning some tactics is all to the good. Uncle, what's this about learning tactics? Zhang Qing and Wang Er had caught up. The dogs they'd led ran wicked fast, and now woofed away, near enough unable to hold back the primal force in their bodies. Da Qing, loose all the dogs. Lin Shengli didn't even turn to look at them, only staring dead at the tangle over by White Dragon. Don't hesitate. Loose them fast. Your uncle's having White Dragon help draw out the dogs. Wang Er's eyes had long been fixed on White Dragon and them, and now he clapped and cheered. Awesome, awesome. White Dragon's incredible. This damn mobile fight tactic, what a show. This bear really is wounded. Might genuinely fall into these 9 dogs' hands. Zhang Qing stared wide-eyed, figuring this bear didn't seem that impressive after all. Couldn't even handle a few dogs, damn feeble. For the village's veteran gun hands to not even take down a bear like this, there was too much water in their reputation. But the thought had barely risen in his head when Lin Shengli's 4 support dogs, like green fools, charged straight and stiff at the bear. White Dragon barked frantically in alarm but couldn't direct them. The bear was stunned a moment too. It had just been facing a few cunning dogs, and dealing with them was giving it a headache. Now these green fools charged straight in like that. Gore, enduring the pain. It let out a roar and swept out with both paws. Thwack! 2 dogs leaping in to bite were, by the black bear's sharp claws, easily gutted, then flung hard to the ground. Bellies and intestines torn, spilled in a heap, no chance of surviving. The other 2 black dogs came right along, and likewise, before they could react, got pinned to the ground by the bear's outstretched paw. With a bit of force, the bear's paw crushed them flat. The 2 support dogs' chests went crack crack, ribs all shattered. They whined twice, and then had no strength left to bark at all. Dead. Lin Shengli's eyes reddened at once, full of remorse. If only he'd listened to me from the start, it wouldn't have come to this, for dogs gone just like that in a single pass. Wang Er, who these past days since following me into the mountains had had smooth sailing, drew a cold breath too, a trace of fear showing in his eyes. Zhang Qing, who'd earlier belittled the bear, opened his mouth but couldn't get out a single word more. Fine, he admitted the village's veteran gun hands, able to survive under a bear's paws, had something to them after all. Full dogs. Lin Shengli's palm trembled lightly, and he gave a bitter laugh. Not good dogs. They died on the mountain today too. My fault, my fault. He was somewhat crushed. Dogs he'd raised for years, dead just like that under a bear's paws. He'd said earlier that Grandpa Wu's dogs had been wasted, and today those words landed on his own head. Seeing the 4 dogs die instantly, White Tiger was wildly agitated, seeming almost unable to control himself, wanting to fight the bear to the death. Woof woof. White Dragon's barking grew all the more intense, as if sternly warning White Tiger. White Tiger heeded the advice and didn't go up. Dong, this bear's wounded. It can't run. The rest is up to you. Lin Shengli plopped down, took out the liquor he'd prepared earlier, and took a light small sip. Uncle, don't worry. Today this bear will die for sure. I didn't go feeling any pity, but silently watched White Dragon and them wear down the bear's stamina. After Yellow Dragon joined, the 5 dogs' coordination grew all the smoother. From 5 directions the 5 dogs kept tugging at the bear, running it ragged. The bear's wounds grew more and more, blood already staining its fur, and its movements grew feebler and feebler. Just about. I gave a whistle straight off, the call for White Dragon and them to come back. White Dragon was unbelievably clever. On hearing the whistle, he wheeled back in an instant, not the least reluctance. He barked a few times too, and Blue Dragon, Yellow Dragon, and Black Dragon all turned and left straight away. White Tiger was stunned a moment, but with White Dragon's boss status settled, he followed and left too. I'd already raised my gun, calmly aiming at that bear. The bear hadn't understood why the dogs had left, but it did hear my whistle and snapped its head this way. In the instant the brown bear spotted a human, it instantly bred hostility. And having just been bullied so miserably by the dogs, it lunged toward my side. The speed was slow, but the momentum was startling. I stood very steady, aimed at the bear, and squeezed the trigger. Bang, a gunshot. I gave it no such chance. One shot straight into the brown bear's head. The round pierced through the forehead and blew a hole out the back of the skull. The brown bear's massive 600-plus pound body crashed to the ground, its fur trembling and trembling, drenched in blood. Phew. Zhang Qing's heart gave a sharp lurch, and now he finally relaxed. In the moment the bear had lunged just now, his cerebellum near enough shriveled. Just that simple. It was Wang Er's first time seeing me truly shoot a bear dead. Simple. I said coldly. If this bear had no injuries at all, White Dragon and these dogs wouldn't even dare toy with it. A single pass and they'd be gone, understand? Wang Er shrank his neck and said honestly, understood. If it weren't wounded, no matter what White Dragon and them did at the start, the instant I saw it, I'd aim and fire. I paused, looking at Wang Er, and said, even if the dogs run into trouble, that's better than the men running into trouble. I didn't want this fool Wang Er to belittle a top-of-the-food chain predator like the brown bear. Even a tiger, facing a brown bear, has to give it everything to not come off the worse. Once a person belittles this kind of apex predator, then sooner or later, on some trip into the mountains, they'll meet with an accident. Since I brought Wang Er hunting, I had the duty to teach him. Brother, don't worry, I get it. I won't belittle any prey. Wang Er could tell that if he didn't honestly accept my advice, this guy would truly blow up at him. Especially since he'd more despairingly discovered that even with his strong body, he was now simply not on the same level as me. These 2 days he'd found a moment to arm wrestle me, with a very sorry result. I'd only used a bit of force to easily flip him over. Good that you get it. I looked toward White Dragon and the other dogs. SSSS. SSSS. This was the call to egg the hunting dogs into charging. White Dragon had just run back, and now barked twice, then wheeled back to tear at the bear. Blue Dragon, Yellow Dragon, Black Dragon, and the newly joined White Tiger all turned and went back to the bear's side to tear at it again. I silently sized it up, and seeing the bear was thoroughly dead, finally let out a breath. I gave a pointer. Even if the bear's been shot and downed, before getting in close you've got to test whether it's really dead, or you can easily have an accident. In my past life, there'd been hunters who didn't know better, who after a bear was shot and downed thought it was thoroughly dead, then walked up to poke at it, only to be killed by the bear in return. A bear baiting the gun, playing dead, such things aren't unheard of. I too kept the utmost vigilance. Even though I was already 100% sure this bear was thoroughly dead, the dogs went up and tore at the bear. Only then did I stride forward, blade in hand, ready to gut this bear. Old Air, quit standing around. Get ready to gut it and feed the dogs. Daching, help Uncle Shunli bury the dogs. Great. A several 100-pound bear is too big, and gutting it alone was a bit hard. It was Zhang Qing's first time seeing this scene too, and he followed up eagerly. But he had sense, knowing his uncle was feeling low just then, and took up a tool to help dig the pit. Lin Shengli silently gathered the 4 support dogs' bodies, his expression clearly a bit grieved. Finding a soft patch of ground, the two quickly dug a pit just big enough to bury the dogs, and roughly buried them in the pit. Wang Er, meanwhile, helped me flip the bear over, belly up. The hunting dogs crouched off to the side, waiting for us to toss them scraps, eyes eager. The thrusting knife had already been dulled with use, and this kind of thrusting knife is double-edged, suited only for piercing, not for gutting or chopping. We'd separately prepared a gutting knife and a hand hatchet. With the sharp gutting knife, I cut along the black bear's throat, then down along the fur. The keen knife met no resistance, easily slicing the bear hide open, all the way to the tail. I preserved the bear hide as much as possible. The state-run store didn't take bear hides for now, but coming from the future, I naturally knew that in later times a bear hide was something you couldn't buy even with money, so I had to store it well. After gutting it, I cut through the bear's pericardial membrane like a master butcher and carefully removed the gall. The bear gall was green, near enough the size of a 3 or 4-year-old child's head. Brother, it's just a grass gall, what a pity. If it were a copper gall, the selling price would be 1,000-odd yuan and up at least. Wang Er wore a look of regret, wishing this grass gall would instantly turn into a copper gall. I nodded. A copper gall is a matter of luck, not something you can seek out. Having a grass gall is good enough. A mosquito, however small, is still meat. Quit standing around, feed the dogs. I carefully packed the grass gall into the cloth bag prepared ahead of time, and while working said, "Uncle, we've settled this now. 1 share for you, 1 for me, and my brother here takes a share too." Lin Xingli gave a helpless smile. I didn't put in any strength at all. You having me take a share, I'd have no face for it. That's not how it works. Settled ahead of time is settled. Do it as we said before. Besides, Uncle, you lost several dogs, and you'll have to buy a few more to make up later, no? Puppies in the countryside weren't dear, but a grown hunting dog, even a slightly good one, wouldn't be too low, several tens of yuan being the norm. A hunting dog like White Tiger would go for 60 yuan and up. A top hunting dog like White Dragon, needless to say, after these several showings I felt was already beyond estimation by price. Nowadays a forestry station worker, even a worker at some steel mill, earned only a few tens of yuan a month. Lin Xingli was just a hunter, growing a bit of crops in the busy season, with no spare money on him. Hearing me say so, Lin Xingli nodded. This boy was decent. He thought a moment and said, "How about this, Dong? For a stretch of time going forward, let White Dragon help draw out White Tiger for me, and the 100 yuan of grain coupons and 100 yuan reward from Shango Village, I won't take. How's that?" That spell today of White Tiger heating White Dragon made Lin Xingli feel White Tiger still had the potential to become a top-notch lead dog. 100 yuan of grain coupons plus 100 yuan cash reward. By value, if the 3 of them split it, each would get 60-some yuan. That was no small money, and Lin Xingli was actually so generous as to give it up. Seeing me hesitate, Lin Xingli smiled wryly. "Boy, don't overthink it. Your uncle still means to eat this hunting bowl of rice. Since White Tiger has this potential, then help your uncle out. If you can draw White Tiger out, then from now on I won't lack for food up the mountain, which is a far bigger bargain than splitting this bit of grain coupons and a few tens of yuan. You boy might even be losing out. Since you put it that way, Uncle, then it's settled like this." White Tiger wasn't bad, an old dog that had gone into the mountains who knows how many times. If he took White Tiger up a few more times later, this fellow's hunting experience would climb by leaps and bounds. As long as it could be drawn out, it'd be a top-notch lead dog from then on. Only, on the matter of the nose, apart from adding points to White Tiger, I had no other way. Trouble was, White Tiger wasn't my dog, so I couldn't add points. As for Lin Xingli not wanting the reward, I didn't take it to heart either. If this grass gall sold, I figured it'd be worth 1,000-odd yuan at least. Setting aside the matter of the dogs, Lin Xingli still made a big profit this time. But it was his due. Without Lin Xingli providing this bit of news, I couldn't have earned this money, and that news alone was worth several hundred. Lin Xingli nodded and said, "What's brought down must feed the dogs. Quit dawdling. They're worn out. Time to give them food." As he spoke, he looked with envy again at Blue Dragon, Black Dragon, and Yellow Dragon. Each of these 3 dogs was no worse than his own White Tiger. If not for the fact I'd never sell, he'd have wanted me to sell him one. I laughed heartily. "All right, old heir, you watch the whole thing. From now on, when it's your turn to get your hands in, you'd better get them in." Wang Er had long been itching from watching, and quickly said, "Brother, don't worry, gutting's my favorite." Ha! That said, Wang Er quickly cut out all the black bear's guts, upper and lower. "Don't feed them this stuff. They don't like it. Use it to make an offering to the mountain god." Though I knew the innards hanging had some other purposes, the saying of offering to the mountain god had always been in the northeast hunting circle. Others might not believe it, but I'd damn well been reborn. If I didn't believe it, that'd be truly stubborn. Better to believe it exists than not. A person, toward this great nature, ought after all to hold a few more measures of reverence. Ding! Congratulations, host, on killing a 687-pound brown bear. Gained special attribute points ×7. I was watching Wang Er process the bear when the system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. I finally breathed easier. Going into the mountains, I'd spent 3 special attribute points. Now I'd reaped 7, 10 total left in all. And I'd gotten Shango Village's bounty besides, a pure profit. Wang Er hung the bear's guts, upper and lower, high on a tree branch, to show reverence to the mountain god. That done, I went on directing. Old air, cut meat and feed the dogs. That they survived isn't just their cleverness, it's their good luck too. Cut the nanquai to feed them. Count it their hard work rewarded. Feed the dogs first once you've bagged something. That's a rule of the hunting trade. It also lets the hunting dogs know that after a catch, there's a payoff for them. Then next time out, they'll be more proactive, more eager. You can even feed the dogs before going into the mountains, but you have to keep them feeling a bit of hunger. That way they'll have a greater hunting drive and desire toward the prey. Nanquai is the bear's belly, or the pig's belly, the part with the most fat. Fat in this era was a rare thing, everyone short on oil. Sometimes you couldn't buy it even if you wanted, and whoever had it wouldn't be willing to sell. This fat could be cut and taken home to render oil. Rendered bear oil was a fine thing. Cakes fried in bear oil, in the dead of winter at 10 or 20 below, stayed soft. But use vegetable oil and step out a while and they'd go rock hard. So you couldn't even bite them, you could hit someone with them. Bear oil could also be used to oil a gun. At 10 or 20 below zero, no gun oil worked as well as bear oil. What's more, the nanquai after rendering its oil turned into fragrant, crisp oil cracklings, called yoja in the south too. Sprinkle a bit of salt on it, and one bite in, the flavor, simply too satisfying to describe. This was one of the era's unique delicacies. Who knows how many kids it made cry with craving. Okay, brother. White Dragon, you dogs are in luck today, huh? Wang Er had turned into my shape. Whatever I said went. He wouldn't refuse. It was Zhang Qing who said in surprise, "Man, this extravagant?" They couldn't even afford to eat nanquai on ordinary days. And these two were extravagant enough to use it to feed dogs. Though Lin Shengli was surprised too, he still helped explain. You should have seen these dogs' performance for yourself. Never mind nanquai, if they can keep up this state, even feeding them meat every day would be their due. Without dogs, if we wanted to find prey, the difficulty would go up more than tenfold. Even if we spotted the prey, getting close would be an incredibly hard thing. Lin Shengli said, "This is these dogs' rightful treatment. Every time they go up the mountain, they're staking their lives." As he spoke, he thought again of his own dead support dogs. Those dead dogs, had they been a touch cleverer, known the circling tactic when charging, they'd have gotten to eat the bear's nanquai. Full dogs, truly full dogs. Zhang Qing gave a wry laugh. All I can say is, you hunters are too extravagant. Everyone smiled and didn't explain too much to Zhang Qing. An outsider sometimes finds it hard to sync with a hunter's thinking. Of course, some hunters were petty too, unwilling to cut meat to feed the dogs, at most throwing together a bit of the prey's innards to fob the dogs off. That kind of person, I'd seen more than one in my past life. Wang Er casually cut a dozen-odd pounds of bear meat and split it among the dogs. The 5 dogs each started chomping away on the ground, mighty fragrant, thoroughly satisfied. Uncle Shengli, the state-run store doesn't take bear hides right now, does it? Though in my impression the state-run store probably didn't, I still couldn't help asking. They don't take it now? What? You planning to haul the hide back? Lin Shengli found it normal. A bear hide isn't like a boar hide. Boar hide has a strong smell, is hard to process, and has no ornamental value. A bear hide was different. Processed, the fur was thick, warm too, and especially worth collecting. Hang it at home, and whoever walked in and saw it would stick up a big thumb. Haha, tossing it would be a pity. I'll clean it up when I get back and store it at home. What if someone starts taking bear hides one day? Lin Shengli nodded with a smile too. That's possible. Time was the state-run store basically didn't take bear gall and such, and now they've started taking lots of mountain things. Who knows how it'll change later. Keeping it as good might give some surprises down the road. Right? This bear, how do you plan to haul it back, boy? This was a several hundred-pound thing, and up in the mountains too, so for their handful to haul it back would be pretty rough. Wang Er, full of experience, said with a grin, "Uncle, this you wouldn't get. Skin the hide and remove the innards, and this bear's maybe only 400-odd pounds of meat. Chop it into a few big chunks, and we can easily carry it back." Lin Shengli thought about it. They had a full 4 men, so hauling it back was no problem. "All right, then I'll leave the butchering to you all." "Sure. Old Air, give me the knife. I'll skin the hide first." "Okay." I took the knife, and with a master butcher's skill quickly separated the hide. It was autumn, the brown bear's belly round from eating, plenty of fat too, so separating the fur wasn't much trouble. It took some time, and I finally got the whole hide off. Except for the forehead, and a big hole at the back of the skull, the rest of the hide was preserved in near-perfect condition. I was quite pleased. Even if this thing couldn't be sold, Wait a few decades and bring it out, and it'd shock a whole crowd of netizens. Daching, do you all want the bear's head? If not, we'll toss it. The me now already had the capital to look down on a bear's head. Toss it. The hide's already off, and a bear head with a brain basically blown to mush. It's creepy. Zhang Qing quickly refused, as if afraid to look at the bear's head. Mainly this bear had bitten people, and if he hauled it back to eat the head, it'd feel odd. Wang Er laughed. Man, this won't do either. Zhang Qing said stubbornly. What won't do? I just figure the bear head's got no meat. Not worth taking back. I nodded. True enough. Next, I had Wang Er go cut a few thick, springy wooden poles and gather some vines and such in the mountains along the way. Another hour or so front to back, and the whole bear was tied into several portions. Once we got it back, the bear paws and the kneecaps and such would have to be taken off separately. The bear's nose had naturally been cut off ahead of time when I skinned the hide. These were all good things off a bear's body. Note, Shango Village's chief's name has been changed to Zhang Chengjiang. I knew that as many good things as a bear had. Cooking them right took some technical skill, not knowing how to cook bear meat. And the bear meat you made would be extraordinarily rank and foul. Even from the 90s into a stretch of the new century, the Russians over there had bear meat canned goods for sale. Later it gradually disappeared, probably because population growth gradually depleted the raw material. This was also why netizens later joked that the reason Northeastern cuisine didn't make the 8 great cuisines was because the state no longer let people harvest the raw materials, or Northeastern cuisine would surely be among the 8 great cuisines. Top-tier Northeastern cuisine, eating, it was near criminal. And a bear's nose had special efficacy. Baked and dried by a special method, then ground into fine powder and taken internally with yellow rice wine. It was said to treat epilepsy. Though by later scientific accounts, that wasn't necessarily so. The reason it had an effect might also be that it varied from person to person. A bear's kneecap, the old-timers nicknamed it false tiger bone, could to some degree treat and ease rheumatism and rheumatoid conditions. The bear gall, needless to say more, was the most valuable thing. It's done, then let's fill our bellies. Your uncle here's starving. Lin Xingli plopped down on the ground and slowly took up his dry tobacco. Seeing me and Wang Er and them still spirited and lively, he couldn't help remarking, being young is good. Process a whole bear and still like it's nothing. I said with a chuckle. Uncle, listen to you. Who wasn't like this when they were young? As I talked, I took out the dry rations Zhang Chengjiang had prepared for them that morning. Since it was autumn, the dry rations with some water could be chewed and swallowed straight into the belly. No need, like in winter mountain trips, to specially light a fire and toast the rations before eating. Today I've seen it. You hunters, none of you are simple. Zhang Qing reckoned his own body wasn't bad, yet following along on this one mountain trip, not only was his spirit tense the whole time, his stamina bore huge drain too. An ordinary person really can't manage this kind of work. Uncle, a swig? Wang Er grinned and took a bottle of loose liquor from his satchel. Come off it, like the way you say it. I didn't bring liquor. You drink yours, I'll drink mine. Where's the hunter who goes into the mountains without liquor? This thing could save your life plenty of times. Anyone who hunts long-term basically has their own dedicated hut up the mountain too. Otherwise, once something delays you and you're stranded on the mountain with no hut to stay in, then wait to die. The mountain nights are cold. These past few times, because I went in early every trip and came back early too, I hadn't gone to stay in the huts my old man and Uncle Dashi had built before. But before the big snows came in winter, I'd have to specially go tidy the hut up once. That way, going into the mountains in winter, I'd have a temporary place to stay. This was a place that could save your life. After a rest, well fed and watered, Wang Er stood up. Brother, it's early yet, but shouldn't we get going? They'd arrived here around 8 or 9, and with processing the bear meat and all, it was already noon. Heading back now, figuring the time, it'd be afternoon. I stood up and nodded. Back early enough. Maybe today we could go straight home to Pingan Village. But Shango's chief Zhang Qingjiang might not let them leave. Seeing me stand, White Dragon and the 5 dogs, rested up now, all stood too, tails wagging like propellers. When Blue Dragon first came, he'd seemed pretty aloof. But after this fellow followed me up the mountain twice and ate 2 meals of meat, he finally knew his new master really was good. Follow the new master, and there's meat to eat. Time to go. We tidied up everything on the ground and packed the bear's nose and such into the satchel. Dong, Wang Er, this bear head, I do want to take it back after all. Zhang Qing suddenly changed his mind. I looked at him, signaling him to give his reason. Zhang Qing smiled bitterly. The one in the village who was mauled and killed by the bear was distantly related to my family. Those who die violently can't enter the village. So if I take this bear head back and give it to his family to memorialize the dead, count it as the great vengeance repaid, his family should feel a bit better in their hearts. Zhang Qing's words made even me pause slightly. I hadn't considered this just now. Lin Shengli said straight off, Wang Er, sort it out, boy. This bear head, I'll carry it. Sure. The 400-odd pounds of bear meat was split into 3 loads. I carried a 200-odd pound load. Wang Er carried a 100-odd pound load, and Zhang Daqing carried a 100-odd pound load too. Lin Shengli was responsible for bringing the bear head and just leading the dogs. This was Shango village. No way to loose the dogs and let them run back on their own. And if we loosed the dogs and these fool dogs ran back to Pinyin village on their own, that'd be awkward. Come, up on the shoulder. I took the lead, hoisting the 200-odd pound load straight up, easily. This easy. Zhang Qing looked at me with doubt. Seeing my face didn't change in the least. Yes, pretty easy. Wang Er grinned toothfully and, without a word, hoisted the 100-odd pound load. Say what you will. Ever since he'd carried the 200-odd pound load, he found this 100-odd pound load really did feel a lot easier, huh? It was all trained out these past days, but ask him to swap for my load and forget it. This guy Dong was now developing toward the monstrous. Let's go. I took the lead. This big stretch of the Xing'an range was, on the whole, fairly gently sloped. It was just the old forest was too deep, easily making people feel fear. In my past life, I'd spent a stretch over in Guizhou province. Guizhou's mountain areas, now those were truly mountain areas. The gentle places really were gentle, but the high mountains, those were truly high. There the folks did farm work truly hauled out on their shoulders. Farm work up the mountain, you had to carry it. Threshing rice, you had to carry it. Even harvesting crops, corn, sweet potatoes, and so on, all had to be carried down the mountain step by step. The mountains over there, those were truly mountains. Of course, the folks over there were generally not tall either, but those shoulders really could carry things. With Lin Shengli leading the dogs, returning by the original route, no trouble arose along the way. It took 2 or 3 hours, and at 3 in the afternoon, the group finally reached not far from Shango village. I was quick on foot and waited a mile odd outside Shango village for Zhang Qing and Wang Er and them. Once they arrived, we rested together a dozen odd minutes and drank a couple mouthfuls of water, then headed into Shango village together. Uncle, I've got this feeling of returning home in glory. Though Zhang Qing had basically put in no effort, only serving to lead the way, at this moment, carrying this 100-odd pounds of bear meat, he still had a feeling of shared glory. Haha, we're all in it together, so of course you're a participant and one who lived it. You can call it returning home in glory. That said, the group of 4 men and 5 dogs came to the entrance of Shango village. And from afar, Shango folks saw the 4 of them returning. Word spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. The whole of Shango village was shaken, and people came running out to watch the excitement. These days, a hunter bagging a bear was big news. Simply the kind of thing the villagers could talk about for years, a dozen years even. No way, your village's folks, this warm, Daqing. Seeing several hundred people surge toward me, I was a bit dazed. Wang Er was near tears, saying, Brother, they're here to split the meat, right? If we split it out, what the hell's left for us? Zhang Qing's eyes went wide too, and after a slight hesitation he said, Shouldn't be here to split meat, they're here to watch the excitement. Several hundred people came surging over, and I gave a sharp start. I thought I'd broken some Shango village taboo, and truly didn't dare move rashly. Once those several hundred arrived, they all crowded around the bear meat. My handful could only set the loads on the ground and let them look their fill. Keeping the meat shouldered like that the whole time was tiring too. So this is that bear. TSK. A brown bear isn't an Asiatic black bear. This is a brown bear, sure enough, big enough. The biggest Asiatic black bear is only 300 or 400 pounds. No wonder it could hurt so many people. One swipe could probably kill. That this handful survived was pure dumb luck. Pinyin Village's veteran gunhands really do have something, huh? Impressive, truly impressive. Just a pity the village rewards going to outsiders. These Shango villagers didn't actually speak up about splitting the meat. They knew the bear was shot by Pinyin Village's veteran gunhand. This bear was his prey. They didn't know him, and he had no need, nor any obligation, to split meat with them. Besides, with several hundred people here, once you open the door to splitting meat, would the rest get a share or not? Once you split this several hundred pounds of bear meat, what the hell would be left? I was actually agonizing over this too, which put me a bit in a bind. Just then, a middle-aged woman suddenly came before me and dropped to her knees with a thud. Man, thank you. Thank you all for avenging my husband. This bear, it's finally dead. The middle-aged woman's eyes reddened, staring dead at the bare head Lin Shengli had set on the ground, full of rancor. Zhang Qing stood at my side, pointed at me, and spoke up. Annie Ho Hot, this bear head is what Brother Lin Dong here had me bring back to memorialize Uncle Dashin. Also, this bear was shot down by Brother Lin Dong here. The bear head had been his own suggestion to bring back, yet he handed the gratitude over to me and signaled me not to explain too much. Zhang Qing knew his uncle didn't care about such empty fame, and only so spoke thus. Hearing this in the crowd, quite a few people immediately looked at me, saying this young man was decent and quietly committing the name to memory. Thank you, thank you. That Shen Ho Hot was stunned at the words, tears rolling down, and kowtowed to me 3 sounding times straight off. I quickly dodged aside. How would I dare take these 3 bows? You're welcome, you're welcome. Our villages are so close. We're all our own people. This is what should be done. I hurriedly helped Chen Ho Hot up. Enough. Chief Zhang Chengjiang squeezed his way out of the crowd just then. Enough. What's everyone crowding here for? Let them into the village. Zhang Chengjiang said, displeased. They ran a whole day in the mountains, and you've got them blocked here. Isn't that vexing? The crowd couldn't help smiling awkwardly. To watch the excitement, they had indeed delayed his affairs. Zhang Chengjiang said again. And another thing, nobody be thick-skinned. This bear was shot by them, and they're taking it home. His meaning stopped at a hint, implying the villagers not lose face before outsiders. Not be thick-skinned and go begging them for bear meat. I glanced at Lin Shengli. Lin Shengli shrugged, signaling me to decide for myself. I was helpless, but the bear had hurt quite a few people in Shango village, and they'd given us a good reward besides. If I really took the whole bear away, that'd definitely be no problem. But privately, the Shango folks would surely mutter that I, Lin Dong, wasn't considerate. People just live inside this strange loop of human relations and worldly courtesies. Mainly, I wasn't short of this bit of meat, and I'd gotten the reward in their Shango village. Whether I took this bear meat wasn't important. Furthermore, going forward, I might well have to come to their Shango area to hunt. In the future, I'd inevitably need their help, so building a good relationship now mattered. I said, Uncle, this bear's several hundred pounds, and this dozen-odd miles. Have me carry it all back, and I'd drop from exhaustion. Before we came back, I'd already talked it over with Uncle Shengli. These few bear paws we'll keep for ourselves, kneecaps included, then we'll cut 100-odd pounds of meat. The rest, Uncle, you split among everyone. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes couldn't help lighting up. This boy was decent, Lin Shengli said with a smile. The bear was shot by this boy. I've no objection. I'll go by my brother-in-law. Whatever he says goes. Wang Chun, that is, Wang Er, immediately spoke up, making his own stance clear. Man, you serious? Zhang Chengjiang was stunned too. Bear meat was hard to process, but in this era with little grease, it was an excellent thing. Several 100 pounds of meat, and we said we didn't want it just like that? What kind of largeness of spirit was this? Uncle, don't worry. I, Lin Dong, when I speak, it's a nail for every mouthful of spit. My word counts. I said with a smile, hoisting the meat. Everyone, in a bit I'll process the bear meat in Chief Zhang's yard. Come over and split it. Make way, folks, we've still got to hurry home shortly. The others immediately made way, opening a path. If earlier they'd had some thoughts and feelings in their hearts about our handful both taking the reward and taking the bear meat, now they sincerely felt Lin Dong was open-handed. This boy's open-handed. Whose son from Pingan Village is he? Have I never heard his name? I went visiting relatives in Pingan Village these past days, and did hear it. Said to be the eldest boy of that Li Qingshan's family. Li Qingshan, the one who hunted the big lone boar in our Shango back in the day. That's him. A tiger father sure breeds no dog son. A dragon breeds a dragon. A phoenix a phoenix. Qingshan's son can hunt bear. You doing crosstalk here? Our handful carried the bear meat back to Chief Zhang Qingjiang's home. By now people had already come to help process the bear meat. They knew what I wanted, and naturally did as told. Dong, you're decent. On the way back, Zhang Qingjiang had already taken from the village office 100 yuan of grain coupons and 10 big unity notes, and handed them to me. I let out a heavy breath, and a smile finally showed on my face. Thank you, Uncle. This, Uncle, now seemed truly sincere. This was actual cash. Honestly, handing it to my own wife Zhang Yu, she'd surely be delighted. After a while, Once I'd sold both bear galls, I'd buy my wife a few bolts of cloth. At this stage, I didn't have too many plans or ideas about the future's development. A special era, plus the current environment here in the Northeast, didn't much permit me to do too much. Hunting first, carrying out the primitive accumulation of capital, was the most important. That way I could seize the chance when the moment came. That, thank you, left Shango's chief Zhang Chengjiang a bit at a loss. Zhang Chengjiang smiled helplessly and clapped my shoulder. You've got it backwards. We should thank you. Right. Today let's cut some bear meat. Make something good. You all stay another day, and us men will have a proper cup. I smiled wryly. Uncle, I've got a fierce wife at home. Stay another day, and my wife might come find me herself. Zhang Yu surely wouldn't come running, but I knew they'd definitely worry. In later times, a phone call to confirm safety would have settled it. But now with transport inconvenient and contact hard, I didn't want to leave my wife's heart hanging the whole time. If I dared stay another night, Zhang Yu really could come to Shango village looking for me. Of course, I could have borrowed Shango's village office phone and called Pingan village, having the chief there pass word to the Lin family. Could, but no need. Since you put it that way, then I won't keep you overnight. Zhang Chengjiang acted decisively and quickly said, then hurry back. On the road you go early, not late. Don't go saying behind my back that your uncle treated you shabbily. I shook my head. How could I? Put your heart back in your belly. I found Lin Xingli and Lin Dongqiang and told them of my intent to leave. Lin Xingli smiled and said, since that's how it is, then we'll head back with you. The bear shot. No need to stay longer. Views aligned, and Wang Er and I immediately packed up the bear gall, bear paws and such, ready to return to Pingan village. The 100-odd pounds of meat we'd cut, naturally we had to bring it all back too. The meat was already divided in the yard. Lin Xingli, I, and Wang Er each took about 30 pounds of bear meat, all from the better spots. I took a front paw and a hind paw. Wang Er took a front paw, and Lin Xingli's father and son took a hind paw. Divvied up, the group led the 5 dogs and hurried back to Pingan village. The matter of Lin Xingli losing 4 hunting dogs, the Shango folks all knew too, and felt some slight lament. By evening, the group finally got back to Pingan village. Dong, this white tiger, I'll board it at your place for now. Your family's not short of the bit it eats, so I won't give you compensation. Lin Xingli had already yielded plenty and didn't plan to nitpick further on this front. This boy wasn't the type to fuss over such a small thing either. Uncle, there's a word I've got to make clear. Going forward, I'll definitely still be going up the mountain to hunt. And if something happens to White Tiger in the middle, you can't blame me. Once a dog goes into the mountains, it'll surely meet some danger. Every trip in, for a dog, is a gamble with its life. One slip and it's lost in the mountains. I couldn't guarantee White Tiger would live. That'd be too false a thing to say. Unless I didn't plan to draw White Tiger out. Never mind White Tiger, even my own 4 dogs I wouldn't dare guarantee. Man, don't you worry. It's not like I don't hunt. How would I not know the risks in it? Just use him freely. If White Tiger's lost in the mountains, I absolutely won't blame you. Having spent these 2 days together, I understood Lin Xingli's character too. He wasn't the sort to come make trouble for me over this. If he really came making trouble, then count me, Lin Dong, blind, having misjudged the man. Then I'll take my leave. Uncle, don't worry. As long as White Tiger's fine, I'll surely help draw him out before winter. Then I'll wait for your good news. Lin Xingli didn't take it to heart. He had just 1 dog now. And even if White Tiger could be drawn out before winter, he could hardly go into the mountains to hunt on just this 1 dog. Unless he now bought several more decent support dogs besides. But which household in Pingan village and the surrounding villages had a dog pack, he knew full well in his heart. Dogs already drawn out, people rarely sold off. Unless they didn't plan to hunt anymore. But with winter fast approaching now, just the good season for hunting, no one would be foolish enough to sell their dogs now. And if he took to raising dogs from scratch, there simply wasn't time. Only goes to show a bear, that is, a brown bear, is not to be provoked. He was figuring on partnering with me in winter to raid a bear's den. Of course, he meant the Asiatic black bear. If it were a brown bear, even raiding its den would be pretty frightening. A brown bear, a bit big, reared up on its legs, is 2 or 3 meters tall. Anyone who saw it would quail. The 2 sides parted at Pingan village's entrance. I'd gone out with 4 dogs, and now led 5 back into the village. Wang Er, moreover, walked out a swagger fit to disown his own kin. Brother, this is our first battle raiding bears, and a triumph. Wang Er shouldered the 3 bear paws, pride written all over his face. This bear was wounded, and I only barely brought it down with White Dragon and them pinning it. I shook my head. Next time, if we're going after a bear, still be careful. Raiding a bear's den in winter is the best chance. Whether a sky den or a ground den, just wake the bear, and the instant it comes out, one axe or one shot can easily send it off to see its great-granny. Hunting bear in the forest, though, has far too many variables. Yuan Kuei and his brother-in-law Jiang Ping were the classic cautionary tale. Oh right, and Lin Dongxiang, and that Su Yi near enough got lost to the black bear in that grape thicket on Guire Mountain too. Of course, the one upside of hunting bear in the autumn forest was that a bear now was fat and hearty, plenty of meat. Then that bear on the ridge at Qinglong Gully. Are we going after it or not? I hadn't expected this fool to still be fretting over that bear the whole time. By what Yuan Kuei and them had let slip, that bear was a true bear king. I gave no clear answer. We'll see. Short term, I don't plan to go after a bear again. All right. Wang Er felt some regret. Come home. Walking into the village, White Dragon and the dogs instantly grew excited. Yellow Dragon in particular woofed and let his throat rip in a great cry, as if the Dragon King had returned. I gave him a light kick. Shut it for me. What's there to be so excited about? Dead set on making it known to all. Yellow Dragon turned his head to look at me, aggrieved, a bit puzzled. When the Pinyin folks saw Wang Er and me return, shouldering 3 bear paws, they were once again shocked, one and all. Incredible, the Wang family's eldest and the Lin family's eldest actually hunted bear. How'd this boy train his marksmanship? Remarkable, remarkable. Look at the Lin boy, then look at that Yuan Kuei family's whole lot. 2A, dead embarrassing. Amid everyone's flattery, we two got back to our own home. From afar, I saw my sister-in-law standing in the yard, up on her tiptoes looking this way, seeming to have been watching a long while, turned into a husband-gazing stone. Those clear, water-cut eyes were full of worry, and only when she saw me return safe did an indescribable joy show on Zhang Qin's face. But after seeing me, Zhang Qin went back into the room, as if she'd never worried about me at all. Her love was reserved, unwilling to show before me. Touched in my heart, I strode straight into our yard. Zhang Yu was busy in the kitchen, and hearing the commotion outside, came out now wiping her hands. In the instant she saw me, her tightly knit brow suddenly eased, and her face broke into a smile. If you hadn't come back, I was about to go to Shango village looking for you. Zhang Yu's eyes turned soft as thread round a finger. I really was worried about you. Haha, your man is the king of the mountains. Going in is like going home. I laughed heartily, telling Zhang Yu and them not to worry. So you all really shot that bear? Seeing the 3 bear paws Wang Er had brought, Zhang Yu blinked too. She'd married in less than a year ago. So during that time, my father Li Qingshan was already working at the forestry station, his mountain hunts countable on one hand, only having hunted boar half a year and more back. Bear paws and such, she, Zhang Yu, had never eaten. She was, after all, a sent-down educated youth, and back in her city days hadn't eaten them either. Now seeing real bear paws, she was suddenly a bit delighted. Haha, sister-in-law, my brother's simply a crack shot. From 1,000 meters out, one shot to the head, took that brown bear's head. Wang Er's mouth was tight ordinarily, but before his own people, he liked to brag too. 1,000 meters, good, good, 1,000 meters is fairly safe. From now on when you hunt, just stand 1,000 meters off and shoot. Wang Er's face went stiff at once. He was only bragging. How'd sister-in-law take it seriously? Though not expert with firearms, he knew what 1,000 meters meant. That was simply nonsense. Don't listen to his rubbish. Generally, it's just 200 or 300 meters. 1,000 meters, you couldn't see a thing. I gave Wang Er a glance. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and split the bear paws. Take yours home and process it. Right. Remember, say what should be said, and what shouldn't be said, don't go blabbing. On the way back, I'd already split the grain coupons and reward money with Wang Er. He should have gotten 30-some big unity notes and 30-some yuan of grain coupons. But Wang Er took only an even 30 of each. Sure. Wang Er set the 2 bear paws down in the Lin yard, then went happily home to show off to his little sister in them. A bear gall plus a few tens of yuan. That'd tickle a person to death. Impressive, my son's truly impressive. Zhou Hong's temper from yesterday hadn't cleared yet. Seeing the bear paws now, though delighted in her heart, in tone she was a bit sarcastic toward her own son. She felt this boy's wings had hardened, and he'd started not listening. Thanks for the praise. I gave my mother a sidelong glance, well aware she was still cross. At this point, I took a rather large grass gall from my satchel. Mom, process this bear gall, would you? Zhou had been cross, but seeing this bear gall, it all melted away. My son's just impressive, one trip out, and he earns several hundred yuan. But going up the mountain from now on, still be careful. Zhou face changing was so fast it near caught me off guard. Mom's just like that. Zhang Yu laughed through tears, knowing her mother-in-law meant no harm, a knife mouth with a bean-curd heart. I know, or I wouldn't have used the bear gall to win her favor. As I spoke, I mentioned again that this grass gall had shares for Lin Xingli and Wang Er too. Zhang Yu had never had any objection to how I split Wang Er's money. The Wang family had always been good to the Lin family. Whenever the Lins had something to do, the Wangs, so long as they had time, would come help without asking a thing in return. As for Wang Er toward me, needless to say, hitting danger while hunting, this guy would truly risk his life to save me. That's good too. Or with you going into the mountains to hunt alone, I'd worry more. A sweet smile showed on Zhang Yu's face, and then she pointed toward Zhang Qin's yard. I heard little sister say, "Didn't you say you'd give her a bear paw? Aren't you taking it over to her?" I was surprised though. You and my mom are on such good terms now. 2 bear paws, and you decide on your own that one can go over. In an ordinary household, if a daughter-in-law dared make her son's decisions like this, the mother-in-law would turn the house upside down. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes and said, "Isn't that a given? Once Zhao Lei's gone, little sister will be our own family by then." Mom said so. Zhang Yu looked at me, pursed her lips, and said, "Mom said our Lin family's line isn't flourishing, so we've got to treat Xiaoqin well. What's eating a bear paw?" I smiled helplessly. "She's urging us to have kids. Then don't you want to?" Zhang Yu had become a wife and naturally wanted children sooner. Otherwise, even if her in-laws didn't press her, over time the neighbors would inevitably mutter something privately. Gossip is a deadly blade in the countryside. Country folk are simple, but that doesn't mean people won't speak ill of you. Simple they truly are, but when they turn nasty, they're no different from city folk, all just people. We're both still young, wait a while longer. Looking at Zhang Yu, I couldn't help giving a soft sigh in my heart. Zhang Yu was only 18 now. In my past life, she got pregnant after this winter. Because she'd conceived young, Zhang Yu later had a difficult labor. In the end, even though she safely delivered our eldest girl, Zhang Yu near enough lost half her life. Back then I'd only felt the sky had fallen, and now I didn't dare let Zhang Yu conceive so early. Since I now had the means, then let me build up a bit more foundation. Later, during my wife's pregnancy, I'd give her the best care and nutrition. Still young, Zhang Yu looked carefully at my expression, and seeing I truly meant it, some pleasure showed on her face. She and her sister were both sent-down educated youths, intellectuals, and naturally didn't want kids so early. Since I had this thought too, then of course it was a fine thing. "Where's Dad? Not back yet." Hollering my name for what? Lin Qingshan strode in from outside the yard gate. "Bear paws." Lin Qingshan stared at me. "You boy really did bring down that Shango bear?" Lin Qingshan gazed fixedly at the 2 big bear paws set on the yard table. That bear had been wounded ahead of time by a Shango hunter, or I wouldn't have dared grab this bargain. I picked the pleasant things to say, not wanting my old man to worry too much. Even for the many old hunters in the northeastern backcountry, meeting a brown bear turned their faces pale, warily giving it a few measures of deference first. Lin Qingshan gave a low hum, then looked at me and said, "I've already been arranging work for you. It might come through after the new year. For people of any era, hunting could put meat on the table, but finding a proper job was the priority of priorities. The mountains always held risk, and his household had just this one son. If something really happened up the mountain, the family would truly collapse. He'd been an old hunter himself before, and after the old man passed, worrying that if something happened to him on the mountain the family would lose its support, over time he too went up the mountain seldom. On the job matter, I naturally didn't spout off anything. No talk of hunting being able to feed the whole family. If I really said that, then even married as I was, Lin Qingshan could shut the door and beat me half to death. I nodded. "Okay, then once you found me a job, I'll honestly go to work." "That's more like it." Lin Qingshan glanced at me and said, displeased, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and process the 2 bear paws, and call that Xiaoqin girl over to eat later." You weren't planning to give Xiaoqin a bear paw and have her cook it herself, were you? My expression froze. I really had thought exactly that. Only I'd totally failed to consider that Zhangqin simply wouldn't know how to process a bear paw. No. Of course I'd thought it through. Have Xiaoqin come eat at the house. I immediately denied my inner thought, and right away said with a thick face, "Dad, these bare paws you've got to process, I don't know how." Of course I knew how, but the capable get worked harder. Lin Qingshan nodded proudly. When your grandfather was alive, in one winter he bagged several bears, the veritable veteran gun hand of our village. The bear paws he made, that flavor, don't even get me started. Lucky I learned a couple of his tricks too. You all are in for a treat today. A father's few measures of smugness finally showed on Lin Qingshan's face. Talking about it's made me hungry. Boy, watch well and learn well. Lin Qingshan made to set off, but suddenly halted his steps, turned his head to me. That bear should have had a gall, right? Copper gall or grass gall? Grass gall. Hearing this, Lin Qingshan said with a face of regret, "That is a bit of a pity. If it were a copper gall, it'd sell for several hundred yuan more." I smiled helplessly, then roughly explained the reward and the gall's distribution. Your way of doing it is right. Your Uncle Dashi's family has propped us up plenty these years. You and Wang Er get along well. That boy's honest and trustworthy. Hunting values hearts in accord, harnesses matched. With a trustworthy man like Wang Er following me, he could set his heart fully at ease. Pausing, Lin Qingshan looked silently again at his daughter-in-law Zhang Yu, then spoke. "Give the grain coupons to your mother. That few tens of yuan Shango rewarded, you keep it. Hand it to Xiaoyu to look after. Once the bear gall sells for money later, take Xiaoyu to the state-run store and buy a few bolts of cloth. Xiaoyu hasn't changed into new clothes in ages. Oh right, and Xiaoqin too. Don't favor one over the other." Zhang Yu's face reddened, and she pinched the hem of her clothes, quickly speaking up. "Dad, Lin Qingshan just waved his hand. "Xiaoyu, don't say it. You and Xiaoqin are both educated youths, cultured people. Coming to our family, you married down. Before there wasn't so much because the family's means weren't up to it. But if the bear gall sells, then we'll have some spare money in hand, and it's only right to buy you something. This boy's a bit of a rascal sometimes, but his heart isn't bad. Bear with him a bit." Dad, hearing her father-in-law say these words, Zhang Yu's eyes reddened slightly too. She counted herself fortunate to have married into such a harmonious family. "All right, I'll go cook. You boy, what are you still standing there for? Watch well, learn well." I was full of feeling too. My old man's character had always been fairly steady and quiet, but he held the general direction of the family's affairs in hand. For all that Zhou Hong managed everything at home, whenever there was some big decision, it was my old man who made the call. I started processing the bear paws. Processing bear paws was a bit involved. Because these things run in the mountains year-round, a bear paw was rough of skin and thick of flesh. In the mountains, the method was simple and crude. Just gather firewood, light it, then put the bear paw straight in the fire and burn it. Burn it until the follicles of the paw, even the hide, went charred black, and by then the paw's surface was basically cooked through. Pry at the bear's nails with something and you could easily remove them, an approach much like removing a pig's trotter nails. But for a pig's trotter, generally you first scald it in boiling water, scrape the hair, remove the hair, and only at the end use fire, burning the de-haired white tender trotter until charred, scraping with a knife while cleaning it. A bear paw afterward was much the same operation, and even chickens, ducks, geese, and such likewise. The benefit of doing it this way was not only cleaning it thoroughly, but also removing, to some degree, the greasy, grimy smell on the animal's skin. Once in the pot, the finished dish would only be more fragrant. Having done the initial steps, I naturally had to leave the rest to Lin Qingshan. Lin Qingshan looked at the two bear paws, a smile on his face, and poured some loose baijiu straight into a big pot of boiled water. He tossed in some ginger and scallion besides, to remove the gaminess and add fragrance. Boiling it a good while, Lin Qingshan then skimmed off the pot's bloody foam. Next was boiling water and slow braising for 2 or 3 hours. No need to add salt or any other seasoning. Lin Qingshan spoke as he worked, full of feeling. "Actually, it's the bear's front paws that taste best, especially late autumn, early winter front paws." I fed him the line, "Dad, why?" Lin Qingshan gave his son a sidelong look and said with a chuckle, "The bear's front paws are long in digging out fruit and some honey, and year after year, the front paws get near enough marinated with flavor. Think about it, front paws marinated to a fruit flavor, processed well, how could they not taste good, not be fragrant?" I swallowed instinctively. They surely must taste good. This bear I looked over, the area it lived in probably didn't have many fruit trees, and such, no real flavor. These two bear paws braised a full 3 hours, until the sky had gone pitch dark, but they'd also grown soft, tender, and flavor-soaked to the extreme. Some people would braise them a whole day, Though at that level a bear paw was basically soft and tender beyond measure. One bite like eating jelly, a distinctive mouthfeel. At the very last, Lin Qingshan put the seasonings into the pot, then braised it another half hour and more. Red braised bear paw. The instant the lid was lifted at the end, a rich fragrance spread out, and don't even get me started on how intoxicating the flavor was. Little sister Lin Han had been crouching before the stove the whole time, her drool near enough about to run out. Seeing the meal about to be done, Zhou Hong gave me a light kick. What are you standing around dazed for? Get a move on, and go call Xiao Qin over. Her face was all iron not becoming steel exasperation. That was a future daughter-in-law too. 2 daughters-in-law. They'd surely bear her a whole bunch of big fat boys.